Over underscore GG coverage of VCT Game Changers Split 3. We've got some banger matchups for you today. My name is Summer. I forgot my own name then. But do you know, I'm just so flabbergasted, lost for words for the matchups that we're going to have. And I'm joined by the lovely, beautiful Saren. Hi, how are you doing? Are you excited for the matchups as much as I am?
Yeah, I'm really excited for today, actually. And it's the first time we're casting today. So
yeah.
We have an amazing combo to start off. We have Alternate Xrb against Carmen Corp GC. And the second matchup for today will be Falcons Vega against BBL Queen. So a banger Saturday is waiting for us. But, you know, just to start with our matchup, Alternate Xrb versus Casey. What are your first impressions of these teams and which maps do you think we will be seeing in this combo?
I mean, this is my second time actually casting alternate attacks in EMEA, but I've been watching some of the Project Queens games, so I'm really quite interested to see how this team really develops in the long term. It's like this is the debut onto the T1 scene for Game Changers. Well, like they had a great showing against NASA recently. They managed to walk away with a victory there, but then you also see sort of the weaknesses of that roster when we saw them come up against G2. But I'm not throwing any weight on them. That it is G2. They are sort of the dominating queens of EMEA at the moment. They're currently flawless. So they've been playing great. But yeah, they've showed some really good moments, and that's what I'm hoping that they can build on, especially going further and further into this season.
Yeah, and currently we have the week 2 day 2 standings right now. As you said, G2 with its 0.4 difference, and Falcons Vega as well, you know, looking strong in their teams. And yeah, I mean, the standings are were they what they expected, Winter, when we were entering stage 3?
I think, especially with the fact that we're coming to sort of the end of the yearly cycle of Game Changers, any roster changes that have happened across the year, this is sort of the solidified final run. And you can see how well that's done for Falcons, G2 top in the charts. Carmen Corp as well had a little bit of a rough start, but they also almost took a map away from G2, something that they haven't actually been able to do for quite some time. G2, again, flawless. They've been playing great, and it's really interesting to see how the new map pool is affecting some of these teams with the best coming through, and that might maybe altering some bans and also the picks, because we saw that's one of the maps that alternate attacks like to favor or leave further into the veto. Same go for Carmen Corp and G2.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, losing against G2 a few days ago, 0-2, wasn't really what they were hoping for, I feel, for Carmen Corp. But yeah, we have the Alternate Attacks Ruby squad right now. Let's talk about like this team and any like players that are catching your attention currently.
Oh, I think it has to go without saying, Ginger and Ellie are sort of, not for me personally, the main ones to watch. Ellie has been very dominant on multi-kill rounds, even specifically hero rounds, where you're like, okay, they haven't got the best utility, the best weapons to come away with it, and then you blink, 2 seconds passes and Ellie's managed to rack up a 4K. But then on the same, sort of the opposite end of that spectrum, then you have Ginger, who seems so cool, calm and collected on some of the clutches. And when you were mentioning, obviously, not necessarily the result that they were hoping for, the O2 versus G2, some of the rounds specifically on Abyss, we're all solely down to Ginger and the clutching capability of this player. So definitely watch out for her in those clutch situations.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. And I feel like Jade also brings out that potential, really, as the initiator, like last matchup, we kind of saw like a good performance from her. But to talk about Carmen Corp right now, we have a lot of, you know, really explosive players here, and they can really perform when needed for their teams. I feel like Roxy is to underline here, but I feel like Neela, Kirpria are also like, they have this potential to their team that they can bring to this matchup of today, I think.
Oh, for sure. I'm an avid lover of this new iteration of Carmen Corp. Like I said, like before, it's sort of we're coming into the stage 3. Majority of roster changes have sort of been solidified across the year, and this is the final form, if you want to think of it in that way, for some of these teams. And I've got to say, Carmen Corp, I love what they've done over the splits, bringing in Glance and Roxy, sort of having that little bit of a shuffle around, but then Korea as well, and Matrix as sort of, especially with the sort of changes in regards to duelists that are in the meta, definitely has suited Matrix a lot, and that's why I'm also looking towards her in this in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And currently, I feel like we have the map features ready, so we could have a look at that. But yeah, let's see now.
Okay, Icebox
Okay.
and Ascent.
Yeah,
Yes.
you're gonna guess.
Yeah, they already guessed. They're kind of going, but Sunset is definitely one that I was assuming that was going to come out from Alternate Attacks. They had a decent showing against one of the teams in Project Queen's Thursday. I want to say they had a really decent defensive half. I think it was 8-4 versus Ryzen. Really, some really clinical rounds. Haven for Carmichael, understandable. It's something that we've seen, especially the agents, that majority of these players are tending towards sort of for their specialty. This is going to be a banger matchup for Carmichael on that map. And then going into Lotus, I think I'm a little bit more on a middle ground. It's definitely played a lot by Alternate Attacks, but it's same for Carmichael. The experience that they've had on the map sort of rivals each other.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like Alternate Attacks, first pick of Sunset is going to be really interesting because, in this map, I feel like whatever, however the first, half of the matchup, plays out, the second half, sorry, is kind of depends on it. So if KC is able to play out their defense side really well, I feel like they will be able to, play more aggressively on attack and play more comfortably as well. But yeah, Haven followed by Lotus, I think it's good. It's a good, map tree overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And just talking about what you're expecting to happen across these maps, are we expecting the teams to take their map pick, or are you expecting them to sort of trade off on that and go to the third map? Or do you think it's not needed?
I'm always for map trees, actually. I love map trees. I love these revenge plays. But I feel like to look at the statistics here, KC, I feel like on Sunsets, they have a 50% win rate. So it's half and a half. So and they have played out a specific comp for a long time. So if they bring something new to the table, I think they could get this map, even though it's not their map pick. But what do you think about the first map of Sunset for today?
Do you know what? It doesn't matter what I think. You were talking about the agents that they've been playing the same competition for a while. Let's actually see if that competition is going to be brought out again now into Sunset. The first matchup of the day, the first map, and it's Carmine Corp versus Alternate Attacks Ruby.
Yeah, wow. Okay, Carmine Corp is going for the Neon pick. It's a little bit unconventional for a duelist, but I mean, last week we saw crazy things happen in Sunset, so I feel like this comp overall is to be expected, but I'm really excited about Matrix's pick of Neon.
Yeah, they haven't actually played it yet in Split 3. And you're talking about that Neon pick. Definitely the change up that's happened between what we saw them bring out in Game Changers Split 2, where they were against Ginex and Falcons Vega. They were bringing the Raze, the Gecko, and also the Breach. And now they've sort of switched it up. They're still bringing the Breach, swapped out that Gecko for a Sova, and also brought in the Neon instead of the Raze. Looking on the side of Alternate Attacks, it's still sort of the similar thing that we were expecting, one of the more default comps. This could be interesting to see how sort of the aggression that Carmine Corp can sort of pull off the back of using Neon as this duelist. And that's exactly what they wanted to go for right at the start. Carmine Corp completely off guard, not expecting such an early and aggressive play from Matrix. And that's her first kill of the round in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, going in early and really aggressively here. And Alternate Attacks Ruby, they're trying to establish some presence in mid, but it's to be contested because you have Neon here, who's currently being stunned, but still manages to escape with her life alive. Now this initiation doesn't quite pay off the way that ATN has hoped it would be. And left with two players now, and the Spike is out of reach.
Yeah, Spike is going to be an issue for the side of Alternate Attacks. So it sort of narrows down their options. They can't necessarily go towards A. This has to be the place that they're going to contend for. And well, Carmine Corp know exactly that. And they've stacked all three players within inches of each other. Ginger might have some timing coming out, but Glance ever so aware, takes the peek, takes the kill, triple for herself in the round, and then Roxy just cleans up with the final kill. First on the board for Carmine Corp. Not exactly the way Alternate Attacks want to start things.
Yeah, and especially on attack, you want to feel like you have control over the round. You want to keep the defense, you know, up on their feet. But this kind of pistol round was like the complete opposite of that.
Yeah, definitely not how Ultimate Attacks want to start, especially with the kill onto Harmony. Caught completely unawares, but we've seen that, especially in Project Queens, pistols aren't necessarily its Ultimate Attacks forte, it's the bonus afterwards, and it doesn't even matter. They're not going to get a chance to do any damage towards the start. Kuripura gets a lineup with an Outlaw.
2 kills, explosive to start the round. And already, you know, we're seeing kind of the same situation happen where Alternate Attacks, they're starting the round with a fair disadvantage in numbers.
Not just a disadvantage in numbers, but also weaponry, and you can see kills are easily going over to Carmen Corp. You weren't expecting too much from the Cyclone Attacks. They went for that heavy B push just to try and get some kills, sort of overwhelm the players with the number that you have. You had sort of a 5v1 there, and well, Creeper is just taking out 2 with 1 bullet, so it kind of does put a massive block of the idea that Alternate Attacks were coming into that. You can see here they had 4 players there, and well, in a matter of seconds, 2 of them are gone. And then just comes down to the sort of 1v1 duels here. Roxy, you have a Bulldog against Classics, expected to win that every day of the week.
Yeah.
Yes, this should do.
And yeah, I mean, going from the second round here, I feel like a lot of the weapons are saved. Meanwhile, Alternate Attacks should be, they have finally a decent buy in their hands. Let's see what they make out of it.
I'm out of here.
And it's early information for both sides of this map, but include both sides. You also have mid for Kuripura again with that Outlaw. Velocity just taken down already, and it's so dangerous for Ginger and also Ellie because, well, Ellie's been tagged up this round, but also Ginger has 25, she has half armor coming into this, so yeah, Kuripura is going to be licking her lips at the thought of these lower defended players, really. Only Harmony and Jade can sort of survive a bullet.
Yeah, definitely. And we can see Alternate Attacks, Ruby, they're trying to establish this mid presence for, you know, so long, but it doesn't really quite seem to work out the way they wanted it to be. When Kuripura has an Outlaw in your hands, she must be careful. And yeah, 47 seconds on the clock. It seems obvious now that Alternate Attacks, Ruby, wants to end the round on B side.
Yeah, and I was talking about the players that cannot take a body shot. Harmony is able to tank it in main, but as soon as Eddie goes for the peek into deep CT, just gets wiped off the board. Same thing for Ginger, and well, yeah, Jade's the only really one with HB to talk of here, and she has 3 players on the verge fighting.
Yeah, and Asa started off for Kuripura. She got 3 of those with an Outlaw. Amazing.
It was 3 with an Outlaw, on top of doing damage to one of the players, puts them down to 1 HP, enables the fact that, well, yeah, she can get the second and final kills in spawn with a Ghost against the full buy of Alternate Attacks. They knew there was an Outlaw coming into this, and they haven't decided to take... They took the risk of, okay, we can buy the better weaponry and go half shields, or, well, we can risk it, hope we don't go to the site Kuripura is on. Well, they necessarily don't. They went to mid, Kuri found them there, and then relocating over towards B, where, well, Alternate Attacks were hoping, praying that she hadn't relocated too. She's starting off with an ace, and she's already up 7-0, and Carmen Corp 3-0 in round count.
Yeah, and while planning for the spike, they didn't really wait for, like, the, you know, pulseman to kind of establish a presence on the site, so I feel like that's what, you know, kind of led them to like a disadvantage from the get-go. Meanwhile, we're seeing pretty much the same, you know, tactics here. You know, some presses on mid, some presses on main, but I feel like if a break could be had in mid, it would be what Alternate Attacks need to like leverage themselves on top of the round.
Yeah, there's definitely information in these players in mid. Utils to push them out into the open. Now nets one onto Blush, so that's the control, that's the smokes off the board, and they even know where Ginger is. Wanting to take sort of the gamble of taking those fights towards mid, isolates the one onto Blossy, and again, off to the back foot. So early on into the round for Alternate Attacks.
Oh yeah, Kuripura, the delaying the push, the blind for sure. But it's obvious now, so you will see the rotations happening really quickly. 30 seconds on the clock. Kyria still to be contested here. Spam through the smoke, a flash out. Harmony deals with her. Glance still loses Telltale though. And yeah, Carman Corp. I mean, what can you say to this?
I can say, well, it's a full this is alternate attacks pick. It's something that they have played a decent amount of times. It's the first time while Carmen Corp are playing it in this split specifically. And in the last, it wasn't necessarily the most convincing one. They had 1 win, 1 loss with a different comp. And this is where we're talking about the sort of duelist changes for Matrix in the meta. I mean, for Matrix, she's sort of taken that in her stride and has, I feel like, expanded the possibility for KC in this split specifically with the flexibility.
Oh yeah, going in for an early ult here now, and Kirpia pushing. It's deadly for alternate attacks Ruby once again. I mean, 4-0, they didn't even need to use the Hunter's Fury, but KC still goes for it.
I think for the side of KC, you have the opportunity to expend some of these ultimates. You have the Cypher one coming back online, the Breach one's not too far away. If you think you can get a kill, go for it. It's also the damage, but damage on the board finally for some of the alternate attacks players. Harmony gets a kill, instantly traded back out, but at least keeps this within a manageable deficit. But no, take that back. Roxy's taking it into her own hands, takes the one onto Jade, and even has information onto Ginger. And Ellie was already spotted early round over towards A. I was talking about that Cypher Neural Theft now invested. They know full well sure where these two remaining players are, split up, and in a 2-man deficit.
Yes, and 30 seconds on the clock. They're currently in mid. I feel like they want to contest the market here. Just breaking the door. That means, you know, they probably don't have any people to contest the space here, but Roxy still has so much of her utility here. Ellie tries to do something, but Ginger is now left alone, and so many corners to check. It doesn't really go in her favor.
Domination for Carmen Corp so far into this. Technical pause being used now. So hopefully we can get some of these players back onto the most working machinery. Cooper is able to actually net a kill after the space created by that Hunter's Fury. So it's not necessarily the worst one that we've seen. But yeah, they're not afraid to use the ults because even without the ults, they've been actually winning these rounds kind of convincingly. If you look over the side of ults and attacks, and I don't even be the one to point this out, but not many, they haven't got sort of the kills. They're not getting these rounds in sort of the sense that they're going to be close, that it comes down to those cut situations. Sure, they get a kill every now and then, and I think the last round was the one that we saw was most convincing. The trades went in favor, but as soon as Roxy got her name into the mix over towards mid, gets that kill, pushes Ginger further back into a mid because she doesn't want to overextend on her own while Ellie's isolated over towards A. Neural Theft comes in, and that's all she wrote for that round.
Yeah, and they didn't even need their ults to secure that round, but you can definitely see the commitment here just on the 5th round, and they're just not afraid to, you know, commit everything to this, and they're using their utilities really well. So I'm hoping that alternate attacks Ruby, they can, you know, alternate their strategies here, because we're seeing, you know, similar stuff here, and KC currently, you can see that they have pushed B main, so they know that alternate attacks Ruby is not here. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah, and that means the rotates can come through, but Curie doesn't actually need any help. Takes down Ellie, the first prong of this attack, and you can see there was not much follow-up coming in from attacks. So now, KC, they have so much information, especially now spotting Blotty back on that cross, that they're going to be on high alerts over towards A. Roxy should be hearing some steps. Jade misses her opportunity, but damage is done.
Okay, some information denied in mid with that smoke. Oh, you can see Ginger's positioning. She just slipped right through. If she doesn't get caught in time, she can get some kills. 2 kills. Explosive, just what alternate attacks Ruby needed. And with the Neural Theft online, it's going to be much easier for alternate attacks Ruby to secure the run right now. Unless Matrix has something to say about it. 3v3 now. Flash to deny the information. She goes for it though. Flossy now alone. to try and contest her positioning here. You cannot deny the Matrix ult though.
Yeah, Matrix seems to be a force to be reckoned with on this Neon, especially over towards Sunset. Great loot coming in from Ginger. This is one of the players I said to watch out for, whether it's the clutches, the loot. It's on the Sense of Royal, has been shining. And honestly, that was the closest rounds that I feel we've had. It came down to the 3v3 situation. Ginger is able, especially these two kills here, especially the one onto Vanello, onto Glance, Neural Theft invested as well, so they now know where the remaining players are. Unfortunately, falls to Matrix, and then it just becomes the Matrix show. Picks up 3, pops the ult, secures the 4th. And it's not just the 4th kill in the round, it's the 6th round on the board in a row without any reply from alternate attacks.
Yeah. And I feel like what they need to do here is, you know, a lot of the times we see them start the rounds with some pressure on mid, some pressure on A, but they leave one side unattended. So I feel like that gives Casey the time to just evaluate what alternate attacks are doing and where their positionings are, and they haven't been able to, you know, establish a presence on mid as much as they wanted to. So I feel like what's to be done here is really just either just go for mid, you know, there's no tomorrow, or just attack one side where you kind of feel like you have like really good like components to win, and plant the spike and just, you know, secure the round for yourself.
Yeah, you can see how Matrix was able to, well, dismantle the post plant defensive alternate attacks over towards that A side. And if you just look at the board, only 2 of the 6 rounds we've had so far have actually come down to a post plant situation. So it's not as if alternate attacks are able to get on site consistently and they're losing in that post plant situation. They're losing man advantage straight off the bat. We can see it again here. Kuripura has just been so consistent on that peak, and I think it's always Harmony she's able to kill. Nello, they're putting a name into the mix, gets the first, gets the second, gets the third, looking for the 4th now, but it's Jade, the opposition breach, spotted out towards CT, and they have Spike firmly in their clutches over towards main, and you can see the reinforcements approaching from mid. Matrix and Roxy joining the party and establish a neat crossfire.
Oops, yeah. It doesn't work for us for it in the end, and 7-0. I feel like what goes wrong in matter of, like, you know, alternate attacks trying to enter A is there is a one-way smoke here with Kuripura, and every single time, you know, we see them kind of like peeking out like individually, and when they lose a player, they're just like, okay, let's just not do this, but then they keep losing players, and like the plan doesn't really go anywhere. So I feel like there's a bit of like miscommunication there. If, you know, somebody dies while entering the site, I feel like they should counter that pressure with more pressure instead of shying away.
It's definitely an option for alternate attacks if that's the way they want to approach it, but they don't want to approach A anymore. They've been scared off by the beast of Kuripura on that holding position and the supporting from Glance. But they have been noted over towards B with that junk peak coming in from Matrix. Some of the reinforcements are already starting to arrive, the delay coming into, and you can already see the reaction. KC don't want any of it. They're going to be playing for CT. They have such a good retake comp as well with the Rolling Thunder, and also if they want to utilize Kuripura's ultimate from the shadows, get into a place from main. And you can see she's holding for this blind onto Ginger. They are aware of the position. Are they going to check the corner? They're not.
Oh my god.
This could be a great kill coming in onto Glance, but she's spotted out. So now it's going to be a 50-50 chance, but it doesn't matter if it's a 50-50 chance. Kuripura is the one who's going to get that kill, and Matrix has already found 2 over towards site. Rolling Thunder misses, only gets 1. Matrix on to a 3rd, looking for another quadra kill into this round. Glance takes it away though. But it's 8 now on the boards for Carmine Corp on their opponent's map pick. I cannot stress this enough. This is not Carmine Corp's map pick.
I mean, Ellie with the shopstopper, what happened there? It seemed like, you know, I feel like the issue of maybe like miscommunication is kind of going on, because she kind of wanted to use that for, you know, the onset of attacks that would be coming from CT, but instead, you know, somebody took her from market, I think. So, well, I mean, yeah. So, alternate attacks, it has not been going well for them. They finally can get into site and get the plant down, but the pulse fan situation is still not working out for them against Casey.
Not working out indeed. Alternate attacks trying to get the spike down. And again, it's the sort of the reaction from KC as soon as they put any sort of heavy aggression over towards B. Well, Matrix just up and leaves. They don't have to fight for it. They still have some of the Roxy's utilities to sort of play off. Finally gets taken down now, so that camera is sort of starving them for a little bit of information. And it doesn't seem like alternate attacks have any idea where they necessarily want to go. Spike is tending towards B, but you still have 2 players over towards A. No control in mid, so there's definitely going to be so many question marks for them when they're approaching this round. They have to go through the mains or re-clear the whole of mid.
Yeah, and that's a peak mix on towards Matrix. Now we have 3 players in B. And, you know, you can see, as you said, some pressure on A as well. But is it going to be like a fake, hopefully? We're seeing them just not really making noise here. But Nila is ready with the flash. Okay, yeah, they have made their initiation on site, and it's actually a fake. But you can see that Roxy's still towards the site, and I do not think they guessed that. Yeah, she's still here. She's still kicking 2v2. Spike is down, and yeah, guess what? Guess who's not there? Altered attacks Ruby.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, this is sort of the issue when you're wanting to play for such a heavy split. They're able to net the kills over onto A. I don't know if they're going to have time to get this down. Oh, really close.
Oh, no. I do not think so.
Milliseconds in it, but yeah, you're in the situation where, yeah, one player stays towards to fight onto the side. Matrix just make sure they don't have that time. Glance playing for the save, playing for the round. 9 on the board, and this is an important matchup for, well, Carmine Corp specifically, but also the result of this matchup affects G2 as well. So if the outcome of today's match is that Carmine Corp beat alternate attacks, G2 and Carmine Corp both qualified to playoffs, and it also means that G2 also qualified to Game Changers Championship in Berlin. So it's a really important match, not necessarily for alternate attacks. It doesn't stop them from qualifying, and if they win, it doesn't stop either of the team, like G2 or KC, from qualifying. But it's if Carmine Corp win, it's going to be super big in regards to the impact it has on other teams.
Yeah, and also to talk about statistics here, Alternate Attacks Ruby has a 70% win rate on Sunset, and they have played this comp 19 times before. So, Winter, I feel like this is not going the way they hoped it would be.
And that's the matches I included on VLR. So some of the matches aren't actually that they play in Project Queens aren't included on this, like the one that they played on Thursday. And that was definitely a better showing than this. They came into it, I think they had a 8-4 defensive half. So definitely one of the stronger suits on that defense. So I don't want to count them out too yet, but sort of the chances to make this possible and make it believable are dwindling. If Comical get up to double digits in the first half, it spells trouble for alternate attacks. But they do have a lot of ults on the board now. So if they want to go for this heavy hit towards B before the rotates, are able to come in, because you can see heavy positions over towards A.
Yeah, and it's being triggered right now. They really want this site, and they have mainly got a main, but yeah, still CT is to be cleared. And this trap fire, okay, is about to be triggered, and Roxy deals with Ellie in the end.
Still, spike down, neural theft invested from Roxy, so they're going to have an information and able to sort of try and find the best approach available to dismantle this. And Matrix believes it's an ult that's going to be invested. There is a Rolling Thunder invested from Jade back, but it's the push from Matrix into main that kills Blossy. Jade is able to pick up Puri in the process, and even Matrix, but finally gets shut down by Unello. And now it comes down to Ginger and Harmony in this clutch. And, well, they don't have any sort of time to reface into main. Ginger sure picks up the frags, but the round is in favor of Carmine Corp. Spike defused, cool, calm, and collected, and a 10 for Carmine Corp.
I got a whiplash from that round, honestly. I mean, Matrix with the ult, even though she was, you know, hit by the sun, you look, glance, just ice cold, this diffuses in the chaos, just like that. And it's a 10th round for KC. Once again, an Alternate Attacks Ruby. They seem to be realizing that this hit on B does not seem to work, so maybe let's try the same on A. And yeah, okay, the same initiation, Ellie. is blinded over the paranoia, but still, okay, he wants to do something about it. Kirby and Glance, though, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder, they just deal with it left and right, and the round is over in a blink.
Into the meat grinder on A. We were talking about how they tend to have the 3 players over towards A. You have Matrix and Roxy just perma-defaulting over towards B, playing with the trips. Any information comes, they leave. But you can even see in this replay, sure, they let Ellie into elbow with the blind and also the recon. But it's the fact that Kruger capitalized on it. She knows they can't push, uses her own paranoia in sort of in answer to the push. And, well, let's Glance and Nello have their way with it from the other side because they're hyper fixated to help their duelist, and exactly the same thing going again. The satchel, the stun, Ellie going in, isn't able to net the kill and even pushed off further, delayed by the utility from Nello on site. And Cooper is out and dodge into CT on that elevated angle as well. This is going to be horrible to go through.
Yeah, they have delayed Ellie for sure, and now they're ready for this onside. 4 players of KC already here. Ginger trying to do something, but Nilo even getting killed with the utility. Still, after the sacks, they're having struggle getting its sight.
Trouble indeed, and it just spells more trouble when Nalo decides to peek into Harmony. Reposition as well. Kuripura picks up the remaining player over towards main. And now they know exactly where Jade was. Information that she's not deep in towards Elbow, which just trains the crosses even further onto Jade's position, and Nello nets a third in round, closing it out in the half in a 12-0 fashion. 12-0, Saren.
12-0, you do not want it to end it like this. Not on your map pick. We need something to happen right now, or else it's just one and gone, and you know, it won't be easy to win Casey's map pick as well, so Twin Sacks is really not looking good for them right now.
It's not a pretty tale to tell for alternate attacks. It's gonna cause... Well, I hope it's not a 30-0 for their sake. This is a best of 3 and they're going into their opponent's map pick and being... Well, defeated this clinically from the side of Carmichael. I hope it doesn't affect their mentals, but that's what it feels like is going to happen. And it's a heavy hit over towards B. It's going to be the first shock dart to get rid of the trips. Ginger on the angle, but it's Roxy that comes out on top. Same goes for Nala, both taking out their opposite counterparts in the Cypher and Breach. And that's a 5v3 for the retake. You have a double flank coming in for alternate attacks, but the trips are there. So they're going to have to alert Carmichael that this flank, at least one person is there.
Yeah, Ellie makes her presence known. Now 2 players to Roxy. Will she be able to guess this? Matrix quick on her feet. These litter, and yeah, KC right now know that the last players last blood, and they want this victory over the map. The time is ticking and it's over, and that was already KC take the first map, and yeah, there's not really much left to say. 13-0.
Yeah, and I don't want it to be sort of alternate attacks played awfully or anything like this. It's, well, Casey just didn't even give them a chance. There was no sort of gaps in their defense that they left open that weren't accounted for in regards to whether the trips were there, whether the cameras there for information. We saw one round where Ginger was able to slip through the net, over through Market into CT, get that double kill. But still, it comes down into the fact that you went into that retake, you're already 3v5 down, you even it out, and then it's the retake itself was dismantled then.
Yeah, definitely. Ginger definitely had the chance to make the difference in that round, but still it didn't seem to work out. Casey, even though they have some slips, sometimes they still were able to manage that really, really well. And you know, to see the performance of Kuripria, the ace round, I feel like it was the 5th round, but it was just amazing. She does wonders with the Outlaw, she does wonders with everything basically. But yeah, I mean, Casey, wonderful. It was a one and done map, I'd say.
Yeah, and specifically Kuripura's ace was on that 3rd round, and yeah, you're in a situation where you, in the second they knew Kuripura had that that outlaw, They took the risk in the third. Okay, we can get these Vandals in, but we do have to sacrifice the fact that we could die to Kuripura with our half shields. But yeah, Kuripura took that in his stride, gets 3 with the Outlaw, but then also closes out with a Ghost, if I'm not wrong. Two kills remaining with the Ghost, and yeah, looking at this, even with the 12 rounds that they were able to play on their attack, only 5 of them was the bomb the spike able to get planted, and out of that none were converted. Well, obviously none were converted, but out of the 5 out of 12 just to get the spike down, hopefully we can see a little bit of adaptation into how they're going to be going into the next map to be able to get onto site itself rather than going to the meat grinder that KC were sort of putting up the front.
Yeah, definitely. And we will be seeing how it plays out on Haven if alternate stacks are planning like a revenge play. But yeah, we will have a quick little break before that, but we'll see you guys then. Or not. Maybe. Yeah.
One enemy. One enemy remaining. Long. Planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy spike down A.
Start. Okay. Deleted. Where is it?
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
It's the second matchup of KC versus alternate stacks. So we're going to be seeing Hayden now, and there was a bit of confusion before we left, but we're finally here, and Sunset was 13-0 a few minutes ago. I mean, we kind of like talked about this over the course of the map, but for Haven, what are we expecting, Winter?
I think this is actually going to be, I hope, a little bit more of a comeback story for the side of alternate attacks. Both of these teams have only played this map once coming into this stage, as in the stage itself. Of course, I'm sure alternate attacks Ruby have played it in Project Queens, all that jazz. But coming into this, both teams played this map against Odd One Out. Carmine Corp won in a 13-10 fashion, but also alternate attacks lost, but in a 13-11. So this is definitely, I think, one that we can see a little bit more of a sort of a closer situation on. They've had experience on this in EMEA for the side of alternate attacks, because I think what we really need to emphasize is this is a new team coming into this sort of the ecosystem of tier 1 for Game Changers. They've been in the regional leagues, they've been playing great there, they even won their matchup in a 2-0 fashion on Thursday, so they definitely have the capability within inside the team. I think it's just having the experience coming into T1 about the differences and how well Carmine Corp, with the powerhouses you have with sort of the legendary names with Glance and Roxy, with also the newer players like Matrix coming into this team compared to some of the players she plays with. It's kind of like, this is one of the best teams we have to offer in EMEA, and they're coming up against one of the T2 coming into T1 teams of alternate attack. So I definitely hope there's more of a game on Haven, and that alternate attacks can sort of forget, like have a little bit of a memory wipe about what happened in map 1. Let's just say it was a 16-14 overtime, and they're coming into this, it doesn't matter, and this is all that they can focus on. Like, it doesn't matter if it was a 13-0.
Yeah, definitely. And we have seen Carmine Corp with this exact composition against Odd One Out 1 week ago, and they won that match 13-10, I believe. So yeah, it worked out for them, and you saw how Matrix was with the Neon pick, and Kripia again on the Omen. So I think we could be expecting similar results, but let's hope alternate stacks, turn this one around, starting on the defense side this time.
And Matrix definitely had a name in the hat for First Bloods when they were going up against Odd One Out. Had 6 to a name, so definitely have a watch out for this player when it comes into opening it up. And that's exactly what she tries to do. Gets a few pot shots off onto Ginger, so definitely worse for wear in regards to the HP wise, but they do have sight. Carmine Corp, and look at Roxy.
Ooh.
But gets absolutely deleted. Harmony just pre-fires the angle Roxy's on, but it doesn't matter about what happens on the flank. It's what happens over towards sight. 3 kills are netted in favor of Carmine Corp. So, well, you lose Roxy, you pick up 3. That's not necessarily the worst trade you have for Carmine Corp when you come into this.
Yeah, Nilo wasn't even a rush to plant the spike. Lastly, okay, they're just seriously taking their time here. Harmony, I wonder if she'll be finding an opening. I guess not. Kirapuya, Kirik to deal with, and look at this, they're just rushing after her. The disrespect. KC just has the pistol round on their hands, and they make it look easy.
Yeah, this shot onto Roxy, dude. Nice shot from Harmony. The pre-fire comes in, but yeah, it's sort of so disjointed from where the real more important action was going down over towards C. You lose 3 players trying to set up for that postman and in the initial site hit. Losing one of like pushes all the way over towards A isn't necessarily going to affect it. You know where the remaining 2 players are. They have to come garage or flank sorted. And all focus goes onto garage, and they close that round out. And it seems to be back to the sort of the regularly scheduled broadcasting for KUC. At least for the pistol, but coming up into the full spike, you have 3 Vandals available for KC. 2 players sticking to the Sheriffs, Roxy and Nellis. They're able to recycle this weaponry. I don't think it's going to be much to say for alternate attacks. They have 4 people on the flank, and only Ginger left to sort of relay the information of C.
Oh yeah, they're clearing this out really, really slowly. But Roxy, look at this. Maybe she can be able to realize that she does. And 2 kills with the Sheriff. Are you kidding me? 3 to follow it up, and okay, it's close to be the 4th one at that, but she doesn't quite get it. But the damage is done. I mean, how are you ready for that?
Yeah, I was talking about, well, Roxy, sure, Mello, they don't necessarily have the weaponry. They came in that with the Sheriffs, and you look into the other players to pop off in a situation. But Roxy just says, do you know what, I'm going to handle this all on my own. Gets the first, gets the second, even isolates the 3rd onto Harmony there, gets a pot shot off onto Ellie, but too little, too late for alternate attacks when you have the players converging from C main all the way down long, and you're just stuck with Roxy just popping off with the Sheriff, coming into the 3rd, and this is just like a normal buy round for KC. The only thing you could even comment on is like, sure, they have a little bit of half shields, but all the utilities there for the side of Carmichael and the weaponry.
Yeah, and it seems that KC has shifted their focus now more towards the A side. They were quick to contest the C pressure, and Glance just going in and getting kills. Like, I feel like there isn't much to be said about KC's strategy right now. They seem to be doing everything right. I mean, their composition is right. Their team communication is going so well so far. But Jade, okay, could be what's alternate acts be needs to break down. Look at that, she can almost score it, but Roxy just falls down. And KC right now, they realize they have to hit the side hard and fast because they're cornered here.
Yeah, and this is the best chance for alternate attacks. They have the majority of their players here, if not all of them. Only Jade onto that flank. Blossy gets the first. Ellie does get one on, but it's Glance. You need to look out, getting that double kill, bringing it into more of a winnable situation. But Ginger, 5 HP to a name, gets the double to close it out. Attacks have a round on the board, and what a time to do it in the 3rd with such an expensive buy coming in from KC. And the way it started, this kill from Jade really turns the tide.
Yeah, definitely. And Carmine Corp, I feel like that flying situation from Jade was really what they needed to get that round. And yeah, Casey was like, we have to push aside, but then there's Matrix you need to, open the side. She was blinded by the Omen utility on Ellie. It hits the side hard and fast, but Matrix will not be stopped. She's a force of nature. 3 kills just from the get-go.
Yeah, I love the peek coming in from Ellie outside garage, isolates onto Kuripura. So that in itself is great. You take the smokes off the board, but it's the answer from Casey. You have the stun coming in. You have Matrix just deciding, okay, do you know what? You've killed my teammate. I'm taking revenge. And not only does she take one, but she takes two. She takes a third as well. And then you're stuck in a situation where, well, Carmen Corp, they've just sped up so fast onto you. Roxy's even holding for garage door because she's aware of the possibility of a turret being smoked off. She's aware of that, the gap in the setup for KC. Holds it, gets a kill.
Oh yeah.
Gets a consolation kill really towards CT, and it's just fighting for her life just to save this weapon.
Yeah, Jade now being chased for whatever, you know. Casey, I'm at the last for words right now. They are so good with these side initiations, and even though Ellie did get the upper hand in the first blood in garage right there, it wasn't. It didn't really like follow up, because when you can't stop Matrix, this happens.
One enemy remains.
Yeah, it's the reactions to losing the first players. Do you know what? Fine, you can take the first kill. I'm gonna double it. I'm gonna triple it and give the pain right back towards you. And
Oh,
look at the
Ellie.
money on the side of Alton sides. They're coming in this with one
Matrix.
bulldog, and that's what gets the first kill. Matrix pops it up, but it doesn't do anything for her in that situation.
Oh.
Information from Ginger as well, but it doesn't matter for the side of KC. They're walking into the crossfire of Ginger and Blossy, but Glance cosplaying Matrix for the revenge in this round, picks up 3 for herself, all towards long. Information on the third, and also the final remaining player over towards window, spotted out by Roxy's utility. So they know exactly where these 2 remaining players are. Make it the last remaining player. There's possibilities now for them to progress on the flank, but also to go back towards CT, and that's what they're going to be aware of, and they're doubling up under hell.
Yeah, Ellie was kind of leaning more towards pushing for the flank, but she decided against it now. And 2 players in the same corner. This is tricky, but because they have so many corners to check here, and she's going slowly, tagged by the alarm bots, so swing out. It doesn't work. Roxy gets around once and for all.
Yeah, heroics were really needed from Ellie. They a guardian as well, so it would have to be 2 quick fire headshots. This initial engagement is great from Alton Attack, so they get the first and the second even, but it just goes back and talking about the hero plays that we were hoping to see from some of the Alton Attack players. Carmen Cup have that across the whole board. You've seen pop-off rounds from Roxy, from Matrix, from Glance, and specifically in that one there, a 3k for Glance, opening up the site and secures a safe plant.
Oh yeah, Harmony tries to get the ult point here. It will be denied, KC. Establish a presence here. But alternate attacks Ruby, they're kind of sitting comfortable in garage right now. They're expecting this to be a C-hit more. Maybe we'll be seeing a rotation in a few seconds.
Yeah, rotations are going to start to be colourful now, as you can see them heading over, specifically with the lockdown being invested. Not really much they can do to combat this. You were talking about Harmony wasn't able to get that ult up on long, which just further on, they have to give up, they have to concede the space to Carmen Corp. And well, we've seen what happens when they have to fight for the space, but now they've been given it, they can set up these crossfires, and they have plenty of time to do so. Kuripura is now tasked with the flank, so Ginger's going to have to be careful on it. Hunter through invested finally. Full glance, and she takes out the opposition saver, and it's back into this 3v3 situation. Flank is dealt with, and now all the players are left onto site.
Ooh.
Information from Roxy, the ping goes through, the peek comes in.
The fuse is not happening with Jade. Okay, good with this kill. And now 1v1 with Glance right now. The spike, can it be half? It is half. Jade, the swing out. Glance still forced to be dealt with. Jade, though, gets the upper hand in that fight. Finally, and is able to defuse the spike.
Yeah, lovely round from Jade. Triple kill for her, but it's also playing around the information on the spike. Sticks it to half, takes the peek. Well, and then Glance is in the situation, well, I know, she knows now that I'm not on the bomb. I have to tap it again. Instantly gets off and connects the shots. And yeah, heroics from both of these teams, really.
Come on.
That was a really good play by
This
Jade.
goes here.
And yeah, we're seeing
That goes
like
there.
so far that alternate attacks Ruby, they're able to come up with interesting plays here on Haven more so than they did in their own map pick, which is, you know, really refreshing to see. And yeah, Jade right now just going in and trying to contest this pressure that KC had established like in the previous round where they tried to deny Harmony's ult. So, but you can see that they're really quick on their feet and going in for this for C right now, which Ellie holds it off. Let's see. Oh, she misses that.
I think the issue as well is the fact that alternate attacks haven't actually been able to break any sort of economy for say KC, so they just keep buying. Roxy is able to get a double kill over towards Garage as well. Decent amount of damage done, along with Kuripo being hit by Harmony's ultimate. Again, it's the site that's been conceded to KC. Spike's going down. Roxy is aware of another player jumping towards to make that too, so information is gathered. Rolling Thunder at the ready for Nello.
Yeah, 3v3.
This is massive oversight.
Blossy.
Massive oversight from KC. Is able to pick up the first and picks up the second, so it comes down to a 1v1. Glance is able to get the trade. Sova v Sova, both low HP.
What happened? Excuse me?
My feed has stopped, but I think it's Glance that came out with the win and his 5 kills on the board for Carmine Core.
The game couldn't handle this pressure. Winter. But yeah, that was a major oversight on the side of KC and Blossy. Just 2 kills was so beautiful. And Glance, though, is really quick on her feet. Doesn't let the chance go a second time.
Yeah, I think Blossy's double kill is so impactful for the side of alternate attacks, but it's the fact that they weren't necessarily able to fully capitalize off it. They've gotten 2 kills for free. They're in that 1v1 situation, but Glance is able to isolate the 1v1s perfectly. And look at this rush coming out, but they can't rush out versus Neon Utility. Glance picks up the first. Matrix gets another 2 to a name. Ginger is able to get out and get a constellation kill really onto Glance there. No weapon recovered either.
My camera is destroyed.
And she's stuck in a corner.
Really unfortunate. She doesn't really know where these players are. And Harmony, meanwhile, trying to find some peaks here. Okay, catches Kurpia unattended, but okay, this flash play just works out in the end. And Matrix, 4 kills. Explosive. I mean, there isn't really much to point out about her playstyle other than fast and furious.
Yeah, and like I was saying, the Neon truly suits her and how well she's been able to capitalize on the utility set that Neon has. And how well alternate attacks aren't able to do with it. You can see this is, even though she's blind coming into it, pops the stun out, allows Glance to get the kill, and then is able to capitalize on it once the blind wears off. But you can see some sort of senses from Carmichael. Maybe they're getting a little bit too overzealous, overconfident. The gaps that they're leaving are beginning to get a little bit bigger. You could saw in the 7th round on Blossy's flank was able to pick up 2, an oversight from the side of Carmichael, but also in that round, a player was able to come out from CT, catches them off guard. It doesn't necessarily major round defining kills, but still, it's sort of the spaces that alternate attacks are being allowed to get in, and the oversight from Carmichael. So I think there's a little bit of overconfidence coming in a little bit, but it's definitely warranted because look at Glance. Glance is 15-3, Matrix 10-5, and I don't think there's anything that alternate attacks, except by a few hero rounds and clutches like the one coming in from Jade, it's been sort of the Carmichael show.
Yeah, definitely. And going into the 9th round here, I feel like these 3 ults that they have in hand should be used for good. Because if you can't stop KC right now, they're gonna just take off. And Matrix, you can see her just like causing all of these distractions in B. Meanwhile, her team makes her way in C, and she is not stopped. Never once contested. She's still alive, 10 HP. Still tells a tale.
Now it's alternate attacks that have the Rolling Thunder. Jade holding it ready for the retake. Spike goes down. And that's the calling card. That's the go signal for alternate attacks to flooding, but they're not going to find anyone towards site. And even with the smoke down on main, it's sort of guaranteed a safe passage out, and even a recon available in too. So if she can get this right on the bomb, there's going to be so much information that they're not on it, and they don't have to commit to some of these gunfights.
Oh yeah, the swing out to stop KC from spamming the bomb. But it's Jade right now with just 5 HP left. She tries to swing, but Nilo still kicking, still strong. I mean, KC have been managing this so good so far.
Yeah, and 7 on the board. Admittedly, on the T side, you can make the argument this is more of a defender-sided, more of an attacker-sided map, so alternate attacks aren't expected to necessarily run away with this half, but definitely wanting to get more on the board than 2. Coming into this, Harmony's the only one necessarily a weapon to really boast about, has a judge in hand, playing a solo, wanted to play towards down, over towards short, lock down that positioning. But that's not exactly where KC want to go. It seems to be is the issue that they want to handle. And while Nello's just handled Blossy into this round.
And the initiation is going to be happening. Matrix still trying to cause some noise over here, some distraction. Meanwhile, Harmony is noted by the turrets, but Casey is still quite strong on her feet, and Nilo spots her out. She's just still stuck in a corner. But Casey, they're gonna be fast right now.
Fast and, well, to the point of KC, all the way out onto C. Spike now getting planted, and they've already trained their eyes over to the possibilities of alternate attacks onto this retake. A little bit of traded shots going over towards Garrus, but Matrix finally connects onto Harmony. Drops the Sova player, and now it's a 3v5 for alternate attacks, and with a one-way on the bomb, it's getting increasingly more undurable for alternate attacks. The Cypher Cage isn't going to last forever. Stun comes through. Is able to get half before the kill comes out.
It's pandemonium.
Pandemonium is the correct word, but it's also an incredible half already for Karma Corp, and there's still 2 rounds left for them to be able to, well, have a say in it. They've got 8-2 already, which is great for them. But in regards to the economy for alternate attacks, this is sort of such an important round for them in regards to the ultimates, if they're able to invest some of that before you see sort of Karma Corp have, well, a monopoly over this, because Roxy's close to his Curie period, just recently used from the shadows, so not going to be relevant for the rest of this half. Well, they're talking about those ultimates and how dangerous they can be. Matrix proves my point. Harmony dropped, and well, if you want to look at some of these players, no one else is over towards A.
Yeah, and they have used Matrix as a distraction here, but alternate attacks, they're kind of predicting, because they saw the same playstyle a few rounds ago where Matrix caused a distraction and Casey entered C, and it's the right call right now. They are waiting for this. They take out the few kills, but it's a 2v2 situation as well in the end. Spike.
Well, they're going to be noted. Yeah, and Ellie's noted, and also Ross is know exactly where these 2 players are, so they can take the 2-on-1 over towards Plat, because they knew Ellie was on that flank. She had to destroy the Killjoy utility, and you can see the pings from Karma Corp as well. That long is the issue. Long is a problem. And well, Ellie is taking the long way around, hoping that KC overthink this and go back towards B or A, but that's not the decision. Now, Ellie's in a 1v2, completely disjointed from where this plant has gone down. And with the ultimates that's available for Roxy and Glance, there should be no way that Ellie can get back into it. And these steps are going to be huge. They know exactly where this play is coming from. And look at this crossfire. Contact play, and it's not even needed. Glance, bullet, straight to the dome of Ellie. And that's 9 on the board. And again, an opportunity for Casey to hit double digits in the first half.
Yeah, definitely. That was a really early call for rotation by Ellie, but when you're one player against 2 star players with KC, I mean, it's not really an easy situation. But yeah, I feel like alternate attacks Ruby, they were prepared for this. They knew that, you know, Matrix would be used as a distraction to enter C in the end, but it just doesn't work out. KC are so ready for these alternatives, these, you know, unpredictable circumstances. They were ready for alternatives to be ready for their attack, and you can see Glance just, you know, picking up these kills. There isn't really much to say about their playstyle.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that they had the right read, that it was a fake coming in from Matrix, they were stacking over towards C, but the trades were in place for alternate attacks, but it's the multi-kills coming in from what KC plays that were really round defining. Now, Ellie has information over towards Garrus that there's not necessarily anyone there, so the stack is going to be over towards A for the KC players. Rolling Thunder invested, it hits both of these players. Roxy capitalizes onto Harmony over towards Short. And Ellie, again, on this flank, wanting to get more root for her label than she did in the previous. But still, so much utility in favor of Carmine Corp. Hunter's Fury, again, available for Glance. Only benefit, you could say, is Kuriper and Roxy are both low. And Jay's got a name into the mix onto Matrix, but it's an immediate trade back from Kuri. And Blossy, stuck towards Heaven, noticed in this position, and even a lockdown to push it further into the corner, and it doesn't even matter. There's no chance for a third on the board in this half. Monopolizes round for KC.
Yeah, the fake TP does not work. And Ellie, I feel like, you know, a lot of times alternate attacks will be there, relying on her to go for the flank, and the alternate attacks, they love going for the flank, but it just doesn't work when Roxy has so much utility that is never broken and is watching the flank. So KC is hyper aware of, like, most of the times, you know, we saw them slip kind of like when they were in C and Ellie was, you know, kind of flanking from C along, but other than that, their play styles have been, you know, so ready for whatever, like, alternate attacks have been doing here.
And it is needed a pistol before you even talk about the
Ooh.
realms of a possibility for a comeback, but there's no chance for Ginger clutch in this one as Matrix already takes her off the board. The solo defender of A now getting pressured from long. Gets the first, fully stunned, gets out of dodge as well, and there's reinforcements to help in the back. As a survival smoke on site, and it does exactly that. Matrix survives and nets another kill. Nets a fourth actually, but no ace allowed. Jade shuts that down. 74 HP and 4 players of KC to contend with.
Matrix, she cannot be getting away with this. 4 kills with a sheriff to the pistol round? I mean, how to, like, what a way to mark the start of, like, such a reign, you know. She's giving a masterclass on Neon right now.
Yeah, we're talking about the round's possibility for a comeback. Especially when you're in such a deficit, you're 10-2 down, you need a pistol, and yeah, Matrix doesn't want to let that happen. Nearing the realms of the KD scoreline we're seeing Glance at, who, just for a reminder, is 22 and 3. She's averaging at least 2 kills, just under 2 kills a round, and has been pivotal in some of the clutches.
Yeah, and the smoke seems weirdly suspicious for Roxy, but alternate actually they're gonna be trying to get into the side with whatever weapons they have, but Roxy, a bulldog in hand, just alive and kicking. 4 kills. Okay, will she be able to get the ace is the question. Ginger is over towards the garage. It is once again denied, but Kirfuya doesn't let Ginger get too ahead. And 2-12, we're already at match point.
Yeah, alternate attacks might not necessarily be getting the rounds on the board, but they're definitely the ace deniers of this matchup.
Yeah.
There's been so many 4Ks, whether it's from Glance, Roxy, Matrix, even Nella in the previous map, but no ace yet, except Curry in the first. Curry is the only one to get an ace in this matchup, especially looking at the scoreline of Glance, 22 and 3, you're expecting at least 1 ace in there, but no, just 4Ks after 4Ks, and that's exactly what, well, Carmine Corp want to get done. Creeper does get the first, Matrix the second, and look at this stop. They've just completely monopolized this space over towards A main. and it's pushed alternate attack players well over into the Killjoy setup over Garage, B, and C long.
Careful now.
Yeah, they just do not stop. I mean, Roxy, they're so ready for whatever they're gonna do, and it seems like after Extra B, they want to end this on a B. But when Matrix has their ult online, there's not really much you can do, and KC closed that one out 2-0.
Yeah, and it's not just the 2-0, it's the fashion that they were able to do it, and it was a 13-0, and then, well, it's not much of an improvement going into that second map. And I just want to say I'm happy they got at least some rounds on the board. I hope the mentality coming into the second wasn't that affected by the first map. But yeah, you can see this. Matrix just about steals away the MVP from Glance and Roxy in a 20-9. But yeah, looking across the board, and yeah, Nello and Crew on 5 kills, so they didn't even get a chance really to see anyone, because you have Matrix running in, getting 3 kills. Glance cleans up in the clutches. Roxy gets the lurk kills. Well, Nello and Crew are in the middle of the pack. They don't even get a chance.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they told Kirpia, I mean, you can relax for this map. I got this, because Matrix, I mean, for so many rounds, there were so many kills where it was so essential for her to go and take, and we can see it in like just how flawlessly she took them. You saw on the A side, the 4th kills with the Sheriff. It was just unbelievable, the performance. 13-2. I mean, it seemed like even more impressive than what they did on Sunset.
Yeah, and you sort of see Carmine Corp finally on that attacking side. We saw them on the defense, and well, it was a 12-0. It's clinical on Sunset. Coming into this one, 11 rounds, they were able to get that plant down and 10 conversions. So losing 1 post plant and the other round being just straight up losing before even getting into that point, just up with the gunfights, is definitely good things to take away from this for KC. But not only that, they've qualified for playoffs. So KC and G2 have qualified for stage 3 playoffs, but on top of that, G2 have qualified to represent EMEA in Game Changers Championship in Berlin later this year.
Yeah, really exciting news. And we currently have an updated standings. So again, yeah, Carmen Corp have +2 diff. Meanwhile, I mean, nothing else really changes other than Alternate Extra. We just having the -4 scoreline. Really unfortunate start for them against KC. They really, I feel like, had the performance and had the, you know, strategic plan, but it didn't quite work against Carbuncle the way they wanted it to be.
Yeah, for sure. It wasn't necessarily executed to, well, the best of alternate attack abilities. We've seen them against other contending teams for playoffs, like NASA Ignite, was able to win in a 2-1 fashion against them. That's why you can see sort of this tiebreaker with the NASA odd one out and alternate attacks all with 1 win. But talking about the flawless ones, it is G2, and also topping the brackets in Group A. But Group B, we have Falcons, which is going to be the next matchup, and I'm excited for that one to watch and see how that one unfolds. It's going to be Falcons versus BBL, so I think you're excited about that one too, Saren.
I am really excited. I'll be watching very intently, and Echo and Zach will be casting that one. But just as we'll be watching, do you have any predictions on how that could go, Winter?
If you force my hand in to say if it's going to be a prediction, I think Falcons are going to come away with it in a 2-1 fashion. Maybe I want to say it's going to be a close series. And definitely, I love watching BBL, whether it was the old iteration when you had Vanya still playing for them, or in this newer one with a couple of roster changes coming in. So it's definitely going to be a good matchup, but I do think it's going to be in favor of Falcons. Do you have a different opinion?
I feel like I'm in a conundrum because, you know, I would normally say the same 2-1. I had the same thought, but last Saturday, BBL really surprised me. So I'm kind of, you know, hoping to see like more competition, maybe just like going to overtime. Sorry, Zach, but yeah, I do hope that we have like a really good competition. Turkish team against Turkish players. So it will be really interesting to see. I will be watching very intently.
Yeah, well, we've got that matchup coming up, and you said about Echo and Zach going to cast it, so I do hope it is a banger matchup for you guys to cast. That's it from us. It was a KC 2-0, and they've qualified to playoffs. They've set in stone what's going to happen over the next couple of weeks for the remainder, still having a chance to qualify to represent EMEA Game Changers further on in this year in the championship. But yeah, like I said, that's it from us. Have fun, enjoy the next matchup because it's going to be a banger, but go get a drink while we're waiting.
One enemy remaining. Long. Planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy spike down A.
Start. Okay. Delete it. Where is it?
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One. One enemy remaining.
Amateur.
One enemy remaining. Standing. One enemy remaining. That's done. One enemy standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy. Spike down. C. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Flawless.
And welcome back to VCT Game Changers EMEA. My name is Zobi, not Zach, joined here by the amazing Echo, though still to bring you the action for our second match of the day, Falcons Vega versus BBL Queens. Now, that was a quick first match, I'm not gonna lie. I was hoping to see a little bit more of a fight, but I saw all the tweets, and obviously, you know, G2 was rooting for KC, so things ended up kind of how they were going to shake up in order for certain teams to qualify. But speaking of qualification, Echo, I know you had some notes for BBL Queens versus Falcons Vega, but first, we got to cover the teams that are competing, right? BBL Queens first is going to be Jada, Felipa, Proxima, Alkia, and Owens. You know them, you love them. The Turkish Queens are here, and hopefully to stage, but you know, a little bit of a comeback here to maybe upset Falcons Vega, maybe the top seed for the group, especially after what was a surprising loss yesterday, Echo, that I got to be a part of.
Yeah, no, so the surprising loss that Falcons had yesterday, obviously that brings in a lot of storylines here today, but specifically for BBL Queens with this roster, obviously Jada, she only came in for this stage, right?
Yes.
She was odd one outside GL last split, so coming in now, she needs to show that she's still able to pull out what odd one out could do last split, which was still good, maybe not as much as they wanted, but now Jada, she's got to prove that she can do it here with BBL Queens and to see if she can make it all the way to GCC, just like they did last year in that stage 3.
Yeah, didn't qualify for points, and looks like it would have to be a similar storyline here. But their opponent that they have to get through today to keep that dream alive is going to be Falcons Vega, which is going to be Ava, Madvi, Mary, Sandra, and Toki. Now, we saw yesterday Mary having a little bit of a hard time getting online, or perhaps it was maybe just really, really good counters out the gate versus, you know, it really was, you know, Toki still fragging, and it really was just maybe like we said, a VOD review diff, just because there was no material on Haven or Abyss to go off of for that team for Heroic Valkyries. But regardless, today we will have a little bit more even grounds when we get over to our map picks and bans.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly the hope. But let's take a quick look at the standings because, like you said, obviously Falcons Vega currently top of their group, but they got beat out by Heroic Valkyries, who are currently right now right at the bottom. And BBL Queens, they're going to want to secure themselves this victory to get themselves into that 2-1 spot before their games for the rest of this, or their game later on this week. So there's quite a lot in it for this game because, as you can see, a lot of teams could end up on 2-2. Every team still could end up on 2-2 right now in this group. So it's getting dangerous out there.
Oh, for sure. And I think something Zach mentioned yesterday after the Heroic Valkyries game is that Heroic Valkyries, their round differential is going to be super, super hard to beat because they've had, a bunch of map 3s and then that 2-0, which is really, really strong against Falcons Vega. And so if BBL Queens loses today against Falcons Vega, I would say they are in that danger zone for sure. And they want to control their fate while they can, for sure.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But let's take a look at obviously the other side. G2 goes in with that win. They have, with Carmen Cup winning that, they have qualified, right? So they've made it. They are in GCC. They're confirmed for champions. Odd one out though, as well. They've managed to sneak themselves into qualification because of Alternate Attacks Ruby losing out there. So there's a lot going on here. Odd one out, they are in playoffs, and Jade Moire's storyline that she wants of being able to get to champs, it's still possible. But for this game here today, one of these teams, BBL Queens, they went to champs, as we kind of mentioned last year. They won stage 3 in this absolute upset over G2. No one was expecting it, and they went to champs. And yes, 5th, 6th, they were still very happy with that worldwide. But they have to do that again because their points are lacking right now.
Well, we saw yesterday that when a team has everything against them, that is exactly when they step up, i.e. Heroic Valkyrie. So we'll see if BBL Queens can do the same, but we have to see what that battleground is going to be for this epic comeback, this epic upset. And it looks like we are going to see Bind, we are going to see Icebox, and we are going to see Sunset if we make it the distance to that map 3. Now, Echo, I know you're the map pick and bans analyst, the mapologist that likes to analyze them. Was this what you were expecting, or what do you think this is gonna hold for us in terms of our series?
Yeah, so this is pretty much on par with what I was expecting. The Abyss ban, I think honestly, it might not be needed because Falcons Abyss, we saw it yesterday, it was hard countered, right? JT and Heroic Valkyries, they cooked up a lot of ante against that Abyss, and 1 day is a very short amount of time to turn around on it. So Falcons Vega, having that ban against them, they're probably feeling okay about it because it means that they can lean towards things like their Icebox, which last stage wasn't so good. It was very, very weak. This stage, let's hope they've cooked something up on it because, they can put Mary on the chamber, which at the end of the day, we've seen what Mary can do on that agent.
I don't think we're in the patch where it's buffed yet, but I wish we were, because then we could see them in full strength, just like we could have seen a full strength Astra yesterday on Abyss. But I agree with you. I think this is just BBL not wanting to play Abyss. And then also you mentioned, yes, Heroic Valkyries were able to piece it apart, but that also means that BBL Queens would have only had a day to analyze how Heroic Valkyries was playing that map. But then that opens up Bind as a pick for Falcons Vega. They are 7-1 on this map this season. Like, if there is a map to get their clean series kicked off, it is going to be Bind. And then if we make it to Icebox, I mean, that's a pretty strong, map, obviously, for BBL Queens, and a weaker one, though, for Falcons Vega. So it feels very coin flippy, and I could see this going the distance to Sunset.
And honestly, I really, really hope it does, because I don't know if you remember seeing what BBL Queens' Sunset comp was.
Yes.
But there was that Clove ISO Neon, and it's so much fun to see that. Having someone like Jada on the Clove, able to pop off the way we love. ISO and Neon as well, an interesting combination. Destroyed Heroic Valkyries, who obviously countered Falcons Vega. So, we've kind of got that triangle that we always get in esports of if this team is better than this team and this team is better than this team. I want to go to Sunset because it should be a matchup both of styles, but also just fragging potential.
Oh, for sure. And we are getting ready to jump into the game here soon. But before that, I mean, it's just going to be a battle between the Titans, right? Former champions and rising champions. Obviously, both of these squads have a lot going for them, have very great rosters. And we can talk about maybe a little bit more about Bind, because we're going into this map and we haven't actually seen this or sorry, they say for the side of Falcons Vega, they are running, you know, I feel like the kind of the go-to at the moment, right? The Raze, Gecko, Sky, Viper, and Brim. But what are you expecting from BBL Queens?
I mean, we saw some interesting stuff come out from BBL Queens, or from Jada, sorry, last split. We know that she likes to run very aggressive characters like that Clove. You know, they allow her the potential to go aggressive, to play together, and to work very well as a team. So I think there's a lot of potential there for some interesting picks like that. But also, you know, you want to put someone like Vens on a Cypher, on a Viper, to allow them that potential to lurk away from their utility. They look quite stuck down on agents like Killjoy. Giving them that Cypher or Viper, they can play how they want to. They can just go explore, get those kills on the low.
And I have just dived into the archives as well, Echo. And obviously, we talk about Jada being the difference between BBL Queens of the past and the BBL Queens now. But in the last stage, right, Falcons Vega is the team that eliminated BBL Queens from that lower bracket of playoffs, right? And that was on maps like Sunset and Vine with a clean 2-0, right? Well, I'll call it clean, but it did go to OT on Sunset. So we make it the distance, like we said, things are going to get spicy. But Vine was a 13-9, right? Victory favoring Falcons Vega. And the only real difference I will say in the composition was I think a Fade pick instead of a Sky pick. So what do you think is the difference and why we see, you know, Philippa still leaning into that Fade over maybe the Sky that Ava's likely to play?
Yeah, so like there's quite a lot of difference between that Sky and the Fade. The big piece that the Fade brings is the double Prowler, and when you're on the defensive side, it allows you to just re-clear so much more because you can throw one out in the early round, take some space, you've still got one for the post plant, or you can use both in the early round to get your rotations into the right position to flood retake, because we all know how awful it is to retake bind on B if you don't have that elbow control. Someone like the Fade allows you to retake it quickly, or to get yourself over there to hold it before the attackers can take it.
Makes sense. Well, I'll look forward to that coordination, you know, hopefully there between the Rays and the Fade, if it is going to be the agent comp that they go with these newer players, or Jada more likely in the mix. But we are having some players still loading into the lobby, so we are going to throw to a quick break. But when we come back, we are going to get kicked off on Bind between Falcons Vega and BBL Queens, where it is do or die for one of these teams, and the opportunity for Falcons Vega to extend their already kind of secured chances at Game Changers champions. So stick around. Back to VCT Game Changers Stage 3. We are back after that little extended tech pause to bring you our first map of Bind between Falcons Vega and BBL Queens. We talked about it before the break. We broke down the map picks and bans, but this is going to be Falcons Vega's map pick. And in my mind, Echo, I said they just need to win their map picks and settle this on Sunset, which was very close. I believe 12-14 loss favoring Falcons Vega the last time these two teams met.
Yeah, no, like it was very close. So yes, they might be happy, they might be comfortable going to that place, but it's still a risk, right? BBL, if they can win out on Bind, it does put Falcons Vega in the position where they've got to win 2 in a row. And Icebox, yes, maybe they can do that. Sunset, yes, maybe they've done it in the past. But the roster's changed, and I imagine the comps might have changed a little bit too. There's new coaches involved. There's a lot of changes and a lot of pieces moving about for both of these two teams since last stage. So there's so much that could happen. And honestly, one of the big points I want to be looking at here is the Sentinels, is how much of an impact these Sentinel players can have, because they're going to be switching agents probably on every single map. We're probably going to see them on Viper, them on, you know, something like a Killjoy, and then them on Cypher. So they're going across every single agent. It's going to be so difficult for them to continue on, keep changing, keep adjusting, and working with the team on each different agent.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't know, obviously, if they're, like you said, there's going to be a composition change, especially for Icebox for Falcons Vega, but last time they ran that, it was a double controller composition, and it was without a Viper as well. But that might have been just like them trying to avoid the repercussions of the Viper nerf, right, as well, versus maybe it's now more commonly accepted it could come back into their picks, into their composition. And I mean, like I said, they were 2 wins, 4 losses for this, like the recent stages since Mary joined. So I think that there's a chance they might try and freshen things up, try and change things to better that record and to stage this 2-0.
But crucially, if we do get to that, or we will be going to Icebox, BBL, I want to see if they're bringing out that ISO again, because we know what Mary's like with an operator when she's on that jet for Falcons. She's comfortable. She is hitting those operator shots. So the ISO is a perfect counter pick to the way that Falcons are going to want to be playing around Mary, right? You get that shield up, you tank that op shot, Mary has to dash away, and you've created so much space just by pressing E and walking in front of the op line, which you normally can't do. So that means that you can save that Sova drone for later on to clear sight itself, to clear the deeper lines of the operator, and it does go quite well. The ISO on the Icebox is not one of my favorite picks, but I like how it could work against Falcons who rely on Mary to hit those op shots.
Oh, for sure. We saw what the reliance on Mary caused yesterday in the game against Heroic Valkyries. Like, Mary was on an island a lot, it felt like, in some of these duels, and they were trusted to win out these 1v1s. And Mary, obviously a frag machine, nothing there, but it showed, because especially on the, I should say, attack half, if Mary died early in a confrontation, then it was really hard for them, it felt like, to pivot and re-execute into a site.
Yeah, no, and it's when you start to break down the team that little bit more that it can get really difficult for Falcons, and that's what I think we're going to have to rely on BBL, Jada, and the rest of the team to do, right? To get into sight, to try and take someone out, whether it's Mary or whether it's someone else like Vens, who is so clutch in those late round situations. They need to be looking to go in, taking down that Sentinel player, and then continuing on. Because like you said, as soon as they lose one or two people, Falcons do start to look a little bit lost.
Yeah, I mean, I just love this. I mean, yes, if we get to Sunset, we're probably going to see the Cypher picks, but I feel like for both Bind and Icebox, there is a world where we see no Sentinels across the board, which is always breaks my heart as a Sentinel main, but it is what it is, and these teams play it so well that you don't even notice it half the time. But Bind is one of those maps where we're kind of rearing up, ready to go, where the Viper is that pseudo-Sentinel pick of a choice, and I mean, it's for good reason. The way they're able to hold down the B site, or even just play A support, while your team can then hold off the toxic screen rotations over on the B site, those entry points, how it covers both hookah and garden so effectively. It's really hard to force through, and it really forces the timings. But we'll see now as we jump in Agent Select if they are going to go for that. And look at the change from BBL Queens. You're blessing my Sentinel loving heart by bringing back out the Cypher, and they've gone away from the Viper.
Yeah, so you talked about it. Some teams have moved away from the Viper sometimes on this map, and putting Vens onto the Cypher, well, yeah, she's incredibly good, incredibly comfortable. Yeah. The big thing I'm looking at here, though, is the Breach, and the Breach is a pick that we've seen go up and down in popularity. It's usually, a little bit of a surprise pick out there. You expect to see someone more like the Gecko, the Fade, or the Sky. But I like it, and it allows them to play a little bit more around trap plays, similar to kind of how we saw Fnatic playing the Astra. It works in a little bit of a similar way, where you're looking to trap those players, nade them, flash them, stun them, and then kill them before they can even get to sight.
Oh, for sure. So I'm going to be looking for maybe the coordination there with Alki and their ability to scale up then off of those satchels with those stuns, particularly on those execs into the B site. It ensures that kind of that punishment that I said off of the Viper utilities, particularly for B, isn't as viable because you can't swing those typical angles. So it definitely will help them, I think, on the attack half. How do you think, since they're starting on the defense, it's going to fare for them? I mean, more, I think, then leans towards the Cypher pick, right?
Yeah, with the Cypher pick, but also the Breach, right? Like, so as long as the Breach is positioned over towards kind of like around the B cubby side or in lamps, that stun can reach every single entry point, every single choke point. So you can still stun them up, stop them from reaching sight in that first place, get the rotations over, and fight. So in that way, you can look at it as the similar kind of stall that the Viper brings, just in a very different way. It's not a decay, it's not a vulnerable, it's just a stun. So I can definitely see it working, and setting up trap plays can be very good, but they've only got that one molly. They've only got that nade that's really able to work in those traps. So, if they'd had the Gecko instead of the Sky, then I could see that leaning into those trap plays a little bit more, because you've got the things like the Mosh. So I think it's definitely an interesting comp. The lack of kind of proper active info is a bit concerning, honestly, for both sides. But, BBL, they have, or Falcon, sorry, they have the Gecko, right? Which is slightly more precise than someone like the Sky.
At this point, we also talk about, now higher expectations on Jada. Like, yes, you have the cages with Cypher if Jada goes down, but that is your primary smoke. So you lose that, it's going to be a lot harder to re-pivot there. particularly on the attack half. But like we said, BBL Queens on the defense, Falcons Vega on the attack, and we are kicking off this pistol. Already anti-information smoke orb there from the Viper, just to wait out maybe a Sky Flash, but it's never going to come because of this 3-stack scaling through showers.
Yeah, going for the 1-4 setup. A few teams like this, and it can work very well because as soon as BBL realize there's nothing happening over towards A showers, they can start rotating on over. I'm expecting them to be looking for something, and there we go. They were spotted on this cam. The rotation is already coming over, but it might be a little bit too late for the site to be taken.
And now we get to see Wen's in action. Wingman, unfortunately, is not going to get destroyed off of that trap wire contact, and they're going to scale into the backside. They're going to force them to play a full retake here with the rest of their team. We talk about that breach here. It comes. Their other strong suit is this retake. And there it is. First blood drawn really late into the round by Philippa on to Mary. They are just taking names here on this retake, moving as a pack, other than Alkia, who's just doing their best to stay alive to hopefully put Ava on a tradable island, but they have gone around. They're trying to play for Thunder to be the one to strike here, and that dark cover is doing wonders.
Last player standing. One enemy
Ooh,
remaining.
10 HP. Ava.
Yeah. 1 versus 1. It all comes down to this, but she's just sticking
Not
it.
like
Jada.
this.
No, nah, she peeks into it. She takes it down. Ava, 10 HP. Just in time.
Whew. And what a close sequence of events already down to the wire on that pistol. And yeah, it really came into, yes, you had this duo fighting into elbow, but you had the entire team at first from the side of BBL Queens. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the 1v1 and the 3K from Ava. Heroics there, and even just like I said, after they found that frag, they were able to play time, so it was a consistent threat, so they couldn't solely focus on Sandra, who was playing there from Garden. But regardless, it is going to be Falcons Vega with their pistol with the buy-up. We'll see what this looks like. No real push play from BBL Queens, no surprise pop, even without these weapons.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting a little bit readable. You can see that Falcons are expecting something out of that A short position, which is where, teams are almost always, if they go and aggro on their recos, it's out of hookah, it's out of A short. No such luck this time around. Falcons, they can't play that trap into those positions. Instead, BBL, they're playing very passive and in a 3-2 split setup. So what they're looking for here is probably to get as much damage as possible as the site is being taken. You can see the stun being held by Philippa just in case any contact comes onto this cam. And they're going to be looking for kills off this trap.
There it is. The fault line lands, but the nade is going to bail them out alongside Mad V. And now they're going to follow up just as hard, hopefully catch them off guard with that worse weaponry instead, though. It's going to be the teleport play, but they're going to run right into Alkia. The lurk, though, from Toki is good to cut off any of these rotations. So as long as they get past Alkia, which is a 1-for-2, it's going to be a clean exec on to the A site. And they're not even going to need the plant to boot. That is going to be Falcons Day, keeping things clean, minus losing that one. I think it was a bulldog from Mary, but otherwise, they're cruising along so far.
Yeah, no, they are. And what I've really loved there from Mary from Falcons is everyone was aware that the trap was probably potentially happening on B if the cam is there. So Mary had the nade out and ready to stop the players who were coming off the back of that trap to get the kills. So there's really good awareness of what to expect when you're playing against this breach composition already from Falcons. And that makes me think this might be tilting into their favor a lot, despite the fact it's BBL's map pick. But for now, just some information. Proxima are going to be looking down long, but actually confirmed people are already there, so she can wait just a little bit. The flash is doubling up onto her, and she is flashed, but she's not taken down yet. She's going to fight this.
Unfortunately, it wasn't fast enough, and the anti-flash there from Ava is at least going to be able to arrest the team out from their own demise that they have found. And again, it feels like we've seen BBL Queens do a good job of holding down Garden and force them to tap into these rotations or potentially this lurk from Toki over towards Showers. That is, unless Sandra can open up Hookah as a viable route, they have to win this fight against Jada and Brimmy.
Oh, the timing.
They have a bigger player model, but they still are going to sneak by here. Not once, but twice, right under Jada's nose. And here comes the full rotation, the full commitment to the A site. They are going to leave Mary, though, to maybe sow the seeds of doubt.
Yeah, and she does. Oh wait, she doesn't actually get spotted by the Skydog, so she could pull everyone back over towards her. But no, the rotations would have come in. Mary needs to make noise to pull the rotations back towards B, but it's too late. So they're just going to get the spike down, but they're not really activating Mary until now. There we go. The TP, they come on through. Mary's already on site.
Yeah, but players from BBL hadn't fully vacated, and because of that, they're gonna hold their own and they're gonna fight for this. 19 seconds left. They have to make a move, and unfortunately, that is stalled out before they can even decide what to do. This is a bonus for them, so hopefully they're gonna be looking to take some of these weapons out of the hands of the BBL members. But Alkia and Felipa say no way. They are gonna keep this flawless, keep all of these Vandals moving forward, and that's gonna set them up for success now coming into this first true rifle round between Falcons Vega and BBL Queens.
Yeah, and the big difference going into this round is there's ultimates online now for these teams. For the attacking side of Falcons Vega, I think they've got Mad V's Thrash, the Shark, and I think there's another one on, or very, very close. Yeah, they've almost got Ava's Cabbages. I can't actually remember what the proper name is. Seekers, Cabbages, who knows? But the Sky Ultimate, they've got that online as well if they can look for that ult. Or, but they should be able to do it on the attack side. So these ultimates are so good for execing, and you can see there, there's these nerdy little lineups to try and take control of long as much as possible, and this pushes them out of Garden. Really good work, and now they've just got to follow the Thrash, take the site.
Oh, and they do have that Sky, so now they should be able to wallbang them into oblivion, but it's going to be the protection from Alkia onto Mary. We talked about it. When they fall early, things go awry, but for now, it is going to be Spike recovered. It is going to be that 1-for-1 trade on the detained Proxima. The higher tripwire, I love it, but Toki might be able to sneak right under that and sneak an A-plant for the side of Falcons Vega.
There's no rush on the round, though. Still a minute left to get that spike down. So what we really should be looking for is Toki to get as far forward as she can. There's no trips, there's no cam on site. So if she can continue this lurk, which she can get this eye onto CT. And then that allows her this space for the rest of the team to come on in on the back of the Seekers.
And I love how they supplement with the Seekers as well, just in case there weren't any nooks and crannies like U-Haul that weren't cleared out. So they can have confidence here fighting in the CT, and for good reason, a 1-for-1 trade, and that is huge there because that's the retake smoke's gone, but that isn't the showstopper, that isn't Alkia gone, and they are gonna spawn now, but the ropes over towards Shower, the TP maybe Q, drawing their attention, and that's gonna make this run crumble. Eva in the 1v2 though, and the flash is good. The swing to confirm that they are not on the spike. It clutched out the first round. Can they clutch it out again? And the answer is no. Wins this time, rewriting history and ensuring that BBL Queens will be able to tie us here on bind 2 apiece.
Yeah, and BBL needed that. They need to start to stabilize, and that is the perfect round to do it, right? They keep one rifle, they knock all of the rifles out of Falcons Vega's hands. They might be able to force up if they really want to, but it'll be light shields. So no, they're going to be going for the Deagle, for the Sheriff. And this detain was really good. That was from the round before, wasn't it? Oh no, that was from that round, sorry.
I know that round was so long it felt like a prior round, right?
They did.
I think that's something I want to praise Falcons Vega for is, I feel like compared to Abyss, I feel like once they lose Mary, they are having better pivots. They are having better late rounds. Maybe just the confidence, like that they can still close out. Because, I mean, it was clearly closing, even though that was a little bit of a fall short. But you talked about a force up, and it's not going to be, you know, rifles, light shields, but it's going to be stingers. Yeah,
an interesting buy and go rushing through Hookah as quick as possible is good, but this stall potential is incredible. They've got that paranoia, which you don't usually see on bind, and it just forces them away. They have to rotate back, and they pulled no rotations over from BBL. And
I love
the Breach is still holding this stun. Philippe has been holding this stun since the beginning of the round over towards B, just in case they dropped out, but now it can be used over towards A instead.
I love the Stinger Stimmy squad, but talked about the breach stun being used, but that's through the aftershock in conjunction with that trap wire contact to try and deny the spike plant, but it's still going to come through on the eco round, so that's a win in itself. Now they found a weapon upgrade as well. Eva doing wonders with this Stinger here. Maybe even giving them the chance of a Thrifty. Still a 3v4. They have the Orbital Strike online as well, which I think is why we want to see Sandra now make their way over towards long, but they feel like they're a little bit trapped maybe here in U-Haul.
And they play with the Stinger, nice up close and personal is where the gun's good, but the retake, it will come on through. BBL starting to push forward, but Mary, that shot in the dark, so good. And there's the Orbital Strike.
They're actually going to do it. Alkia in the 1v3. Mary, by enough time, just distracting in showers, allowing the rest of the team to scale up to go for this pinch play. So even if they get the frag, Alkia won't have time and will have to play for that saved rifle. What a thrifty force from Falcons Vega there. Just the trades very clean, buying down the timer, investing the ultimate when the time is right on an eco like that. Everything I love to see, to get rounds like these, to get pivotal rounds that you're gonna look back and be like, oh, that's when things went wrong.
Yeah, and like I say, investing the ultimate can be so powerful. But honestly, Mary there, being the lone person towards showers, was that final piece of that round to me. Her being able to go in relatively late. Everyone thought everyone's over towards U-Haul, over towards short, and then Mary peeks, gets one pick, runs away, pulls Alkia's attention away from that site, away from that U-Haul push, that retake, and that's what secures the round. The open strike is great. It forces them out into the open, yes, but Mary being pivotal there. And overall, yes, we've got a quick tech pause. We'll get this sorted as soon as possible, everyone. Don't worry. No more big delays from us. But now, we talked about ults and how big they were for Falcons Vega on quite a few rounds now. They've almost already got the Seekers back from Eva because she's just popping off so much. But now, BBL, they're getting most of theirs online. And these retakes are looking incredibly powerful with the Rolling Thunder. And if they can, combine that in with something along the lines of the Cypher ult to confirm the positions beforehand, even the Omen ult to kind of confirm the position of where you want that Rolling Thunder to be, these retakes are going to be looking very scary.
I will say, though, something else looking scary is the buy, right, from BBL Queens. Light shields across the boards. And if they lose this round, then yes, they're going to have the ultimates, but then they're not going to have the weapons to work with alongside them, which worries me because Falcons Vega feels like that if they win this round, they're ticking up to having a buy and those ultimates online in conjunction, right? They're one off from Showstopper. Like, I think that's one or two off from the pit. And I think that's what we also saw is Falcons Vega does a good job kind of sparingly using these and playing that uptick of the ult cycle very well. But we talked about it. That tech pause is going to be short and sweet. And now we are right back into the action. What could be another really pivotal round where BBL Queens could let that tie they worked hard to establish slip away if they lose up this force buy.
Yeah, no, and it is a huge swing round. Mary already able to get that showstopper just off the back of the boombot, off the back of the flash, which is being picked up again. So this is really huge. And you can see already Fleeper facing this way, getting ready with her utility. And the timing from Toki there, so good. Alkia just a little bit unfortunate to be moving across her way at just the wrong time. So now Hookah needs to be discovered. Is there anything over towards Sand? Do we need to pull rotations over to A? Or should we send someone like Vens, someone like Proxima back over there?
This is interesting. They're just clearing it themselves, not exhausting any utility. But they're not going to see anybody Fountain here either. My question is, will they follow through once they realize the dog contact's been made through Garden? Because this could be a huge flank play. They've cleared out Link. They haven't caught Toki off guard, but Sight now under Falcons Vega's control. Toki going for the long flank here as well, so might see Jada fall, yes, but that's going to be a worthy sacrifice because it's going to hopefully set Proxima up here to dismantle this post play. The Seekers online invested. Toki now back to the action, but unable to handle this threat, this thorn in their side just yet, but now the rest of the team, I love this. Focus. They don't care about the site being taken, and that because of that, the Rolling Thunder isn't also going to land because they're all off site.
Yeah, they're all off site, and the showstopper's huge! That's both! And something like that, something so simple, just pressing that X button for that raise, it shuts down the entirety of that breach shot that they worked so hard for. And yeah, like I said, that was a big swing around BBL. They're calling a timeout. They're down to an eco. And you can see as soon as people, as soon as they're losing their race player, as soon as they're losing Alkia, things are getting so much trickier for them. They have no follow-up to that breach utility, to the Sky utility.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why they took the time out because, like you said, that was kind of their last Grand Slam with a buy with those ultimates in conjunction, and they used both the Rolling Thunder and the Seekers because of that, and still didn't walk away with the round victory. I mean, I think the Seekers were great there because it would have helped hopefully pull the attention and direct that kind of Rolling Thunder, but just the speed in which Falcons Vegas scaled back towards Fountain to try and deal with Proxima, and it didn't have its full effect, other than maybe getting the spike to half. And I mean, I think there's a word where if the Showstopper only got one, they would have been able to get the spike maybe through that smoke, but doesn't work out in that favor. And like we said, now the buy is misaligned, and Falcons Vegas should be able to secure a fifth unless we see, we saw a Stinger thrifty. I mean, I'm not saying BBL Queens can't do the same.
And they absolutely could, but the one thing they have to be looking out for from Falcons Vega is the decisiveness. We've seen this. When they got stalled out of Hookah on their Stinger buy, they were decisive. They immediately ran over towards A, right before any rotations could get there. On that round, they were decisive. As soon as they realized that they had Proxima somehow somewhere behind them over towards Fountain, they ran down onto her as a team. And it's this decisiveness of Falcons Vega that is so difficult. And Madvi's calling, absolutely excellent. But we've got the Arcane Sheriff, this 50 buy. Eventually, on a Thrifty, you've got to push up short. Doesn't find anything immediate, but Jada does. Takes down the Viper.
That's a great way to kick off your Thrifty attempt here, but unfortunately that isn't a weapon that can be easily collected here. So still going to be reliance on Alkia. You mentioned reliance kind of even when they all have weapons, but they even more so now because they have that hero rifle here. On the A side, they don't necessarily want them to rotate because they want them to fight into this Vandal, but looks like they aren't going to get their wish here, perhaps, if Mary is able to find impact. But Spike is headed for now, maybe just for orb collection into showers. Here comes the fall off, the fall back, and I feel like it's been a good job as well from Falcons Vega not being too rash to commit to a site and being willing to openly rotate this much in this map so far.
Yeah, because they're lacking so much of that recall utility, they only have that one piece of information in terms of the Sky Flash. They do have to be careful with their rotations, and for now, the backside, this is going to get flushed out from the nade, so forced out into two, but the execute, it still gets one, and now it's just Fens on site.
Oh, and the fault line is good for the frag. You can see the follow-up hopefully onto the second trap wire, but it's just going to be chip damage. Hopefully their teammates can carry forward into conversion, but 3v3 here. It is just one body shot for Eva to fall here. I think that's why MyV's playing a little bit more forward, right? Because Sandra has an outlaw. They are the only one that can be in prime and ready fighting position here. But 7 bullets into the chamber. Jada, the wallbang shots connecting as well. Things are getting dicier with each passing moment. We talked about that paranoia. Well, it's going to scale up, not allow these players to hear where these repositions are. Outlaw shot's not going to land either, nor are the classic ones. They are trying to get away with a ninja defuse and a half, and they are the perfect bodyguard here and the perfect Thrifty just when BBL Queen needs it coming out of that timeout, and that is the insult to injury. Is Sandra falling as well after the round has concluded.
Yeah, and a Thrifty like that, it's going to build up your confidence. It's going to build up the bank behind your economy as well. But things like that is why you pick up Jada, right? She did incredible in Odd One Out with both her calling, but also her fragging there. So coming out here now, you can see why she's on this roster for BBL and why they think she is their best chance to push forward for Game Changers champs. Shot like that with the Sheriff. I want to see that on the global stage. She more than deserves it. But going into this round, it's relatively even across the board. Couple of ultimates, but the biggest, most powerful ultimates are online for the attack side of Falcons Vega. So we need to be looking out for those combinations that we've seen before. Using that Thrash, using those Seekers. And honestly, I'm very surprised we haven't seen Toki's ult put out yet, because she's had it for a while.
It's because she's been this lurk player every round. But this round again, Mary, the first blood here. Trying to get that trade back, but the more proactive trap wire preventing that here for now. I mentioned Falcons Vega has improved on their ability to bounce back after losing that entry duelist, and mentioned these big ultimates. That could be their key back in, or the key is the Toki lurk, right? They can get onto A, they can put that pit up, but with this teleport and the reinforcements now here in shower, they are expecting this rotation to the A site.
Yeah, they are, but that should have been noted by Falcons Vega. I think they think it's a fake. They think that, there's actually only 2 over towards A, and that, that TP was used to try and bait out those rotations, but now it will all be revealed. The Seekers are out, and the site execute is coming on through the Thrash, looking for something, but I don't think it finds much, but Toki could, and she does. Clears out Philippa, and this site is now wide open.
There it is, the contemplation about the commitment of that Viper's pit here. Spike, denial for now. Now, trying to get the plant down. Nice security from those extra mollies of the Viper. And there it is, the pit. Not reliant, not knowing how many players are in showers at the moment. They want that extra layer of security. And for good reason, because the BBL players are already knocking on their doors. But this is the benefit of the get-go. Recollected and here to rear its head again. And just the information that there's 2 backside is huge here, because it now allows Sandra to try and take these frags. Toki, the pit's down. They're all busted out. And this is just now gonna read then into the wraparound. And I mean, you gotta finish the job wins though, because MadV winning that duel out means Alkia is now sandwiched between 2 players, 180-degree angle, and they are just gonna play it on the clock or the wide swing, and that is a rough situation to get out of.
Yeah, you got to feel bad for Alkia in that situation. She's being played with, and that time, it just feels so awkward when you've got to keep doing those 180s. And we've seen players hit them, right? We've seen situations where that's gone against them, but this first pick from Vens was perfect. Just to shut down that push, force them elsewhere. And Falcons Vega, they're looking really good when they are able to stabilize now. And this stabilization is what was missing yesterday against Heroic, right? As soon as they lost one, they weren't able to stabilize, establish themselves into a good position and take the advantage from there. They're doing that now, and they're doing it perfectly off the back of Toki's lurks.
I agree. I think that's something that we didn't really see was as heavy of lurk plays against Heroic Valkyries. Or that was because of the map select. I mean, I think we saw some lurks on Haven, but now to see, I want to see those changes from BBL Queens, a way to handle Toki, because they should know it's happening at this point. Like dedicate a player into U-Haul, or maybe get aggressive A main early on if you see signs of B, and this is a sign of B. The Tasmanian Tiger already diving in. This is another thirsty round attempt from BBL Queens. We saw how the last went.
Yeah, it went into their favor now. If Falcons choose to push this, because they see the Cypher, they have to decide, is this going to be a stack over here with the Cypher, or is this just the Cypher in a 1-4 like we saw on that first pistol buy? But Toki, again, able to find so much value, pushing all the way up into short cubby on her next rotation of Toxin. She's probably going to keep on pushing forward, but nothing found with this spam. Still 4 over here. I think they've sussed it out. Toki's lurk has just found everything again. So much value from this Viper.
I mean, Jada looked like they might have tried to get ahead of things here, but that got smoke there in heaven from the Brimstone to prevent that for altogether. And now they're even already preventing the retake or forcing it to be at a disadvantage. Toki had impact at the macro level, and now they're adding it at the micro level. Ace potential stolen away, but they are hunting down at least the 4K clip, and they are going to finish that job to give the Flawless, the Andaluvia Flawless, over to Falcons Vega, and also give them that safety net of that 6th round.
Yeah, that 6th round. The worst case now is even at the end of the half. And now they have that money, right? And now even if they lose 2, they should be able to keep buying, so they can try and look for that 7th in the worst case scenario. So this is looking really good on the attacker side for Falcons Vega. The big thing now, though, is they need to start building up towards more ultimates. So I want to start to see the plants. I want to start to see the ultimates being taken by Sandra, because we saw the power of that orbital strike early on. They need to keep looking for that. On the other side, though, Alkia, another showstopper online. But these initiators, they're not getting their ults. And yes, Jada, incredible frag, securing rounds. But that Open ult, it's not being used, and it's not as powerful, not as impactful as something like the Seekers, as something like that Rolling Thunder. So we need to start to see reallocation of these orbs over towards those big, powerful initiator ultimates. But now, an A split, Toki not being able to lurk, but Mary's just dashing in herself anyway.
Now the Trapwire has been destroyed. They get the jump on Wens at the picture-perfect time. Algia trying to eliminate them, like I said, trying to handle Toki, but they just scale up instead. And there isn't a punishment from Felipa here triple either, which is what stands out to me more because of this trap play between the Aftershock and the Paint Shield. But that's 2 pieces of utility to deal with 1 person. You have 4 players you still have to locate and deal with on this retake. Look at the rewrap through showers as well.
The double rewrap. Alkia's going to have to deal with this solo, and it's so tricky. It's not even possible for her to do, and it's just no chance for a ninja defuse. Jada forced to fight for her life. Try and fight for this 4th round on the board for her team, but it's so tricky. A nade, a molly, a peek. She knows Ever's going to peek into her at any moment. She can sense it coming. We can't get the kill. And that's a 7th round on the board for Falcons Vega. They're feeling comfortable, and they even keep most of their guns.
Even insane there. Even Toki just being able to find Wens, that they opened up the speed in which they were able to flood through a short without worry as well. Hey, I like the rewrap too. Like all of this at the calling level of Falcons Vega is working out very well. Like the micro level BBL Queens is doing nice. We've seen a few close to ninja diffuses, and I liked that little play to clear out bench as well. But at this point, it feels like it's slipped. I mean, it's another save round. They're looking probably at an 8-3.
They've got that Bucky on Ven, so who knows over there. But for now, Mary, yeah, she does get shut down, but the trade does come through. Madvi always there, backing up her duelist. And that's what's so good about this team is, they're calling, their macro is incredible right now. But so are the fundamentals. So is the teamwork that is so crucial on maps like this. But again, Toki able to get so much value from this lurk. But there's a Bucky lurking around that corner. So yeah, she TP, she backs off. The paranoia scares her away. And that was obviously leaning towards B, where Felipe is with this Bulldog.
the heaviest weapon in the arsenal for BBL Queens this round. It is dropped on a dime. Interestingly enough, they expect the tradability there from Proxima and also are going to disengage. That's weapon collected here. Maybe they can flip their attention towards Garden now that they've seen that sand is pretty much clear. Oh, they got to clear out this corner though, Toki! Perfect on the timing, and they are just piecing apart player after player. And while they know the Omen was on A because of that paranoia, like you mentioned with Toki on the teleport, not quite sure they pieced together that it was somebody swinging off of the paranoia. So they are worried about a flank potential here still. Or maybe just protecting that weapon.
Honestly, both is important at this point, right? You want to make sure you're not giving any advantage to BBL. It's the whole boot on the neck theory of just you keep going, you keep putting as much pressure as you can, and Toki looking to take that to their faces. And yeah, Sandra might find one, does get traded by Jada. Another sheriff shot on the board for the IGL of BBL Queens, but even if she finds more, she can't find this round. It's pretty much done and dusted at this point. Toki cleans it up. And again, another Viper's Pit online. Because of these lurks, because of the kills, the timings that she has, her intuition is just perfection. And this Viper's Pit, along with the 3 other ultimates online, this could win them the round because Fleepa's not put hers up.
And I feel like that's something else we kind of... I feel like we've accepted Toki on their new role, right? But I feel like their previous kind of background as a duelist makes them that strong as a lurk player, right? They're used to being that solo entry, playing these solo duels and winning them out. So they have the high mechanics to back up this kind of playstyle, this kind of approach. And finally, back to rifle on rifle round. But the ultimates, again, like I mentioned, are in the favor of Falcons Vega. They did an amazing job managing these to always have the advantage. And speaking of advantage, Mary trying to go for the early extension in the A site really hasn't gotten rid of any of the Cypher utility, but it's going to be now Mad V instead to expand their dominion off of that. I was going to say that Thrash, but quick thinking Aftershock, quick thinking Orbital Strike. All the ults are suddenly gone except for the pit.
Yeah, as long as they can get this pit down, I think that's okay, but they did use them very early, so they have to hold onto the site. And there we go. Mary opens it up with a beautiful shot to allow Toki towards site to get this Viper's Pit down. The spike's going to go down, and now it's a 3 versus 5 retake. Make that a 3 versus 4, but they can go in quick.
Oh, and I was going to say, I praise them for the patience of letting Toki scale up and clear out showers methodically, but now they're not going to be able to get the pit down likely. BBL Queen's already up close and personal. Toki yet to cross over from showers. Since that just has to play it off site, and look at this, BBL Queen's not kind of buy into that, let's stick the spike. They're instead just leaning into that frags, looking for these last few players. People one off from Rolling Thunder, but unfortunately not going to live to see it utilized in this half. And last one, talked about Jada and their ability to close, but they are in a similar situation to what Alkio was a few rounds prior. A lethal sandwich, and that is going to be the 9-3 curse sprung upon BBL Queens.
Switching sides.
And yeah, Falcons, they're feeling good. Yes, it's the 9-3 curse, but winning 5 in a row there, right towards the end of that half, it's going to be feeling so good for them. And going into this, their defense, they have the standard comp for Bind, right? Yes, maybe we could see a switch up in, you know, the Gecko for something else, the Sky for something else. But overall, the standard comp is going to play pretty standard. And they have that information for the reclears. The BBL didn't, right? There's no Prowlers, maybe, but they have that Gecko, you know, the info cycle on the Dizzy that they can keep refreshing wherever they want to. So they're going to have to keep managing their rotations with that and with these Sky Flashes that everyone's been so good at so far in the first half. But this round, it's another 1-4. The teams love to do this. Oh, and actually the immediate TP from Adva. I like this. Pushing out quickly to go join with the Viper over towards B.
Ooh. And look at this. I mentioned dealing with that lurk player out the gate. I wanted to see them do that against Toki, and Falcons Vega says, all right, we'll do that against Wens. Fortunately, the deagle shot means they lose Mary here for BBL Queens, at least in their favor, but they've yet to really scale up successfully over towards B, especially when the Dizzy is able to neutralize the effects of that fall line, and now the Wingman's able to neutralize the effects of the paranoia, but maybe overstepping their bounds here with this swing can allow BBL to bounce right back and take over this B site. Ava, back side though, gets the proper timing and sneaks away unpunished.
Last player standing.
Temporarily.
Yeah, unpunished temporarily. The round going to Falcons, or to BBL, sorry, there, because Falcons Vega, they were trying to play like utility attrition there, right? You talked about how they were countering utility with utility, trying to slow everything down as much as possible and pull out all the utility before BBL could get onto site. But they took that a little bit too far, and they fought with their lives against 4 people when you've only got 2 there, and it's just putting yourself into that little bit too of a risky spot. They want to be playing that slightly further back, still going through that utility attrition. They've still got that Gecko, who's going to be really good at pulling out those Sky Flashes, pulling out these stuns from Philippa. But they just need to play a little bit safer, play their lives, and allow themselves the time to go for that. Play these much, much longer rounds. But for BBL, a really good round going for the Ghost onto Vens. We've seen what she can do with the Ghost, seen what she can do with the Sheriff. I don't doubt she'll find something here, but the start leaning over towards B yet again, and they found so much space.
Not as much confidence there with the duels. Maybe just trying to play for Toki, who's tucked away here. They do get some dinks on the classic that Madvy's gonna try and finish off, or Mary is with that Marshall, but none of the shots are going to align. David doesn't even get a chance to swing because of how deep Alkia was through elbow. Near flawless from BBL Queens, and this gap is starting to close if Falcons Vega cannot use this rifle round to convert.
Yeah, and they need to convert this, because this is how the 9-3 curse happens, right?
Yeah.
Is if you don't convert onto, you know, countering the bonus, if you allow that bonus to be converted, that's how the 9-3 curse happens. You're suddenly so much closer, and you have to fight back against that momentum shift, which is so, so difficult to do. But BBL, they've got a lot to be able to get there. They've got a lot to do. They've brought up full shields, so they are truly fighting for it on this round. And it looks like to start with just a hard exec over towards A.
A nice paranoia here. Sandra as well forced off the angle, forcing to expend that stimmy, and they are trying to go back alone here and think better of it, thinking, all right, let's not lose this weapon, let's not lose this U-Haul control. Just a stalemate here. Rotations have come through, but the noise cut. They're hoping that some of them will leave.
Yeah, just trying to bait someone back over towards that B site. And yeah, Toki, she's moved over there, but we've seen what she can do alone. She's more than happy to hold that site alone, and they've got the information, they've got the reclay potential if they can use this Tasmanian Tiger, this Skydog, to find out what's on the A site. So all they're doing is waiting for the right time for Falcons to do that before they pull any more rotations over.
Also might be waiting for maybe the breach utility to regenerate here so they can fight into U-Haul or fight towards triple. I would be scared of it for the rotate, but yeah, here it comes. Like I said, joint coordination here off of the Skydog. Great chip damage, great fault line. All to scale up their site control, but I mentioned the re-clear from the dog here. It's going to confirm that this is 3 players out on site. That is he not able to connect either. The trades will from Madv so far. Look at how low HP Madv is and Sandra are. Toki's gonna have a lot of weight to pick up, and they've position's been compromised by teleporting.
Rough situation. They've still got the wingman for the plant if they can get towards it, and they've still got that one more smoke. Yeah, there we go. Smoke on the plant. Wingman taken down. Proxima, good timing. 3 versus 2. The bonus here could be converted.
Yeah, Sandra's out for the save. 27 HP, no utility. That is how the 9-3 curse happens. I'm gonna quote you there, Echo. Whew. It's gonna be dicey if we see this continue. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a Falcons Vega timeout. I mean, they have 2 because of their success in the first half. Something's clearly going wrong here with how slow BBL is taking these site executes. Actually, I should say, I don't even want to say how slow, because they went from really, really fast on the pistol to then kind of snail's pace there on their bonus, and it worked.
Yeah, and this is Jada's IGL calling, right? She likes to switch it up, to play around with the timings that people come to expect. Bind, it's a map people have been playing for a very long time. Yes, there's been minor changes and the compositions have changed a little bit, but the macro still plays well. So this allows Jada to really play with how people are going to be on the defense, to pull the rotations, to bait them into thinking no one's there, and then to burst out. But again, we're seeing the exact same thing that Falcons did on their attack side against the Thrifty from BBL. Hold short. And this is essentially the objective so early on in these 50s, because you expect them to just run down short, look for as many picks as possible, and, you know, no such thing happening. But this reclay, this Sky Flash, spots out Jada. No blind, but it's a spot, so they know someone's over there. And immediately that pulls back the Gecko and the Viper back towards the B site, because that could be a lurk, but also it could mean an execute. So we need to start to regroup, leave Toki alone.
Oh no.
Oh, and the spot onto Mary. Almost a kill from Alkia, which is really good, but this should now be a B site execute, and the stack is still on A.
Toki gonna try and play. I was gonna say trigger discipline, but they've instead scaled up off of that poison orb here. Playing for the frag and teleport to get out of dodge if they are able to find success. Unfortunately, though, the angle cleared. And now this is the mad dash from Falcons. They got to get back over to the B site. No teleport plays, no nothing. It's just going to be all these players trying to funnel in through CT. Maybe elbow. There is that hero rifle for Ava.
30 seconds.
But they are ahead of the rest of their squad.
Yeah, and the paranoia pushed her back as well. 9 HP, the cage just forces her to wait, to play patient, wait for her team. But that's actually not bad for her, right? She can get the trades off of them. She can now bait her team, essentially, because she's got the hero rifle. Drop it over to Mad because of her low HP. And Ven's solo holding against Selva push yet. Choosing to back off, waste that time a little bit, and Jada there to pick it up. Alkia on CT, and it's now just Sandra. She can pick up that rifle. We've got the right gun buddy on it as well, but I don't think that's going to help her take down all 5. Not with the time remaining.
This was, I say, so I don't want to carry that hero rifle into another round, but flawlessly, BBL Queen's now only 2 rounds away from tying things up. Like I said, I was surprised we didn't see the Falcons make a timeout last round, and we have yet to see one here, so maybe hoping that was just a fluke. But I will point out that even though they weren't able to get frags there, the death of Eva and Mad V mean we do get those Seekers and this Thrash online. So maybe this is what Falcons Vega was waiting on, right? If they can't convert off of weapons and the ultimates, that's when they hit the panic button.
Yeah, like you say, they've got those ults, and we saw how good they can be before, right? They were very impactful. Falcons Vega, they're really good at building up this ult cycle. They might use these ults to try and convert this round, then build up towards the showstopper, build up towards that orbital strike. But BBL immediately using their Seekers off of Proxima to identify where everyone is. They don't want to walk into a stack. They want to force this round because it's such a swing round for Falcons.
For sure. Now, great delay utility here so that they can't find full impact. But I mean, when you can double satchel over it like Alkia can, there's going to be disrespect shown and the B site taken regardless. But a difference here is how many players are already over towards the B site. 4 here for Falcons Vega. The difference as well, the 3-stack fighting into elbow. The preparation for Mavi and Toki. No solo swings like we saw prior. They're going to try and go for the Thrash counterplay, and it is going to work out for now. Proxima, though, able to get out. The Rolling Thunder comes out off of the plant, though, from Philippa, and all this is just them getting better post-plant positions.
Yeah, I mean, it was pulled up off of the plant, getting the plant to Philippa there to get the Rolling Thunder. It was so good, but Ava solo scaling through the back of sight is going to be so useful, so dangerous for them. Everyone's trapped in this cubby, and it all comes down to Vens. How did it get to this point?
Right on a spy cam for the wallbang shots, and rightfully so. Spy cam still not destroyed. Player sticking, they know exactly where they should be. Unfortunately, getting off at the right time. Very good for the trade on to Ava. And while it is messy, it gets the job done. It gets Falcons Vega to double digits, and hopefully out of this slump they found themselves in the second half.
Yeah, no, and they needed that round, and it pulled out a lot of ultimates, right? Because BBL, they wanted to confirm that round because it was such a swing round. They want to put Falcons Vega onto as far back a seat as they can. They didn't manage to, and that actually now puts BBL in a really tricky spot where they need to build up towards their own second cycle of ultimates. Because Vens, although playing this extremely well, didn't play it well enough, wasn't expecting Mary to swing off of the back of that, expecting her to stick, and Falcons, they won the round, but they've still got a pretty bad buy. 2 Guardians and a Judge here on the defensive side. We've seen what Judges can do on Bind. We know that it's still a pretty good ult, or it's a pretty good gun, but it's not a rifle, right? As soon as those long-range fights come in, that shotgun, not going to pick up the slack.
Yeah, it's truly just a hard counter for, you know, if Alkia goes double satcheling into U-Haul, or if a lurking Wens decides to scale up there, but none of those are going to follow suit because look at the scale down through B. Barry spotted out. They might not go for the re-clear of Mad V, but they don't know if that's going to find it out regardless. And this is when they know that they can press the go button here, perhaps on to the A site. Falcons Vega tried to stage it as if they were rotating off of the site, but the re-clear from Tiger. Oh, friendly fire!
And yeah, that was just really good. The combo again to be able to get this spike down. But Madvi scaling up ahead of it, pushing as far forward as she can. She's got the breach, or the brim, sorry, over there. But the showstopper takes her down. IGL put back in through the respawn time, and it's just down to Sandra again. She can't save. It's only a Guardian, so she gets peeked into. BBL yet again with a round. Falcons Vega, they've got 1 in this half. They only need 3 more, but BBL, they are closing the gap so quickly.
It felt like that proactivity really getting punished here. This moment from Wenz, especially with the neural theft being online as a result, it was perfect for these later round calls from BBL. And then, like you said, the ability to hold their own. And well, I wanted to see a little bit maybe earlier of a timeout for Falcons Vega. Here it comes, 10-8. I mean, save the second one for a rainy day, aka when they might be staring down, losing their lead, or maybe even the possibility of an overtime. But what do you think they are talking about? Because I feel like they have been changing things round after round between rounds. It's just nothing is working.
Yeah, what they need to find now is a way to stabilize themselves, and they've got good ultimates for it, right? This is an eco, but if you drop that Viper's Pit, then it puts people into a situation where they don't have the utility because they've got that breach. They don't have that additional proxy utility to go, something with the Fade Prowlers. They don't have any ultimates now because they've used them all. So that Viper's Pit can completely neutralize one area of the map. What I'm expecting now is what area they want to neutralize. If they're going to look to use Mary's Showstopper to secure the round, which I think that they need to do to start to put a dent into the economy of BBL Queens, and then the rounds after that, how are they going to start to play around this breach utility? Because that's what's really shutting them down. People are getting stunned. People are getting aftershocked off of angles that they're not used to. And then BBL are finding the timings off of the back of that utility. So Falcons Vega, finding out what pieces of those breach utilities damaging them, and what is that Viper's Pit?
There.
Someone scribbled the crayon all the way down sand. That is disgusting. That's a really nice one. I love it.
I'm wondering if it was intentional, or if they just wanted it in you all. Or sorry,
That's
in
got to
Hookah.
be a lineup.
Well, we may never know because the round's basically over before it gets started. We talked about how BBL Queens has been ready round after round for that eco play of A aggression, and this time Alkia finally gets to put that preparation to good use. A site taken in tow, the anchor provided by the Viper's Pit nullified. Now they're on the flank here, trying to tap in on that potential of a flank. They've gotten past the spy cam, I believe.
But she should be heard about now. Yeah, that jump is going to be heard by Venz. She's already watching the angle. The jump, he did spot her. But it's still a classic. And yeah, the classic is no match. Alki is ace denied just in the last second of that. And BBL, they played around that ace shot again. Because, like I've said before, teams love going for that on their ecos. And it's rounds like that where I'm thinking, if you're investing the Viper's Pit, I want to see something different, something special, not just going aggressive. Because you've got sheriffs, you're not going to force the enemy team into the Viper's Pit because they have the better guns. They're more than happy to fight you in that little choke. So it just puts you into this really awkward situation where now the Viper's Pit's been used, building up towards another one of them. It's Toki, so yes, definitely possible. But still, you can't play off of that now. So the only ultimates online, Mary's, that Showstopper, and they've got to start to build up towards this Orbital Strike as well for Sandra.
And Maddie farming the orb here again towards long off that poison cloud. And then they fall off. And so this utility not really able to find much here. Toki playing a little bit more in the danger zone. Oh, the shots, expecting to see that pay off. But Madvi with the reposition here into Hookah. I was hoping they would be able to spot out Wenz here. But all they're going to hear perhaps maybe would be the runaway long if they decide to fall off. But everyone holding their ground for now. Again, the stalemate that we saw over on the A site that denies information sows the seeds of doubt in Falcons Vega, so that then they start over-rotating, then they start over-positioning, over-provisioning too.
Yeah, and it's all down to Venz. If she can find something on this lurk, she's now activating. She's pulling utility out of that brimstone. That smoke is really good. Mary just reclearing, making sure everything's clear over towards B. But you can see the rotations haven't been pulled over. And actually, if anything, Ava, she's more aware that she can start to rotate towards B because that might just be the Cypher. The Tiger going to reclear out towards Showers. And immediately, the push is stopped. The push is halted and the Showstopper finds nothing. And now they've just left Proxima in this really awkward spot towards Garden. But Venz has been lurking up this whole time. And Proxima finds Madvi. That little late TP. And somehow BBL, they found such a good position with that stall.
I really hoped Ava was going to sneak through and try and deny the spike plant, but Dark River not deep enough, and now they have to play the disadvantaged retake 3v4. There, teleportation late, and it's just solo fight after solo fight that they are going to win out. Wenz, Hookah, Mary with the stick with the bodyguard, and unfortunately, it's going to be stuck all the way through before Mary gets off the spike and finishes off the job. Falcons Vegas tweaking through one round at a time.
And you can see where that timeout came in here, right? That reclear over towards Hookah, it gave them so much information that yes, there's people over towards long, but that doesn't mean anything. Don't come over here, because we have that position over towards Hookah. We have so much information. We can stop the push because, you know, we know Toki is a goddess. She's able to hit those shots.
They are standing.
And then the showstopper comes in, confirms that they're heading out towards his TP, towards A. And then the retake, so clean. It came down to a little bit of a clutch situation, a little bit close for comfort. But still, Falcons are happy. And this has pulled the last timeout from BBL already. They've still got 4 more rounds to win. This timeout has to be calling ready for all of them, and the potential counter timeout from Falcons Vega later on.
Well, I mean, if Falcons Vega takes time out later on, then it gives them that opportunity to rethink their strategy, which is a silver lining and probably something they are depending on, right? They're like, all right, let's use this timeout, get through these next 2 rounds, and when it's 11-11, Falcons Vega likely will pop their last timeout, right? Because then they're in the danger of a 13-11 conversion, being robbed of OT, robbed of their map pick. But again, we'll have to see their economy can get that far. Hopefully the early round success, right? Those 4 rounds in a row is enough to keep the economy healthy. I mean, it's healthy for now, right? They have at least another buy, maybe 2 in the tank after this. Versus it still hasn't stabilized for Falcons Vega. They lose this round, they're back to a save.
Yeah. This is a very important round, and that's partly why BBL are looking for this timeout, right? Is because they're calling for those swing rounds. And the coaches, they want to come in, bring in the ideas for this round to get themselves up to 10. That should secure the 11th. And like you said, that should be where Falcons Vega call the timeout, and they can come back in. But for now, just farming up these ult orbs. And it's good. You want to build up towards all of these because we've seen them swing the rounds so heavily so far on this map. But for now, just it's again that really slow play. BBL, they're expecting Falcons to go aggressive with their reclears because they've got the utility to do it. They've got the Sky, they've got the Gecko. They can aggressively reclear if they want to. But they're not. They're playing back. They're playing passive to anchor on these sites and to play for the retakes, which it's where their comp shines, and they've got Sandra's Orbital Strike for those retakes specifically.
And Eva and Mevi are also one-off, so they want them to hopefully just find those frags while they're retaking and then leverage those ults as well. So I think that's why we don't see that aggression, maybe. But I will say, Advi and Toki did a good job anchoring this site. See if they can do it here again. 30 seconds left. Paint shell out, but no follow through. Dizzy as well, just to isolate these players. And there it is, that vulnerability I mentioned. But the bomb bot hunting Madvi down, forcing the disrespect, forcing Ava to take the fight in their stead and lose their life. Here comes the orbital strike. 15 seconds left. Not enough to fully deny the spike plant. With the control Jada has over elbow, it means that they can have safe procurement of at least a post plant. 3v4 here. Madvi expecting that trademarked aggression through elbow at this point from BBL Queens, but Jada, passive hold. Hoping they can squeak away with 1 when the double swing comes through. The wallbang shot. Good on to Mary.
Some good damage, but they need more than that, and they need to start to speed up this retake as well. They're running out of people. They're running out of time. And now it's only 2 left. A Vandal and a Judge, not exactly what you want on a retake, so yeah, Madvi are gonna have to save it, and this is gonna put the economy so far down for them, if they can even get out.
I think they wanted to get a weapon for Sandra, but at this point, they're gonna get the thrash, they're gonna get some damage, and they're gonna get their save. But BBL Queens now 1 round away from tying us up here on Bind. Mental Fortitude insane. Steps away from getting the 9-3 comeback to come true.
30 seconds left.
I mean, like I said before, like the denial here is nice, but just some unfortunate shots whiffed that, like I said, the vulnerability's there. Like that would have been catastrophic.
Yeah, and I mean, like Eva going for her peak as well out the backside. Now, ooh, this is an earlier timeout than I think we were expecting. Obviously, that 11-11 Make-A-Wish was maybe what we typically see, with Falcons Vega wanting to stop the momentum here. They know that this is how those 9-3 curses happen, and they cannot let it. So they've got those 2 trademark ultimates that they used on their attack side. They've got the Seekers. They've got that Thrash because Madvi got those kills on the last round. So they need to lean into this because, crucially, BBL, Showstopper, 1 away. Rolling Thunder, 1 away. Their own Seekers, 2 away. This is that ult cycle that Falcons Vega was so good at on their attack side. BBL, they're showing they can do it too. So Vega, they need to call for how they're going to play against that now, because those ults are coming in the next few rounds. And BBL can use them to secure it, especially against an eco. Just using 1 of them could secure them this eco round, put them up to even. and that's it. So yeah, Vega, I like this timeout. It's proactive, and it's getting ready for what could be a tough couple of rounds.
No, look, I mean, look at the rounds spread, right? The issue with the spotty wins that Falcons Vegas had is they don't have that loser bonus either. So the buy isn't here to back up those ultimates that you mentioned. So huge reliance now on Mad V and that Thrash and this here rifle to give them an opportunity. But there's really not a change in the defensive spread of players. It really just maybe this expedition down long to get early intel, maybe an early catch off guard, and they just barely missed the timing on the wins. And now they're going to be facing perhaps the entire forwards of Philippe and Proxima. And now with that frag, they're like, all right, no toxic screen on B. This is green light, go. And Mad V, that's the only rifle in hand, looking for what they can before getting overwhelmed by players. And they're just going to wait for Philippe and Proxima to get the job done for them. But repositions, the Rolling Thunder. Oh, Mad V.
I know exactly where.
Just completely shut down by the ultimates, and this is so good. The Cypher ult as well, the no theft from the back, just to confirm that no one's on site. We can get the spike down, we can get ready for this retake, and this is BBL looking to secure that draw, that even position where they haven't been yet so far. Getting up to 11-11 would be so good for them, but Mary wanting to slow it down, put a stop to it if possible.
Not over till it is over indeed. 3v4 here. Jada in a position to punish all of this, and they invest the showstopper here as well from Alkia just to ensure that they can lock in that 11-11. And now it's going to be eyes on Falcons Vega, right? Buy back in their court. The true changes from that timeout should follow suit. They used the Thrash that round without much impact.
Yeah, the Thrash going down is not great, but they can build up towards Mary's, right? They may even be able to get Toki's online. This Ultorb could move over to her. Madvid doesn't really want it. Not much point in getting it. And this was just a really unfortunate time for Toki. Obviously, she only had a classic. She's not expected to get too many. But that enabled this push onto site to come on in. And Mary, yeah, causing a lot of damage. Causing a little bit of damage to the economy. But BBL, they've got the money, right? And now they're just able to cause so much pressure over towards B. That actually, we can see Mary's been pulled over here. And yeah, this ult, it's going for the showstopper. They're not looking for the Viper's Pit.
This is interesting because usually they're managing the ult, seeing who grabs what, and they see that Mary's ult came online. So now you either were they showers or were they with this squad here long? And I mean, that means you have the kind of this duo that they know is on B round after round. Now you have the Raze as well. That makes it even more dangerous, and maybe where this hesitancy is coming from, or this thoroughness of clearing out long. But regardless, Sandra almost able to find the frag here, but if they lose their life, this is the in to the A site, and that's why they're falling back. Fault line, though, not going to give them that respect, that choice here. And Wenz waits for the paranoia, even if it doesn't quite land, to get that frag, to get that site. The challenge from Mary, the showstopper, good to deny the spike plant, and they get out at least with their life. 30 seconds and counting. Paint shell to follow up. U-Haul, though, not quite under their control, and that's where the stronghold of players is. But Mary now back to fighting swords right before the TP is able to go through as well. They find Alkia. Toki never left B either.
Yeah, and she can anchor this. We've seen Vipers cause so much damage here. They're not aware. The Flash didn't see anything. So the picks are just coming on through. Two line up, and it's just Jada in a 1v2. She's got the guns. She's got the armor to be able to do it. But there's two on the other side, and there's still that Flash that ever she can pop it and just take Jada out of this fight.
So much utility late for Eva. Mary utilized most on that B because of that ace-based denial, but they are tied at the hip, and Mary swinging out. Gonna get that 3-piece to finally get Falcons Vega closer to that finish line. Map point here. BBL Queens just needs one more to get us to overtime.
But it's going to be a tricky one to get. They've got the money at the very least, right? And getting down 3 on Falcons Vega, they shouldn't be able to fall back with full shields, all of their utility. So actually, BBL have done a lot of damage, and they've done good work to get that far, to get these 3 kills. But Toki, just that late position on Viper, on Bind, on B, you've got to be expecting it, because the Viper, she's always going to be that last rotate over. And yeah, we do have that judge for Sandra, the Guardian, the Bulldog. This buy for Falcons Vega is nowhere near as good as it could be.
Oh, but they might be playing right into it without even knowing. Alkia uses a 1 satchel just to get ahead of a potential A aggression. Be waiting for a jiggle peek, a jump peek to come out for info as well from short, but instead it's Mary with the satchel up. And now they're trying to trap them here, but it's going to be Evocata's collateral here for Mary's mistake. So Mary now looking to pick up the slack and atone for their sins here, perhaps. But Alkia is going to bring them down. Now it is going to be a 3v3. Viper's Pit dropped from the B side here again. Nice chip damage found off of Philippa here. Still, doesn't like anybody's game. Minus maybe the Guardian and the Judge pick. Toki with this Guardian is gonna make it work. Position confirmed. Madvi trying to scale up, but they don't recognize that Wenz has their crossfire, has their back. And now that Judge is looking even grimmer with each passing second. It's so hard to scale up with this crossfire being held, and they're not even gonna clear out bench where they knew Alkia was nearby. We are headed the distance. We are headed to overtime on our first map between BBL Queens and Falcons Vega. And if you are BBL Queens, yeah, celebrate, because you are inches away from the 9-3 comeback coming true.
Yeah, and that's all it took, right? Was just that first converting the bonus to allow the momentum to build up in their favor, to mean that Falcons Vega, if they were going to win anything, they weren't going to have that loss bonus. So they couldn't keep buying up, and that's the momentum. That's why the 9-3, it sounds like a lot. It sounds like a big difference, but those 6 rounds can go down to 0 in a matter of a second, or maybe a few more seconds than that. But overtime now, economy reset, ults reset. We're going to have to see some big work if we're going to see any of those big impactful abilities in the rest of this game. So Falcons Vega, their attack side, they've looked good with it. They looked really good with it. They've got to try and find BBL. They've got to try and catch them out. Instead, it's Sandra being caught out instead.
So we're probably going to see more caution out of Falcons Vega because they realize this has slipped a little bit. Mary also not trying to lose out the first duel, and Jada maybe a little bit eager there on the swing, hoping the entire team was stunned up. This round, though, talked about it. One of the win cons, hopefully for their defense, was handling Toki, and they finally have what it might matter for BBL Queens in overtime. Now their options are limited unless Mary can become the lurk player they don't expect here, but that's without the toxic screen as well, so it's even more difficult to find an impact.
But Ben's already exploring showers, but actually it doesn't matter. Ava pushing up, Alkia just a little bit aggressive in guard, and that position, usually it's okay, but you need to have the support from your team, and Proxima was backing up. Philippa's too far away to provide that supportive utility. So now what this round comes down to is how do Falcons play it? Are they going to maximize Mary's lurk, or are they going to TP her over to join with the rest of the team?
Hey, teleport Wenz is gonna...
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
This could be big.
This isn't gonna happen. And not like this. Wenz on par for the 4th piece, now on par for the ace. They know now Mary's about to take the duel, and it might just be for Wenz to give BBL Queens the lead that they have not had this entire map. They're now 1 round away from sealing away. Or sorry, for locking in. I think the map picks are wrong. I could be wrong. I think the map picks are reversed. I want to say this is Falcons Vegas pick, but that's why they're taking this time out.
They need to talk about it. That's what's important. And going on to their defense, they need to be looking at what they can do here, because they weren't expecting Benz to be here. And why would you? Mary had explored all the way up towards short, but the ace from Benz is so clean. It's so needed for BBL to secure them that round. Like I said, the first lead that they've had this entirety, in the entirety of the map, since that 9-3. The Falcons Vega, they need to decide what they're doing. This defensive side, I want to see something special. I want to see something that we haven't seen before, because they've been quite predictable. BBL have had their number. Jada's had their number when they've been on this defense. So they need to switch things up, move the Raze around, and start to look for some kind of play off the back of the stun. When that stun is used, the rest of the push is going to be relatively naked. There's not going to be a lot of other utility supporting around it, because they don't have that scaling util like that Dizzy, like that Wingman. So once the stun is gone, they then need to be looking to go for a timing after that.
That's what Jada did and got dropped last round, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think what we need to see, and I think we've seen that, like, remnants of it, at least over towards the A side, is you mentioned, yeah, there's not scale-up utility like the Gecko, but you can still scale off the satchels off the fault line. So I think that's what we're maybe going to see here over towards this A setup. We've seen it from Alkia before, but we've also seen this from Falcons Vega. but not as committed. The clearing out of Fountain, and this might just be the final battleground for this map. Thought BBL was going to rotate and fight back into it, but they're just holding their own, waiting to see if they actually follow through or not.
No, I like it, and they've given it up as well, and this is going to force BBL to make a decision. Do we go and reclear? Do we expend utility out towards Fountain? Do we contact reclear? Because that is dangerous to do, but they're going for it. And they're taking this space back, but it's buying Falcons time. Time to bring Ava over towards the A site to help support, look for Vens, see if a lurk is happening. But Mavi's up against it here.
There's the punish. They cannot get away as fast. Almost double concussed here as well by the Sky Dog, but rotations are nice here. Mary on site to help facilitate this close out, and this is something BBL Queens has done time and time again. Push the clock down to the wire, and this time with Raised, with the Mary rotating as soon as they did, they can double molly this and force the rotate. Sandra gonna tuck away short. Hopefully they play it for default and they can deny that altogether, or Ava can wallbang the plant here over towards triple. Here it comes. Sandra is going to be fundamental in the spike denial. 14 seconds. The trigger one not connecting. They don't shoot the spike plant, so spike goes down. It is disaster. A 33, but Mary, Eva trying to pull themselves into the next rotation of overtime here as things look destabilized. The crossfire, the trademark for BBL, and these post plants set up here. What utility is left in the tank for Falcons Vega to dismantle it?
All they've got is this wingman. They need to use it. But Jada, oh, this first early angle, it wasn't spotted out. The wingman gets taken down. The crossfire, it all comes down to Felipa.
Oh, any utility. They should take the swings and the stick and then off at just the right time. I'm getting flashbacks to the Mary clutch against Wens, but it gets the job done nonetheless. 13-13, we are going again.
And it can't be as easy as that. Falcons Vega, they're experienced enough in this game. They're not going to allow themselves to get 9-3'd. They don't want that to happen. It came down to Mary. That shot over towards short, absolutely beautiful and so necessary. Honestly, Felipa, she almost had this a little bit later on that swing. And maybe she would have had it, but no. It's not to be, and BBL, they're going back to this defensive side. If they want to secure this 9-3, they need to win this. They need to win the next. So it comes down to this. How are they going to play around it? Are they going to be looking for Toki on the lurk? Or does Toki now play slightly more passive? Does she pull back? Does she force the resources to be put over towards A to stop her lurking? But actually she's elsewhere. And yeah, she's going to explore towards shower. And that's not where the resources are put.
I mean, you see the trapwire adaptation. So again, they're trying to replicate the success they had in the last rotation of overtime, of clipping swings it took, flipping that secondary option. But that begs the question then, are they going to expect just a direct assault of the A site, right? From all this utility, from Mary, who can just satchel right through the impact.
But she doesn't go too far. I like this. It's patient. They're looking for this kind of two-staged execute, eventually get the spike down. And I'm expecting... Oh, Jada, she almost gets the top of the spike plant. That would have been so useful, but no such luck. Madva playing aggressive. Yeah, this Mosh to slow down this retake of lamps.
I like how they cleared out. Yeah, they cleared out showers. They cleared out all the common angles, so they can now just focus on the players that are trying to be funneling in through CT. And look at this. They give up the U-Haul control willingly because of this poison cloud, but that might be their undoing here. Not quite sure if that lineup will land. Now the players feel like they're trapped here in showers. They know Toki didn't lurk main, so they've got to be here. They get the spike diffuser, but there is plenty of time. Someone else to jump on that bandwagon. And BBL, Queens, you said this half was a must win, and they have won it out here yet again. And now the question is, are we going to see the timeout to close it, or are they just confident to carry this momentum?
Honestly, they're playing with so much confidence. I wouldn't be surprised if they just let this one go. If they just play how the players want to go, how Jada is calling it. Because that retake was outstanding. They were herding Falcons like sheep around towards that front site location where you have nowhere to hide. You have nowhere to run. And it's so easy to shut you down. It was beautiful retaking.
I couldn't actually see the utility that was used in U-Haul. Did they flush them out with an aftershock, or... I know the falling was later.
I think it was just the flash, honestly, that just went in there, and then everyone ran away a little bit too much. They had to go through that poison cloud as well.
Yeah.
It could have been the aftershock. I may have missed that, but it was just beautiful herding.
I was questioning why Falcons gave it up so willingly, but They're trying not to willingly give up bind here, but BBL might just force them to do so. We talked about this delayed utility. Alkia just barely squeaking away with their life here, but nothing a regrowth cannot patch up here. And then they'll resume business operations like normal. And this is the utility that pushed them when they had like 30 seconds left. Not when there's a minute left and they have all the choices in the world to make. But look at this late scale up through A short. They want them to repivot to A. They want to cancel out these rotations.
And Vens won't be expecting this. Vens' lurking has been incredible, but this is a really good call from Falcons to counter the lurk that Vens got before. That won them that round, that ace. That won them their attacking side. And, well, this is pulling the rotations back and forth. But I think BBL Jada, they've sniffed something out here. I don't know if they're going for this TP, but if they are, then this could be really dangerous for them.
Oh, and I really thought we were about to see Madvi and Mary rotate off the site, but they get back to help support Toki. We've seen them in these situations before, and it's a similar outcome. No frags found off the garden pressure, and here comes that teleportation play you mentioned, but the players are too far away, it feels like, from Falcons Vega to deny this plant. Look at how
planting the CT.
Yeah, they plant safe. They expect maybe a player short, and now it's going to be really reliant on how well Sandra and Eva can do on their lonesome. One showers, one short. It's Heroics that's going to bail them out here, or it's going to be their undoing. BBL Queens, 2 players away from the 9-3 curse. Mary, 11 HP here, pinned down. It's all on Eva at this point. Showstopper out for Alkia, just to keep them in close quarters here inside of U-Haul. The shorty will be insult to injury. It's just distractions left, right, and center. And BBL Queens, 15-13, secure the 9-3 conversion here to kick off their series against Falcons Vega, showing maybe why they picked that map for a reason, despite it being one of Falcons Vega's best maps.
Yeah, obviously it wasn't seen from Falcons in this split, as far as I know. They may have played it yesterday, but last split, it was really good for them. So BBL, they've had something cooked up. They knew what they wanted to go around with, and it just comes down to this. I mean, we've got to talk about Toki, right? 7 first kills on a Viper, like, and they still lose. That shows BBL how committed they are. How, like you mentioned, their mentality to stick with it. That 9-3, you hate to see that 6-round differential at the half, and they still pushed forward. They managed to get it to overtime and then win out after the first set. Really, really well done from BBL.
And I think for me, like, that was the big difference between overtime and that first half, was they figured out ways to not let Toki get that much impact, whether that was dealing with them directly, like we saw with that trap paranoia play, or whether it was kind of forcing Toki to instead explore showers, and then they handled the direct assault from the side of Falcons Vega. So again, maybe kind of like some more shallow playbook there, at least on the attack half, just solo dependence on Toki. Other than that, though, I mean, even with those 7 first bloods, I mean, it's insane to see that BBL had more.
Yeah, Toki, that means that she got 7 out of 11. There were only 4 first kills that weren't from her for Falcons. And that's the aggression from BBL, right? They were looking for all of those little timings to not just open up the map, but open up little pieces of space, right? They had showers, and as soon as they had showers, they'd rotate away, allow Vens to then lurk up through showers herself to create that space like we saw in that final round, to then pull the team over nice and slow. Also, BBL, they were utilizing the TPs beautifully, but to me, the biggest shift was obviously their Thrifty. Winning that Thrifty secured them so much space, and that bonus conversion, that's how you win a 9-3.
How you win a 9-3. And that is how you keep your chances at that Game Changers Championship run alive here as well. And I think we mentioned, obviously, that Toki got 7 out of 11 of those first bloods. That also means that, you know, Mary, I feel like we talked about this the first half when they were on the attack. They were losing a number of those first blood engagements, sadly. But I do want to praise Falcons Vega, because the ability to pick up the slack was a lot better than it was yesterday on maps like Haven and Abyss when they lost Mary that soon. So it showed me that even if we get over to the later maps, like we're going to go to Icebox and potentially Sunset, if Falcons Vega is able to kind of serve up this reverse sweep potential, then I think that it might just be a matter of knock the dust off. And also, like we said, I thought that was, I'm not going to lie, Falcons Vega's map pick for a second, like I said. And then I realized with BBLs, and I'm like, wait a minute, then what does Falcons Vega have cooked up on Icebox?
Yeah, because they've got to have something cooked here, right? Like, that's the big thing, because it was so weak for them in stage 2. Like, it was very weak. And we might be seeing the same kind of thing for BBL on Bind, right? You work on your weakest maps, and your opponents will be surprised in the veto. They won't know what to expect. And when you take them to that map pick that was very weak for you, you've got something special cooked up. And while we got that ISO jet for BBL, Falcons Vega, will they be prepared for that? Because if their cook was something with, you know, Chamber, because, you know, Chamber can be played on Icebox, it's not ideal, you really want that Killjoy. But if you do go for the Chamber, well, you're already being countered by the ISO pick.
Well, we will have to wait and see if this is going to be a BBL Queens masterclass of a 2-0 where Falcons Vega is not going to go down without a fight and stage the reverse sweep, setting us to sunset. So after this break, we are going to take you to Icebox. So get a sweater and we'll be back.
Player standing. One enemy remains.
Good to win. One dead. Killed.
One enemy remaining. End standing. One enemy remaining. Yeah, it's like that. Crash is ready. 30 seconds left. One down A. One enemy.
Why destroy?
VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 3. My name is Zoe and I'm joined by the amazing Echo, and we have been calling the action between BBL Queens and Falcons Vega, where BBL Queens has come out swinging to keep their chances at playoffs under their control. Since we looked at the standings, they were kind of in the danger zone after the win from Heroic Valkyries yesterday, and they are playing like that for sure. 15-13 right here on Bind. The 9-3 comeback as well, Echo.
Yeah, their backs are against the wall, and now we're going on to Falcons Vega's pick of Icebox. And this is where BBL, they need to show that they can still play, you know, this ISO jet. It's a very interesting, aggressive take, like a very aggro style take on the map. It's typically played much more control orientated than the way they're looking at it. And actually, we do see BBL usually ban this in their second cycle. So they're not super comfortable at it, but Falcons Vega, they picked it up. This could be a very good cook, right? From Falcons Vega. And that's what it needs to be. They need to have cooked something, because last stage it was not strong. So now, picking it here in a very important match for both of these teams, they're going to have to be feeling confident on it.
Oh, for sure. Maybe they're trying to pull a Heroic Valkyries, where they kind of pick into a map where they have a review material on their opponent, but then I feel like BBL Queens, right? They're going to be going off of off-dated material, like you mentioned. It hasn't been played this stage. We don't know what this potential change in composition is going to look like. But I want to go back to the composition that they ran last time, or most recently. And I want to get your thoughts to see if they repeat this, what are their chances and what are the strengths against that ISO that BBL Queens is running, which is the Jet, Reyna, Gecko, Harbor, Omen.
So, there's a lot of things you could say about that composition. There's a lot of things, but what matters to me is how comfortable the players on those picks at the end of the day. Like, it's the same with the ISO. The ISO, theoretically, good for countering the op, not good for much else on Icebox. Really, the wall is, you know, it can be used as a supplemental scaling thing over towards B. And it's the same with the Reyna. If you're comfortable, if you are able to just go aggressive and pull back off. I think it was Mad, but on the Reyna, if I'm remembering right. I don't know if you got that written down. Yeah, it was.
It's trivia time.
And she was so aggressive with it, able to call IGL whilst on that Reyna, and then back off after getting her first pick, use that dismiss away. Being able to play around like that, that can work very well because it's their comfort. But it's still dangerous because they need to have cooked up a lot more kind of how they're playing the map in their macro, how they want to really work as a team. It's a fun comp though, which is what matters.
Well, regardless of how they use maybe the Reyna, I'm really hoping that we still get a Harbor pick, because I feel like we like this is the only map that we don't like. This is the only map you can see a Harbor nowadays. Maybe on Abyss if we're talking like the Lev composition, but here it looks like they are going back to, I feel like, a more standard composition. They're pulling it back out the Viper. Like I said, maybe that last comp was just an overreaction to the Viper nerfs. Maybe recognizing that Toki is confident on this role. Maybe we'll see the continuation of the lurking Viper. But other than that, they look like they are really playing for well-roundedness, right? You have the information that maybe wasn't the best over on Bind. You have the kind of plant security, I would say, from MadV on that Gecko. And you talked about comfortability on agents as well. And I feel like this does match them fairly well. Obviously, Toki getting comfortable back in this new role away from the duelist as well. So I'm excited to see how this is going to fare. And what do you think about that against the ISO?
Well, you've got a lot of chip damage here, right? And that's the biggest thing against an ISO is you want to have chip damage. You want something like that Killjoy shot. All of the mollies on the side of Vega, they've got the shock darts. As soon as they hear that pop, I want them to be throwing some kind of chip damage at the ISO. Then Proxima is left out in the open alone with no shield. So yeah, this definitely can work against the ISO. And it's... part of me is just sad because I love Sage and Icebox, and we don't see Sage and Icebox basically at all anymore, even though I think it's still incredibly good. But the Gecko is still incredible because it allows you to scale with that Dizzy, as that Dizzy is quite a long-term flash, and it's moving, which is way better than the Leah, which honestly, you know, MadV might just like that kind of scaling flash, right? You've got the Leah, you've got the Dizzy, maybe that's where she's comfortable on. But her Gecko is incredible. So seeing her on that agent, it makes me happy.
Well, we are jumping into the action on Icewalk. Will BBL Queens keep their chances at a GCC run alive here? Keep control in their fate with closing things out 2-0 against Falcons Vega, or Falcons Vega send us to Sunset, which we know has a very close history between these two squads of another potential overtime. But for now, on the defense, Falcons and Vega starting out here, trying to play that denial of information, already ready to break that sub utility if it was to come through. So far, not too much of a response either. Oh?
Yeah. That's a good start though, Mary. Again, dashing away. And this is the discipline that is so important when you're going for that aggression, is being able to pull back. But Proxima now moving forward with the shield, looking for something, but just immediately broken, immediately headshotted down. And she's out of the game, and so is Felipa just behind her. So now Jada on this Viper with the lurk, pushing forward as much as she can. But it's still, this is such a difficult position to be in.
For now. While they open up with a good frag. Oh, they bait their own teammate! And MadV cannot finish the job here for their team. And now they're looking to maybe repent for the issues that have been caused, but it's just gonna be the coordination between the BBL players backside to further expand that gaping wound here. Now it's a 2v2. What started as, I want to say, 3v3, but again, just side by side, player after player. Sandra, 1v2 here. Very low HP for the Killjoy, and they instead opt to go over, and they have... but they didn't quite clear out Wenz from that angle, and so they have no information about where Wenz is, and Wenz is going to play the timer perfectly here. There's not going to be any time left, even if they find the frag, find the 3K. It's going to be a round for BBL Queens.
Yeah, and this is a really, really good start to your opponent's map pick. Going in with that level of confidence of working together, and it came down to very fine margins there, right? That's the crucial thing. Mary getting that first opening kill, so good. But the rest of the team just needs to play around it. But like you said, there was a little bit of a bait. There was a little bit of a teammate bait there that kind of changed the entirety of that round. And yeah, BBL round on the board.
And we're expecting that standard buy up to come through here. Maybe a little heftier, obviously, the Guardian here in their hands. At this point. Mary, again, with the proactive scale up, which is nice. I found a frag last round. Then there was no conversion. Maybe some due to the lack of, I should say, due to the missed timings. But beyond that, looks like they're more aware of that possibility now. Jada, careful, alongside Philippa, methodical, but it might not matter. Mary, not picking off more than they can chew other than some chip damage. Joining with the stack here now on site. The quick rotation called as well because they understand it's an eco. They want to keep numbers where they can. For now, is going to just be slow. Maybe hope that they fizzle out and go back towards B, but that rope might just keep these players here, and the Elder not going to spot out the 4 stack that's backside.
Yeah, now this is difficult to push into, but Alkia picks off the first so easily, and Proxima with that shield doesn't help against Ava's right click, but still, it gets so much damage done. And yeah, Sandra, the Marshall, you like it. You like to look for those kind of picks with it, but now the spike is eventually going to go down, and it's just this Marshall lurking around the front of site. Okay, maybe she's stuck there. Maybe Philippa's stuck underneath that spike, but it still allows Vens to walk around, to lurk, and to play off of timings that she's so good at.
And yeah, just again in the clutch, and again expected to carry the weight. It is, I will say, a nice second round from Falcons Vega, able to get 3 of those weapons out of the hands of BBL Queens. That's going to keep things a little bit closer as long as they start getting these rifle rounds on the board. But what I'm scared for is it feels like BBL Queens is carrying the momentum from Bind here into Icebox. Granted, it's just the first 2 rounds. Nobody freaked out. But it's still, right? They didn't win that initial pistol on Bind.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see if I'm right.
No, but I think the talk of momentum is a really, really good point to bring up here, because that momentum can be so powerful. Mary, again, going for that little bit of aggression. A little bit different, a little bit safer this time. She can back off relatively easy, especially if she wants to expend that dash. And Ava's there to support her, taking that first angle. But Alkia misses the shot, backs off away. It's now just slow again. Pace, Jada looking for Toki. The 2 lurkers of Vandal versus Sheriff, though, and Toki's spam down. Gets a little bit of damage, but Mary's pushing even further forward. The dash. Moving further back. Slowly, but the shield was there. The shield was crucial.
I mean, at least Ava was able to get the 1-for-1 trade. And I was going to point out that Mary's been able to be aggressive without much punishment round after round, but finally are able to get her out of the sky. A repivot, though, we've seen Toki on the anchoring. The one way is up, the one way is isolating. Disrespect showed for that Sova dart. They are just going to put their life on the line, and they only find 1. It's about enough time for rotations from the rest of the team. Not much utility to prevent this plant from going down here. Now better weapons have been collected as well for key members of BBL Queens, so this is shaping up to be a nice bonus so far. The 3v3. You can see the hesitation. They don't know if somebody's on the reflink. They don't know if somebody's wrapping around mid. And that is
honestly, you've got to expect they are, right?
Yeah. That's why the turret's... Is the turret watching? I think the turret's watching it. But, I mean, Sandra's out now, so... The 2v3 at this point. Time not in your favor. You do have the wingman, so you're going to see if they can get something done. But if not, you might be contemplating a save here. Mad V, too many players, but it might just come together at the last second. Eva, perfect coordination there between Yellow, and yeah, they're gonna squeak through what was such a strong ironclad post-plant defense. Devolves with a little bit of over peakage from the solo players.
Yeah, BBL just need a little bit more discipline in those late round, those clutch situations, and that could have changed everything there, right? Is if they just waited that little bit longer for these swings, but no, and they get it with that time remaining. So going into this round, BBL, yes, that was their bonus, right? And we've seen the bonus converted from them, but this isn't necessary. They're not at that 9-3 deficit. So it's fine that they haven't. But now they can full buy up. Now they can play around with the rifles. And again, Mary, Ava, going aggressive. But Ava's spotted.
Yeah, this adaptation of the Sova dart literally just to catch off these belt players. these pipes players. Works out, but they just redistributed to kind of form this high-low action where Mary can swing in support Eva if they decide to challenge through with the information they had.
Mm-hmm.
And for now, see.
Right here.
At this point, Vi cannot be perfect, even though they won the round here, right? For Falcons Vega in my mind, there's got to be some light shields. I love this hour re-clear, and because of that, the players are sprinting away, just trying not to get caught by it, and it's not gonna wrap spawn. But look at Mary. Oh, caught out on an island again. Thought they were safe, but now maybe the clap back, and here comes the immediate rotation. They are reading into this beautifully. They know that BBL is gonna follow up after finding that frag onto Mary. Question is, can Eva hold on long enough, especially when visibility blockers are left, right, and center, especially when there is a shield up and personal for Proxima, and the trade is good from Felipa. Plant coming through to follow suit, and look at the coordination even there. They get off Spike. Oh, I think that snake bite misses.
It was so close, and now it's just going to be damage for Toki, but now Ven's the lurking. And these two, they seem to always be playing around with the lurking each other, counter-lurking each other the whole way through, but BBL winning that round, that's going to send the economy down so bad for Falcons Vega. And actually, it's going to call a timeout so early from them. We saw them being really patient on bind. But now, no, it's going to be aggressive. They're going to be proactive with this timeout, and they're going to work out what they want to do, how they want to move forward.
It's like the caster curse. You speak it into existence when I said that BBL Queens was going to be carrying the momentum from that last map into this one. So for me, yes, you're talking about what's going wrong, because even the round that you got was really, really close by the skin of your teeth. And I think it's also just a breather, being like, hey, don't let last map affect you. Yes, it was a 9-3. Yes, it devolved into Chaos 7 overtime where it slipped away. But this is our map pick for a reason. We have watched this composition. We have hopefully prepared against it. And we should know what to expect. Like I said, the calls there were correct, like to get back over to the ace site. I think they need to maybe also talk about Mary's role here, because I liked the aggression in initial rounds, but now it's getting read and handled round after round by BBL Queens.
Yeah, no, exactly. And what Falcons are going for, well, Mary's been going for the same aggression over towards A, right? Are we going to be seeing something similar? Because it's been working. She's beginning that first blood that was sorely lacking on bind. But we know Mary's more comfortable on this jet, right? We know that this is one of her agents, along with the chamber, where she just feels comfortable. But for now, this round, for at least for the eco, we see her going again. She's pinging it out where she's heading, but Alki is going to be here ready and waiting for this aggression.
Oh, and all right, I mean, try and make me eat my words, Mary. You almost get away with a frag, but you're still going to caught out even with the Tailwind because of this Hunter's Fury punish here. That is given a stark advantage over, and now Wenz is just farming frags here in spawn. Fortunately, it's going to be a weapon collected for Toki. Proxima as well, dinked from far away by that Deagle. 5 HP, forced to scutter back to the squad, scutter back to the team here to play down this post plant. So that should be the weapon collected here by Toki. And now it feels like Sandra just is going to wait for Toki to see what they can do here. Maybe cause some chaos from any overextension here towards screens, but they have a Marshall. There's not much we can hold them to here, unless BBL is the one to make a mistake. But speaking of mistakes, Proxima had 5 HP and they swing and win that.
And that's just the confidence when you're on the ISO. The round cleaned up as well. A team ace. I think the first team ace we've seen in quite a while for BBL here. But again, this is just how they work. There's a few little moments where, Venz is caught out alone, but Proxima does go back to try and help. Does go back and assist, and eventually gets the kill on Toki, who's on that flank. So BBL, you can tell they're feeling confident. They're starting to build up towards their ultimates, right? Proxima, I'm expecting we're finally going to seeing this ISO ultimate to take someone into the gulag. The Mordekaiser ult, however you want to call it, and go for that 1 versus 1. Probably relatively early in the round to assist this site take. That's typically her play pattern, is try and take someone out of the site to stop the anchor, and then everyone else rushes in. And even if she loses that fight, whoever was taken to the gulag, well, they're still going to die.
They find Toki here too. That's the Viper's Pit. But look at the timing here. They might not need it. There it is. They pull Toki in. So it is going to be Mad V alone here. But they are doing a good job holding their own, waiting for these rotations to come through. But unfortunately, they're getting cut off on the rotation. Mary, we've seen this aggressive approach here Wen just has to handle it, stand their own, because the rest of the team is focused on the plant, focused on the objective, and they do so. And look at how deep we're able to see Wen's here. We get to see survival instinct here, and unfortunately they are going to get detained at the last second. I don't have control like that over my Thrash, and now they know Wen's was mid, so they're trying to scramble back towards this site. Wingman can try to stick it all the way off of this Molly, and they do. Madvi does not get the ace, but they die a hero as Eva finishes the job.
Yeah, and that was a gorgeous round from from Falcons Vega, sorry, to play against everything, the conglomeration that BBL had on that site, and slowly pick it apart piece by piece. Yes, there was Venz in mid who took down 2, but Madva out here just fighting for her life and winning it most of the time. A beautiful Thrash, and that forces Venz to peek, which then gets shut down by that Gecko Molly. And yeah, 2-4 Falcons Vega, the timeout working out very well for them. And now they've got this Viper's pit over towards A, shuts everything down.
Over there. Over there.
Yeah, I mean, they've been conditioning it so that they expect Mary to be aggressive there over towards A. I mean, I think that this is the first round it hasn't happened, and that's because of the Viper's pit. So stalling them out, forcing them maybe to invest additional utility if they want to fight in a day, follow through on that plan A here. Toki. Closer than I would expect them to be here. Because if they jump up here, I'm going to be nervous. And they do it silently as well. Look at this attacker lockdown. Not designed to take the site, just designed to force Toki out. But Toki's just going to anchor it all the way with this judge. Or push forward. Push. And what a play from Alkia. Now they have the judge in their own hand. They still have utility to scale up with. And reliance is on Mary alive later into the round with these blades here. Looking unable to find any players. Now it's their time for retaliation. Lockdown for the retake. A little bit further away, maybe to avoid any shock dart lineups and the retaliation here. The retaliation is going to come from them pushing towards the screens with the judge, Alkia. And now, with all those players falling, it's reliance on these post-plant mollies from Jada, from Wenz here, perhaps. Oh, look at that, though. The swarm grenade pinning these players in jail.
Wait.
And Madvi, the wingman, just putting it all the way. I didn't defeat from the wingman.
Wingman is just the GOAT.
Wingman's the true ninja.
Yeah, and I think there was just a little bit of an expectation from BBL that every single one of their lineups was going to hit. That the lineups were going to hit and someone was going to swing onto the vulnerable wingman or person. But it just obviously didn't work. A beautiful shot there from Alkia with that right click to be able to take down the first player. But yeah, BBL relying a little bit too much on their lineups, and maybe it was planted a slightly different place than they were expecting. The lineups were the wrong ones. And Falcons Vega taking another round, and the momentum slowly swinging back in to their favor. But Mary, the same aggression, the same aggressive positions we've seen from her before. She gets shut down this time.
At this point, that's the go button, right? They expect only one player here because it has been Eva kind of aiding that aggression with their own utility here. But they are just lying in wait to strike here. Sandra not able to swing and get the trade, but they eventually do follow up on that promise. Now waiting for the rest of the team to scale up on this flank. And you can see how deep that alarm bot is here as well. But now they have the Viper Spit online, so they feel like they don't have to worry about it as much here. Philippa, their dart back online. Frag from Sandra from above. I didn't expect Philippa here. The answer is a big no, but Sandra's still able to handle it accordingly. And now Jada showing why they popped this Viper's Pit, because it is the 1v2 wingman sent in. I don't think it's going to get on the spike because of that visibility blocker, but it does force Jada into an uncomfortable angle where they're able to get the frag and get that defuse.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of miscommunication about who was going to pick it up. Really, they had time for it to go to Madva there. They absolutely could have gone that Thrash, but we don't see a G2 Ascent B scenario, so we're all good. The spike still gets defused. And the pit, like you called out, as soon as that pit went down, they didn't worry about that flank as much, but they were still playing a little bit too far forward. They weren't playing off of the advantage that pit gives them, right? Not worrying about the flank, absolutely fine, as long as you're playing around the pit and securing all of the entrances to it. But it felt like a bit of an impromptu pit. There wasn't a lineup. It was just out in the open, and it didn't allow the rest of BBL to play around it like they want to. And now the economy slowly teetering away for BBL. They may even have to eco this. it's even. They need to try and bring the momentum back into their favor. This is such a swing round. MadV's ult could, if they can get it online, be absolute decimation for BBL.
I feel like if we are going to try and see them play for MadV in that ult, I need to see the Gecko on the A site this round. Because I feel like they've been getting orb control for free. It's just when they extend past that into Bell, that Mary's been getting punished here a little bit. Beyond that, though, get to see if they decide to commit to this force buy that they started. It looks like the answer is going to be yes, right? They see enough promise with the ultimates that are coming online, maybe in whatever plan they set during that timeout, and it looks like we're not going to see the Gecko going towards A. So maybe just playing for that frag. Like, I feel like MadV's have been a surprisingly good anchor over on the B site, right? So I feel like they definitely will be good for at least a kill here on the entry if they head B. But BBL, they are the ones that took the timeout, right? So they are the ones we look to see make changes. And so far, it's just business like usual. Handle the Mary aggression. The only thing that's out of the ordinary is look how deep these two players are from Falcons Vega here towards B main, and as a result, they aren't able to trade each other out.
Yeah, and almost an immediate 5v3 now on the board for BBL, and that position has got themselves in such a good place because of that aggression from Jada to counter MadV, who, you know, like you said, wants to be looking for the frag, wants to be looking for that ult. But now they still have this ISO shield, and it's like an approximate to walk forward, but the trade does come on through. But now it's just 2 left on the defense and make it 1. Toki, she's late to the site, and she's late in every term of the word now. She's out of the round, and it's a 5th round on the board for BBL. The timeout probably planned around both the aggression from Mary and the aggression from MadV looking for that ultimate. And it worked perfectly.
Yeah, just able to handle B main aggression, even though it was the first time they saw it, other than when they were able to get away with flanks because nobody from BBL Queens was there. But regardless, I feel like the BBL timeout conversion has been really, really nice. Propelled them into the 9-3 last map. Now it has allowed them to extend back into the lead here on Icebox. Falcons Vega. They finally put the Gecko on A. Look at that.
You were just, you know, it was just foreshadowing. You were just seeing the future. Yeah, just a little bit too far, but you've still got the vision. You've still got that future sight. So, you know, there's something.
I think it's because now they have the Thrash, right? So if they spot anything with the Soviet utility, if Mary gets active and sees a player there, then they can follow it up. But it also could mean that it's a retake tool, right, for the B site. So they rely instead on the double anchor with the Killjoy on site over towards B, and then they play it with the Gecko. But it doesn't matter if you plan. When an execution, MadV is the first one to fall to the side of Falcons Vega. And this is interesting, right? They saw the Gecko mid. That hasn't happened before. They're usually the B, like I said, main anchor. So now they just want to go back towards A, where they think they know what's happening, where it's typically, right, Mary and Eva.
And Mary clearing out this turret. That shot was obviously from mid, right? But now this opens up the flank for the 2 people from B. But still, BBL, they've read this because, let's be honest, they've been doing this every single round. Toki's been going for it. So now whilst the Executor's coming on in, Venz is still, or was, watching behind. Turned around at just the wrong moment, gets taken down. Now it's a 2-person flank, the full team coming from behind. But there's 4 from BBL. They've got the weapons. They might even have the timing.
Let's say, keep your gun out. Ooh, my heart. Now they know where Sandra's coming from. Shock Dart was kind of proactive, but Geometry doesn't follow suit. Instead, Alkia will serve up that list. And then BBL Queens breach 6 here. Whew. And Falcons Vega. I don't want to see 2 timeouts used in the first half like we saw against Heroic Valkyries, but I mean, they might be looking at I was going to say a 9-3, but they have 4 rounds. An 8-4 here, because if they lose this round, I mean, it's going to be another force, likely even more light shields, because they are going to be bottom of the barrel broke.
Yeah, they are. But they've got some ultimates to go for it, right? That's the key thing for Falcons Vega, to kind of supplement that and to allow them to win this big swing round. We talked about that Gecko ultimate being a big tool. But actually, it's not even over towards A now, because their defensive split up fully switched. They've moved the entirety of that typical A core over towards B to take aggressive space, and they're going to probably reclear this in about 5-6 seconds. Potentially with, you know, the Silver Drone, the Dizzy, they don't even have the Soak Gem. So probably with the Dizzy, with the Wingman, to start to go aggressive and try and find some space. Sandra, though, does spot Jada. Doesn't know about Venz, who has already gotten up here into pipes.
It feels like Falcons Vegas trying so many different things at this point, right? They switched the Killjoy and the Viper over towards the A site. They have this 3-stack, and now these last 2 players that have branched off, scaling through B main, because they realize that with that turret destroyed, they need a kitchen hold. And still, none of it is working. The Killjoy utility completely circumvented because of how soon Toki's falling, so there's no timing there. I think Alarm Bot was out of service as well from how far away Sandra was. And look at the confidence here to swing. Oh! Mary almost gets caught by Wenz as well. And it's going to be Mad V, at least to handle it. So that's one kind of loose end tied up here, but it's still going to be a 4v3 retake. They still have the Death Contract. They still have the Hunter's Fury. So I'm surprised that they have Filippo this close up and personal.
Yeah, but all of the ultimates just being thrown out at once, and I think the Thrash, they didn't get much use from that at all, but there's still only 2 left on site, and they're actually going to invest all 3 ultimates. Falcons Vega, they know that this is an important round. They know they need to play this round out, but are they going to use the ISO ult here, Proxima?
Oh!
Break that, use the ISO ult to try and get out? No. No chance left in the round. The defuse coming on through. I was expecting that kill contract to try and avoid the Killjoy ult, just to try and get the kill, try and slow that push down from Falcons Vega, but maybe not the call. But maybe the extra time, that could have been everything.
Yeah, I was maybe expecting it to pull it in the Hunter's Fury. That would have been funny. You pull this moment in while they're ulting, but like I said, that round was important to Falcons Vega to prevent BBL Queens from having a guaranteed lead at the half. So we're looking to see how they close it out. And now, this half, they really, I think, just played for avoidance, right? They entrusted to see if they could get 1 or 2, and then they played a full retake with numbers, which is great because like I mentioned before, it was losing players really early on. Like the first blood count for BBL Queens from no matter what happens this map is going to be high from this first half alone.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing that Alkia could do to pump those numbers up even more, buy this operator up, and this is a pick on the attack side you don't often see, right? It's one of those things, it's a little bit dangerous, a little bit risky, and it can put your economy down, but in this last round, or second last, in this last round, you might as well go for it, but she still misses. Mad V picks up the kill. And now the second entry, that ISO. Gonna be looking to see if there's any more push, but no. Falcons Vega, they're disciplined, they're pulling back. Whilst Jada, she's pushing forward, she's found so much space here over towards the A site. Ahead, eventually going to be spotted, but she gets the kill on Sandra, opening up, shutting down all of that Killjoy utility. Now mid is open, A really open as well, but it's still going to be a B hit.
Mad V is right into this. Talk about the brilliant IGL mine, but mine can't propel you into these shots. And BBL Queens, they thought maybe that more Falcons Vega members stuck around. And look at this, I think the Death Contract misses out here on any players to boot, so that ultimate's gone. 4v3 though. The question will be, what are the post-plant setups going to look like, again, out of BBL Queens? And do they hold on to that discipline that cost them a B post-plant earlier in this half?
Yeah, the discipline's the big question. And immediately, we're just looking to try and get rid of anything the attackers could have on that spike. But there is this lurk, this flank coming from Jada that could be huge, but the discipline's still not there.
Oh. I mean, I don't think they quite realized where Jada was playing from, but Eva gets the wrap around. They didn't spot the gun barrel? Or they were looking for Jada, perhaps, but Wenz, regardless, wins out the duel and gives BBL that lead at the half, 7-5.
Yeah, and this is a good lead to have. It's not perfect. They did choose that side, so maybe they were wanting a little bit more than that. But it all opened up by Jada getting that kill, because that means you have to reallocate people from B over towards A. You have to pull back and give that site away. And yes, the retakes over towards B, they've been clean for Falcons Vega. But not clean enough, but now into this round, BBL. It's not as much of the Game Changers Classic as I was expecting. I was expecting 2 Sheriffs, to be honest. But still, it's 1 Sheriff and 4 Ghosts. BBL, they are wanting to go into this with all the firepower they can on this defensive side and just fight for their position in this tournament.
And first position potentially in Game Changers champs. We talked about that, I think, in the green room, right? Falcons, Vega, Gidex, they have to get like 8th, and BBL Queens needs 3rd minimum to get to there off of qualification points alone. they could just make the run and win it all, you know, and qualify that way. That's one way to do it. I wonder where we've seen that from before. But for now, it has to start with this match because, I mean, if they lose this, there's even a world where they get relegated to contenders. And Mary, this time, finally winning out a first duel against Alkia. Says, no, Falcons, Vega, we want that spot. Want that guarantee here. So, trying to win out this pistol, trying to turn things around, get things off to the right foot, because you win pistol, you're basically guaranteed that 7-7, as long as you don't do anything dicey in your second round.
But for now, Wingman going to take the spike down. A little bit of fighting here from Vens, but no such luck found. They were trying to get the spam through, and eventually Madvi does take her down. The Killjoy out for this round, and this is going to be a difficult retake. No utility to speak of. Nothing's going to be available here. But the spike, actually, like I said, it's not actually down. The Wingman was destroyed by that swarm grenade, but it does go down now, and there's still more utility here for the attacking side. And now only 2 players left, both incredibly low, and Sandra on the lurk. The timing, eventually. But now it's a 1v2. This is so difficult for Felipa. She swings in, gets spotted, is noted, gets taken down.
Yeah, those crossfires are really rough in these post-spent 1v2s. Because of that, Falcons Vega get that pistol, get an opportunity now to tie things up early, 7-7. Talked about how important that round was going to be, and it sets them up hopefully for success, but really look like they were surprised there a little bit for Alkia. And I feel like that was a difference as well, is the fights that Mary was taking, Eva was typically there to get that ounce of tradability, versus there was no way that Alkia was able to kind of get away if they didn't win that fight or didn't tailwind out themselves. But bygones are bygones. We'll see that as a continued strategy. But speaking of strategies, the double duelist push down mid here on the eco round perhaps, but with Jada falling that early, Alkia feels the need to rotate and instead defend the site.
Yeah, and honestly, it's needed. Jada caught out trying to put up that one-way over towards short, but Mary just too quick with that updraft dash. The plant is going to go down relatively smoothly here. Nothing can really stop it. And Proxima needs to find something with that Sheriff, but Guardian of Mary backs away towards yellow. Lives to fight another day. And yeah, there's only 3 rifles for Falcons, but they're in such a good position because they've got all of this utility for the post-plant.
Oh, and the fact that Sandra the Deal is the one that gets a lot of those frags. Mary able to close out the montage to keep it a flawless round as well. So they're going to carry these weapons forward for, I would say, a pretty good shot at converting their bonus. I mean, look at this. 2 off from Madvi and that Thrash. You get Orb, you get Plant, and that is a post-plant strategy, you know, shipped and ready for you to secure this 3rd round and the lead. We'll see if that's the go-to here, though. Look at the gamble, maybe. About to say, BBL Queens, who's going towards A? And it looks like the dust will settle, and it is going to be Felipa entrusted to hold that. Or they're going to play retake here. Doesn't want to hand off these better weapons.
Well, they're going to be so careful because Falcons Vega, they went for the FPX buy, right? Those two Bulldogs, that Guardian, they now bought the rifles onto the 2 that had the pistols in the last round, Toki and Sandra. So they've got these 5 rifles. Like I said, they could really convert this bonus if they can get the Gecko ult online. Even better for it. But just in the gun power alone, they're really close. And BBL, maximum of 200 credits, 400 credits between the entirety of this team. They cannot afford to lose this if they want a chance to win this map.
I'll play devil's advocate. If they lose this, then that buy is going to be shabby for Falcons Vega instead of what a bonus would normally entail. So the fact that BBL is able to open this up with 2 frags here and deny control over this A site is huge. Madvi still alive, though. 1 off from that Thrash. That could be the bailout that they are looking for. Wingman still in their back pocket, but Alkia meat grinder here in Maze. At this point, Madvi says, all right, maybe if I can sneak my way onto Bina, if I can refight here in Ness, there's a chance.
And all she needs is to take guns off, right? If she can take guns away from BBL, then she does pretty well, but no chance. Falcons will be able to full buy, right? Because they went for the FPX. They've still got enough cash between all of them to full buy this round. Should be able to get most of their utility online as well. But BBL shutting down a round like that is incredibly important because now they've started to build up that plan behind them. And it all came down to, like you said, the meat grinder over towards A. It first looked like they were playing full retake over here. And then over that time of that round, they started to slowly move more and more pieces over there. And it was just so impossible for BBL to scale on up because, or no, so Falcons to scale on up, sorry. But now they have that Thrash online. And this is the swing round. They need to win this round. So this is the round where we should be seeing it.
So slow and steady, methodical clear out of B main, so there's no BBL aggression. Oki, maybe even left to work their way through here.
Here.
Valkia. Solo hold yellow. Does have maybe the bailout from that one way, or Jada could throw a snake bite in there if they don't want too many players to scale up and fight her head on, but it's gonna be the Thrash actually to isolate this yellow player. The updraft, the tailwind, all just to find the same outcome. Mary has found both of those players. That would be a replay and a half from their POV to see how they were able to get both. But now over the toxic screen, they've spotted out just information alone that both Proxima and Felipe are coming from Snowman, but now they finally have flown too close to the sun. The solo swing
You want more? Here's more.
does get the shield away, at least for the ISO. Not the double tap shield, but here's the follow-up as well, just narrowly missing from that Thrash. And here comes the post-plant protocol. Mosh, shock darts, you name it, is flying in here, but it's still a 2v3. If skills scaling up to get yellow control, and this is how things start to crumble. But Eva able to hold on here for the team, hold on for the post-plant, and tie things again, 8-8.
Yeah, a tied up game, tied up score, and Mary updraft dashing over with that Thrash. Combination, the confidence that not only was she going to hit the shots, but Mad V's ult was going to do the work for her as well. And this is going to call an early BBL timeout. The Queens want to talk to their coach. They want to work out what they're going to do moving forward because they can't afford to keep losing like that. They need to get this back on their side. This defense, it's looked a little bit missing. Various pieces are just not moving to the right positions at the right times, except for on that round 3. So yeah, a very, very early timeout. And this puts them in an awkward position. If they lose the next 3 or 4, they don't have another chance to talk to their coach. So this has to be big. This has to be such a huge moment here for the team.
Yeah, it's a similar gamble, right? To what that 9-3 comeback was over on Vine, right? They used the early timeout, but then once Falcons Vega took their last timeout, that's what they carried forward to get to that overtime. So we just need to see similar results from this timeout from BBL Queens in order to inch their way forward, force Falcons Vega onto the off foot. But Falcons Vega feels like they have stabilized immensely this half here. They're carrying that onwards.
Yeah, and the good thing is they've got Mary's ultimate online, right? And that can help to stabilize the economy as well as everything else. So Mary, she's got a share for herself, and she can hit shots with that, but she's got the knives. And, well, when she's flying about, these knives fully accurate, she's able to go for so much, but she's forced back off of that angle. And actually, yeah, Falcons Vega, they think, okay, we see a Jet, we see a Sova, we're just going to back off, we're going to wait. You can push into us if you want to get these kills.
Or Alkia says, I want to go for those kills. I think the element of surprise there would have been huge just because they didn't have a shield. But speaking of the element of surprise, Toki and Cylinder, the double lurk pop into B main. Well, it looked like BBL was the one that was going to have the edge there. But speaking of edge, they don't expect 3 players to be here. They don't expect wins, but it's a double-pronged surprise. Felipa could find Toki, and if they had, that would have been the B-site control lost with less than a minute left. Spike should be good to go down, no way to delay. And now even their position compromised, wallbang shots raining down. The dust settles, it's going to be a 2v3 where neither player has a shield, neither player has great HP either.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and yeah, easy pickings for Ava here. Alkia thinking, contemplating the save here, but I don't think that option is going to be granted. We could see the repush through kitchen from Ava here, perhaps.
She doesn't want to push it, though. She's still on pretty low money herself. Keeping that rifle in hand going to be very important for the next round. So yeah, Alkia going to save. Ava going to keep her weapon. Make sure the Toki and Sodra, they can buy themselves up in the next round because they won this. But that BBL timeout, nothing huge came of it. And they needed to find that advantage. And if Falcons, if they can win the next 2 rounds, they don't need to call a timeout. They can just leave BBL high and dry and keep taking the wins for themselves and BBL economy. We talked about it a lot because it's been so crucial in these 2 series because of the amount of runs both of the teams have been going on with their rounds, right? But this round, BBL, money in the dumps. They've got that hero rifle on Alkia. If she can do some big work with this Vandal, then yeah, maybe this round is possible, but she's got to find something huge with it.
And just the individual thinking for both of these teams, like the fact that Proxima and Jada were leaving BMA when that's exactly when the lurk was striking from Falcons Vega. Gotta be devastating that that setup crumbles the way it does. But speaking of setups, we have Alkia getting aggressive here mid. Turret nowhere to be found, but Eva's on a tear this map. Keeping BBL players on their toes here. And now you have to draw Felipa away from that stronghold, that 3-stack on A, to see how many players are here still in spawn.
Yeah, a very slow round of ends. Actually does find the better of Mary. That's the chef. That's not that Vandal on Alkia, but still both Jets taken out. Maybe evened up in terms of composition, but the guns still heavily in favor of Falcons Vega. And you can see they're re-exploring towards mid. They're trying to find this rifle if they can. Venz is going to go up for it, but she's going to meet Ava, and Ava took down that Jet.
And as a result, they get past the alarm bot. It's just narrowly going to clip Mad V, so they're going to get a spike plan. And look at this. Late rotation. They might not be able to catch off Proxima. Double tap about to expire. They hear Eva going back towards Bell, but they can afford to do that. They have Thunder's Fury online. So they have so much time that they can build back up into the site. And if things get dicey, they also have the lockdown. So they're just playing for safety at this point.
They're not concerned. Meanwhile, BBL, they have to rush into this. They have to fight. And they have to fight nice and aggressive, but Proxima keeps missing the shots. The defuse, it can't come in yet. The Hunter's Fury to continue this stall, and slowly everyone falls. Falcons Vega, another round on the board. So many in a row in BBL. They've been put onto such a back foot. But the one saving grace they have is all of these ultimates. They're all coming online in this round. But this round is a must win.
For sure. If they don't win this, Falcons Vega, nearly guaranteed map point here. Sunset in the peripheral. I will say, though, if Alkia has a good round, then they would have that Blaze Storm to supplement a suboptimal buy, a save here, perhaps. So there would be a chance for a Thrifty, but not a situation you want to find yourself in, especially when this is your buy. This is, like you said, the uptick of the ult cycle. And then we've seen this before. The challenge be main typically going the way of Falcons. Vega this time. Proxima, you gotta clear out this corner, and I don't think they are. Andra, it's huge here. They looked for more, but that's enough information gained. You have 2 more players towards B. So I'm saying, all right, let's try and head towards A. Even Toki
Instead,
might...
the regress, actually, from Toki. This is interesting, but it's dangerous. Mary, she's up behind that Viper wall. She can't play the trades until that Viper wall falls, but it's about to go down. Toki's already watching the angle, but the dash is good. Alkia survives. Meanwhile, the A hit already happening. And crucially, in this post plant, look what they've got. They've got the Thrash again from Madvi.
And that was, I think, why we saw Toki regress, to keep those 2 players there. Because now, look, they are still rotating after the plan has been secured, after time has been secured. So you're not going to have as much follow-through for this lockdown as you would have hoped. Respect, though, regardless, going to be shown here for the lockdown. And as a result, Alkia is going to catch Mary off on the escape, but they have their Hunter's Fury, so they're going to try and also use every ultimate, like you mentioned, in the stock to get this to get this defuse underway. And so far, so good. They know Mad V's on the lower because of that Dizzy, but did they know that Toki is behind them? 3 kills on the round. Even if they die, they get the snake bite out. So Jada feels pressured by the time to get on the spike. Do they have enough HP? As it fades, they do. And the time will follow suit. Falcons Vega denied the round. All the ultimates come together in the nick of time, plus the Jada clutch Gene to get BBL their 9th.
Wow. And I mean, again, we're seeing the lurks, and you'd expect this to be understood. If you can't see Toki directly, she's going to be behind you. It's the whole comm situation all over again, right? If you're not seeing this player directly in front of you at any moment, expect them to be behind you. We're looking for the lineup, looking for those kills. And yeah, the round does go the way of BBL, but that was a beautiful round from Toki. And Alkia already spotted by that Dizzy. Manages to just dodge the flash. But Madvi's going to back off. She doesn't want to fight this.
Come on, guys, just dodge the Dizzy. Not hard.
I don't know how she did that, but Proxima, Toki, we've seen this duel before.
Oh. And finally, Proxima gets their due revenge, and as a result, they spike down and spawn. But I like this. They don't get overeager. They fall off. They take the wins where they were granted. They know that they need every round. They know they need every dollar as well if they're gonna get this map over the finish line. But speaking of the finish line, Alkia trying to draw it closer. The 1-for-1 trade. Spike confirmed, I should say, to be leaning now back towards this B site. So the rotations are here. Proxima, Jada, position, ready to deny this site. Jada has to go huge here again. Proxima gonna be distraction, gonna be the death contract to force them to swing into yellow, to force them to swing into Jada, and we are tied 10-10 here on Icebox.
And we called that it was going to get risky. We're going to get tricky for BBL, but this is when I'm expecting that proactive timeout, right, from Falcons Vega. They've done it before. They've gone for these very proactive timeouts to stop the momentum in its tracks, and this is when the momentum starts to build up for BBL. They're starting to feel confident. Jada's got to read for how this defense is going. But no timeout yet. Falcons Vega, they think, okay, we lose the next one, then we might call it. This round, though, they trust in their players. They've got the Viper's Pit. They've got the lockdown. If they can take a site, those two ultimates, they are so good at stalling off and stopping the retake from coming on in.
Here we go.
Here.
Slow A approach. Alkia again with a nasty off angle here. And even just the standard Silver to try and bait them off of it. But the Owl Drone clears it out, and Mary uses that opportunity to strike. Fortunately, they have Proxima this time on the A side lean, but that shield being up is enough to force them to run. And unfortunately, if they do run, when's what's going to be there to cut off the rotations? So like a Spidey sense, they stay on A. They seize for the rehit, likely because of the call that, yeah, you guys have the lockdown. Use it. Oh, no.
Oh, no, they're going to fake it?
Do not use this as a fake, please. Wins is gonna know. Even if they die, the information here. Oh my goodness.
But she needed to win that fight. Proxima, she only gets one, and now it's only 2 people left for this retake. Jada, though, in the advanced position, pushing forward. Evens it up. She's got the Viper's Pit of her own.
Only 2, but one of those is Jada.
And she's going to do that. The fragging OGLs are online at the moment, and we've still got both of them alive in this round, so this could go absolutely either way. But the way we know it's going to go is over towards the B site. Wingman with this plant. It's good. This is going to make it so tricky for BBL because they don't know where they're going to be from the here.
As if they were that much closer and able to deny that Wingman, but an alternate reality. Jada, Philippa, playing split here to clear out the angles as fast as possible. And my concern here is that all that utility was exhausted on the fake, minus this singular swarm grenade. And they have the Viper's Pit here if they decide to use it. But with that one frag, Philippa finds. Jada says, I don't even need the pit. We just swing this together, we win the duel, and we reclaim the lead here on Icebox.
And I don't know what it is, but it seems like Jada's presence in a team just makes their fundamentals better. Like BBL, they've been good, right? 7th and 8th in the first split. Not their best performance. They did much better last year. 5th and 6th in the second split. Much, much better. But now Jada is here. Their fundamentals have just become advanced. She did the same with Odd One Out. When she was there, the fundamentals there were perfect. It feels like she is that golden star, that ticket that makes a team better. And it's forced this timeout for Falcons Vega. They've called it. They know that this round is so incredibly important. Can they win it? Because there's light shields. Not all of the utility is going to be available. It's going to be difficult for them to do it, but this timeout, something exciting comes of the attack maybe. We've not seen much exploration of mid from them on their attack side. So I want to see them, they've been going for the double lurk over towards B most of the time. I want to start to see them take that double lurk elsewhere, over towards mid, over towards A, going into aggressive lines.
Well, we'll see if they take that advice, because I agree, they have just been really playing like into the deep reads for Madvi and rotating off of those. And then, also just winning out, maybe punishing the overaggression from BBL, then they don't have to worry as much about how the post fight goes. But if they do, set up that more aggressive line after they take that space, then it could be good. And I think that's been a difficulty as well, as Mary's tried doing that. And usually the coordination from BBL has kind of challenged it a little bit, at least on the BXX. They get kind of isolated over towards yellow and handled very well, but Speaking of being handled, nice little shock dart chip damage onto Mary. That's most of their shield gone and some HP. They're not going to be full strength on any swings, any initial duels they take. This has been the change from BBL though as well, right? You put the Jet over towards yellow, you put the ISO over here on A, and it's worked out to a degree. And we'll see if it continues to.
Yeah. Crucially though, this operator online for Alkia, she's got this long preemption angle down B long, down B main, and she's not seen any of the lurkers pop over yet. But eventually this wall is going to come up. It's going to mask Toki's location. Maybe. No, is she just going to drive swing into it?
Oh no. And the surprise here from Alkia with this operator has been sprung. It's found Frag, it's found Toki. So that's your toxic screen as well. Gone. So it's going to keep visibility open for the Jet if they even need it. Blades in tow. Fortunately, Spike should be planted here. Even with the snake bite. There's no real mid-reflank yet either. So it's fairly simple in the post-plant. Again, you wanted that proactivity, not really going to come. Just scaring me because Jada has the pit. So you get the pit up, you can try and get a player on it. Mary's so low. 10 HP. They all line up? This is Valor, not bowling, but they still get a strike. 11 to 11, you said Make a Wish could happen over on Buy, but it has been granted to us here on Icebox, and we're still in that kind of, I feel like honeymoon phase for that timeout that Falcons Vega took as well.
Yeah, no, like they're still able to work off of their coaches' plans, the coaches' ideas that they brought forward there, but actually the timing from Falcons Vega, that was off of the back of Proxima's vulnerable. The undercut came in, and they figured as soon as the undercut comes in, they're going to start swinging around us over towards yellow. So they swung to counter it, and that was such good timing. Falcons Vega, whoever called that swing, that won them that round. That allowed the lineup, the strike as you call it, to come on through. And now more aggression over towards B. Alkia looking for something, not with the operator this time around. We've even got Jada down to the Bulldog, the selfless IGLs. Always taking the L's in that situation, taking the lower gun. But Mary just watching mid off the back of this turret. She's going to swing into it. But it's still so passive, right? They're still playing nice and slow, waiting for BBL to do something. But BBL, they're not giving them that.
There's less than a minute left. So they're fortunate they've called to hit towards the site that only has Philippa home. That might be a silver lining, right? Then you're not going to really be caught out by this thrash, but that might give Toki, I was going to say, the possibility to get the pit online, but they are lurking through mid again. Be that backdoor B option, and look at the protection the bodyguard wins, trying to protect Philippa, but unfortunately cannot lose their life as a result, so it's going to be a 4-on-4 retake here. The trap from Toki is still not quite sprung. I don't think that alarm bot would catch them crossing towards
No, she should be able to get hit, but Venz is watching it. Venz is aware. The counter lurks are just always there, and yeah, Toki wants to go back towards main. Can't use the Viper's Pit. Alkia does spot the gun of Mad V, so she has to back off. The Dizzy comes forward. Oh, the shot misses. With the Viper's Pit from Jada. This allows that hold to come on for as long as they can, if they can get through the mollies. But no, Falcons Vega, they just go for the fights. And they just win them out again.
And Mad V again, impactful in these post-plant scenarios, and the last player standing was the one that was trying to stay alive to keep that pit alive while their team fought forward, and Falcons Vega reaching that map point here after what was a struggle of a 7-5 half favoring BBL Queens. At this point, looking at the BBL Queens buy here, it's not great. You don't have full rifles. You have a Bulldog and a light shield for Alkia as well. This is gonna be a huge hill to climb just to get to overtime, just to give yourself that chance.
But that economy resets, and maybe they feel better. Maybe they feel like they have a chance for it. You can see Toki actually brought up the shorty, expecting to get the Viper's Pit down this time around. Valkyria going for the mid aggression again, but the Outlaw is there. It doesn't matter. The double duelist peek into mid, shuts down Sandra. Taken out of the round, and that's the lurk watch gone. It's just Toki holding up in T-spawn, just watching, waiting, expecting something to be main, but no, everyone's playing passive, everyone's playing together. And Proxima's down on 10 HP. So this shield has to save her life. She has to insta headshot afterwards.
or she can just get traded out by Jada. Which seems to be the goal by them kind of playing this high-low here, perhaps with Nest, but my issue here is Toki, right, isn't going for the lurk play. So they are likely playing for this Viper's Pit this round. Jada looking to maybe prevent that by finding the right target here on this entry. Maybe even willing to dedicate their life to the cause for it, but snake bite out. Wingman unfazed. And here's that proactive defense you were looking for, and it might be enough to close out Icebox altogether, but Alkia has that here rifle. Jada having that insane deagle shot, 1 HP, but the hay is still in place for Mary. And even as it withdraws, we reveal that they only have 15 HP. No shield left in the 1v3. What started out strong as proactivity has turned into devastation. 0 trust from Jada, but they still get the job done. They still send us to overtime for the 2nd time in this best of 3.
Switching sides.
And honestly, I'm all
Overtime.
for it at this point. Let's go all of the way. Let's go through this overtime and see if BBL, if they can still bring it back. But immediately Falcons Vega saying, nope, we're using our OT timeout right now. We're using it on the first one. We need to win this. We're not going to allow this to slip away from us at this point. And honestly, again, it's proactive, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a 7-5 half, so this is your worst half, right? Versus you flipped that to get yourself into overtime. Almost close it out as well, but what do we think they're talking about? Because it's been like a while. You've been in that kind of mindset of, okay, wait for people to make a mistake, then hit a site over and over again. And now you're the ones trying to read back into, okay, what did BBL do on their attack?
The big thing I'm looking for is pings on the map, especially when you see these very proactive, very early timeouts. I like to look for the pings, but there's nothing coming out. So Falcons Vega, they're hiding it, not just from BBL, but from us as well, sadly.
The breather.
Yeah, exactly. But we'll see. For now, I'm expecting them to not let Mary go aggressive on A. Because, let's be honest, that's been called out.
Yeah.
Like, it worked, but eventually in the latter part of that first half, it was being called out. But she's heading over there. She's heading over towards this ropes position, so maybe it's the exact same thing. But BBL, don't forget, they got a chance to talk as well. And they get a chance to advance on how good their attack was and how much further they can push it forward. It looks like they're ready. They're waiting for Mary to take this aggressive line that she is very well known to take. So let's see if they can counter it. Let's see if they can take her down and start this OT in an advantage.
But this is a big difference as well, as they had the Gecko this time. So if they try to challenge this, you're not just like swinging into a recon bolt, you're swinging into a Dizzy perhaps. Like, you're going to be full blind trying to duel against Mary, and that might be the support that she needs to come away with the first blood, to come away with the advantage here for the side of Falcons Vega. For now, there is that ounce of hesitancy. No Dizzy popped either yet, so they don't know that the Gecko's on A just yet.
No, but they might have read it. Because Jada lurking over towards B, she's not seen anything. Usually, if Toki is aggressive, that means that Madvi is with her, right? But there's no such thing over there, so Jada may be calling to actually be careful. The Gecko is over here. The shield immediately broken from Proxima, though. Mary taking that down.
Over there.
And they've spotted this is a stack. The Dizzy, the Sova, the Jet, they're all here. Do we start moving over towards the B site? It looks like that's where they're maybe leaning.
Owl drone spotting out a lot of players here over towards A, but they're reading maybe into this being a fake out, right? They know that these players like to lurk. One's already up. Oh, so 2-1 would have been up B, but Toki able to find Jada. And now there's 30 seconds left and you have no control over the B site. So Wenz here is asked to at least cut off some of the rotates so you have a better chance. They're going back A.
I mean, you've got Alkia. Look at Alkia. She's so pushed up.
But is there no time? 18, 15, and it's counting. And now you've lost that control that you said they had. And now you've lost the mid flank as well. 10, 9. If they have any ounce of utility to deny this plant like a shock dart, it is done and dusted for. They should be able to at least get the plant. Proxima, huge here. The Mosh not coming in time. They're able to reground. They're able to rebound. A 2v3 here. Still having a lot of area to make up for.
I like this position from Felipe. Nice and aggressive, looking for the peak out of the choke. But the shots they whiff, and Madvi, the fragging IGL, just takes everyone down. Unlocks the Thrash a little bit too late, but still a 4K for the Gecko. Falcons Vega, that timeout, it may have been magic, but also I think that's just Madvi.
It's just Mavi stepping up when Mavi needs to, for sure. 21 and 16 this map already. BBL Queens, no timeout taken just yet here. But again, it felt like they were a little bit too scattered, right? Again, relying on these heroic plays from players like Wenz, players like Jada, which yes, if they hit hard and you get that tight control for free, but Falcons Vega, they're also being really, really careful. They understand that they lose this, it's a 2-0 and we don't get to see Sunset. They don't get that reverse sweep potential, but zero hesitancy this round from BBL Queens. Alkia scaling up here B main silently, stalking.
There's my buddy.
I think they're gonna recognize the Jet isn't here on the A site and think something is up. They also don't see Proxima. They don't hear that shield either.
So as soon as they note that, they've got to be careful. And that alarm bot break, you know Alki is here. You know she's aggressive, looking for something, but she's trying not to give it away. She doesn't want to lose this quick. She doesn't want to go to Sunset, right? She wants to end it here. She wants to win out this round, win the next 2 in OT. Let's stop the Sunset push, but quiet again from Falcons, and they love this on bind, right? They love just pausing, just holding, waiting for a mistake from BBL. They did it on their attack side on here too. just stopping Alkia from going up, or from Mary from going up those ropes. No, Mary, you stay down there. You're fighting on the ground. You're the Jet. You got an updraft anyway.
Yeah. Just wait out the Soa Dart. But now here comes the A side pop. They do have the Storm Grenade just to deny the Wingman this time. Hopefully deny the plant, but it's still Wingman unfazed, so it's Proxima taking fate into their own hands. Unfortunately, a Mach is going to force them into the backside. The double molly not quite going to land. 20 seconds left. Falcons has to make a move here. Philippa, 8 seconds until the recon. This time, no reflank. Toki realizing I don't have time. I have to get back to the site. The tap, the swing, the trade, and Jada in the 1v3 for Icebox. Plant will go down for Falcons. Vega, they get the timing on the swing, but the shots do not connect. Toki, look at that, reeling themselves in, not giving into the urge to swing there on to Maze. Instead, playing for the wraparound with the team, playing for that guaranteed conversion. A 14-12 victory for Falcons of Vega on their pick of Icebox. And well, I may have had the maps swift before this series. I was correct. They each take their own map pick to send us to Sunset, which, reminder for those who need a history lesson, the last time these two teams met was a 14-12 victory for Falcons Vega, much like what we just saw on Icebox. So we are going to be in for another wild ride when we get over to that map here.
Yeah, but let's talk about Icebox for a second, because Alkia, she showed up, right? 7 first bloods, taking that away from Toki. Honestly, I still think Toki got at least 4 herself, because she was popping off in those first engagements there a lot of the time. But Madvi the Gecko, the IGL calling and shooting in such incredible fashion. She wasn't necessarily there as part of those early fights, but she was there to clean it up. She was there to trade, make sure that Mary didn't go and die in vain, and then to follow up, to continue the fights afterwards. And not only that, she's calling an incredible map of Icebox too. Yeah, really good map there.
I can't wait to see the team performance breakdown as well, because I want to say BBL Queens, you know, had a lot of the first bloods. Obviously went to OT in the second half, could have changed that, but yeah, look, like in even here, 13-13. And I mean, the fact that Spike went down as consistently as it did for both of these squads as well, showed that they really truly were trying to just read into each other with those IGL lanes from Jada and Madvi, which makes it even more interesting over to Sunset, which I feel like is a really heavy information game kind of map. And we're similarly going to have that impact that we've had from these fundamental lurk players like Toki, like Wenz.
Yeah, no, exactly. But the compositions on Sunset, right? That to me is where things get exciting, because it's not necessarily about the info battle that Sunset usually is. There's only the Gecko for Falcons Vega if they go with the same composition. But let's take a look at this, because
oh my goodness,
Alkia absolutely on fire the entire map, and Madvi trying to keep up there with her. This was just
they're the IGL, they're the Gecko.
Yeah,
and they almost meet them bar for bar on the stats lines.
I mean, that to me is the sign of such a good IGL, when you're able to pop off like that as well. Incredible map from Madvi, and this is why Falcons, they're looking scary on Icebox now. I like that they've gone back to a relatively standard comp. It's maybe not as exciting, maybe not as fun as the Reyna from last stage, but they're comfortable on it, right? And they're looking so good with this more standard comp. It's a lot more optimized.
Well, speaking of optimizations and standard comps, when we get over to Sunset, there may be one very, very big difference from the last time these two teams met, and that is the reinvention of their composition on this map. And you know what I'm talking about, Echo. It is the Neon Sova Cypher ISO Clove that they ran against a Giant X to GC. And while that was a 13-8 loss to Giant X, they probably learned a lot about how the composition functions, maybe some of its weaknesses, and hopefully they can use that to adapt and come back stronger here against Falcons Vega and close out this series.
Yeah, and not only that, if I'm remembering right, they beat Heroic quite dominantly with that comp as well. So like this comp does
13-1.
13-1. There we go. Pretty good. And if they're feeling that confident against Heroic, who don't forget, rolled through Falcons Vega, then you know, again we go back to that esports triangle, right? It's the scales of if they beat this person, this team, can they beat this team as well? And this comp, it's very far from standard, but that means that for Falcons Vega, they've not scrimmed against it, right? If you've not scrimmed against an ISO Neon Clove, you're going to struggle to play against it. But what I can promise is it's going to be hallmark aggro play. They are just going to be running in, playing for that late round reach, and sending in Jada whilst cooling to go get those kills on the Clove.
You saw Jada itching to get frags on Icebox, so I'm excited to see them on that role. I do want to see Proxima maybe not as afraid to take fights, right? I think because they aren't that primary duelist, they don't do it as much. But regardless, all that is just speculation, because for all we know, they could change everything once we get into the game, and that's the pleasure, that's the honor of casting and covering Valorant esports for you. But we do have to also take a breather from time to time, so, you know, take a break, get a snack, and when we come back, we're going to close out this grand saga of Falcons Vega versus BBL Queens here for VCT Game Changers EMEA.
One enemy remaining. I'm good for standing. One enemy. My ult's ready. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Good. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Welcome to
And welcome back to VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 3, where we are about to enter map number 3 between Falcons Vega and BBL Queens. And this has been such a, you know, elongated series with 2 overtimes, and even the best of 5 from VCT EMEA Ascension has already concluded. So you know where the action's at, and it's in the Game Changers community right now between BBL Queens and Falcons Vega, where we talked about Sunset. And while these two teams have met here before, Echo, it's gonna be likely a different story this time around.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. The composition's a little bit different. Obviously, Jada has come into BBL, changed up how they're going to be running their macro, and yeah, this is just going to be such an exciting map, because these teams, this is now a test of endurance, right? These teams, they haven't had to fight like this for something, you know, where both of these teams, they don't want to fall into the danger zone. Even going 2-2 for Falcons Vega, that puts them at a little bit of a risk to the head-to-heads. They don't want to put that, they don't want to allow that to happen. So yeah, Sunset, it should be very different to last time around. I know you're very excited to see the Clove.
I am.
So I really hope we see Jada on that again.
Yeah, I hope they don't just take a 180, obviously, because of their loss against Giant X. I mean, I would say like Giant X, Falcons, like we said, those are the 2 front-running teams. So it's similar, maybe kind of expectations between those two squads. So I'm hoping that they just kind of take like, okay, what worked in the heroic Valkyrie game, let's try and replicate that, and what were some of the difficulties and how can we prevent them from the Giant X game. So again, learning from wins and losses and carrying that into conversion and better results here in a really important match to keeping your control over your potential qualification to Game Changers champions and away from contenders relegation under your belt.
Yeah, I mean, like, you don't want to go into the off season feeling like, oh, we could have made it, we could have stayed in main event. It's just gonna it's just gonna be the worst feeling, right? For the entirety of the off season, you can't fight back. All you can do is train and hope that you're able to fight back again when contenders or the open qualifiers rolls around in January. But let's take a look at Sunset. It's where we are now, and I'm sorry to say,
how could they do this to me? Okay, I will say, like I said, Proxima definitely didn't feel like they were feeling the ISO today over on Icebox. Like, yes, they were doing their job. Yes, they were being a supportive player in terms of the vulnerabilities, but I don't think. Yeah, I think this is going to be better for them overall in terms of comfortability of agents. Maybe minus Jada, but Jada can just do Jada things. I mean, their Omen is insane on Sunset as well. Like, I'm looking forward to this, regardless of the composition changes. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a shame that we don't see that Clove, but this is more standard. And BBL, the Clove is fun. The Neon, the ISO, it's a fun combination to bring out. But like you said, Proxima, maybe not feeling it. She's best when she's in that supportive role, right? When she's that third, maybe even fourth entry into site, she's playing to allow Alkia, to allow Philippa and Jada to go in aggressively and get those kills. But the most exciting thing to me here is that we've got Venz obviously on that Cypher, and the lurks have been incredible. But Toki's on the Omen, right? Because she's a controller player. So she's on that Omen, and the Omen doesn't want to be lurking on this map anywhere near as much as the Cypher does. So we might not be seeing that signature Toki lurk anywhere near as impactful as we did before, because the Omen, you want to be with the team, you want to be with the pack.
That's okay. That just means we'll get fragging Toki, right? There'll be that secondary entry, hopefully alongside Mary, right? The Tens approach to the Omen and their kit here, perhaps. But I definitely agree. You'll have to remind yourself, wait, I shouldn't be the lurking player. I need to leave that to Sandra. But also, I think that could be good for Sandra as well. I feel like they've been kind of forced to anchor and be that anchor time and time again. And that pressure of losing those fights head on, even if you get your one trade, they can wear on you. So getting those opportunities instead to kind of, come from behind, maybe to get those surprise and impactful plays might be what they need to get that revitalization and kind of head up the leaderboard for Falcons Vega to carry them into this victory. But for now, speaking of heading, we have the one-way countered by the Owl drone here over towards A main. And all that's going to do is kind of clue them in that this is probably going to be an A follow-through, at least for the time being.
Yeah, the A follow-up. Oh, immediately going towards Elbow Toki. She's going to peek into it. But Alkia not quick enough on that shot, and the stun just to stall out that little bit longer. The paranoia thrown as well. Toki eventually will get pressure down, but the team is there to support her, and they're pushed back. They have to retreat back through Elbow, but the flank is immediately coming out through B main. This trip, they're not even going to break it. Actually, they're going to wait. They're going to hold, but this allows Venz to lurk up towards market and break this trip.
And this is kind of the adaptations you see with the Cypher on Sunset when they know they have a Sova to break the util, is it's more for information. So you know that Wenz is lurking over here towards B main. Interestingly enough, if that tripwire gets broken B main, they'll know that's where they're at. And this is an interesting strategy as well, going through A over to B, because you think you have control over that site from where Wenz is. But they're going to be in for a rude awakening when two players are contesting B main. If they can even get there, because Eva has control over the spike now in the defender spawn.
Yeah, and it looked like they wanted to go peek around the other side of spawn, but now the time is looking so low, and this is going to come down to the kills. But it's just Venz alive. One bound, but the second.
There's no time.
Yeah.
And
no
even
time.
then, Fries went in Falcon's biggest favor.
BBL, they just played that a little bit slow. As soon as they got stole out of Elbow, as soon as, they lost their spearhead, they lost Alkia on the Neon, you could see they didn't know what to do, and this push back over towards B, it's so dangerous because you have no control over towards Ali, over towards that CT spawn.
Goes here.
So Vega, they pick up the defense round.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of an overcook, right? They probably could have just fought, like you mentioned, without the Neon. They were like, okay, we shouldn't fight into Toki, but Toki was the only one on A. Like, obviously, we as casters, omniscient and all, could see that, but like you mentioned, there was no information about B main, about where those players were. And that's what comes out of a default cam like now, what we see Wen's playing. And you mentioned we maybe weren't going to see Omen's lurking, but Jada says, you know, I can be a lurking Omen.
And she's put that lurk smoke up as well. She's TP'd into it, but that's been heard.
Oh, no.
Immediately, Mary pulled over, spotted Jada. And now, yeah, the IGL, she's in an awkward spot. She doesn't even have a sheriff. She's on a classic. So she's being enveloped on, but the site's open. B's wide open now.
Like, they've caused enough of a distraction to draw players off. So this eco round, they at least get the plant down when none of them bought, like you said, deagles. It's all classics across the board in this post plant. And that's going to make this really nice to hopefully sustain a long-term economy. Because I think we all know this is going to be good for the long term. But for this, the distraction play from mid, almost good. But unfortunately, it's going to be kept flawless regardless of the plant scenario. There's a 3K from Sandra, like I said, a player that has yet to come alive this series now comes alive on the Cypher pick. That'll be Falcons Vega flawlessly converting and carrying these weapons over to the next round.
And that's the risk of when you're playing that classic round, right? You might be able to pull the rotations away and get the spike down. But the BBL Classic, as beautiful as it is, that gold is gorgeous. It still can't outmatch all of the rifles on the other side. And actually, getting the spike down is good for your economy. It means you can buy full shields on everyone here, which is huge. But Ava, 2 away from this Thrash. And when have we seen this Thrash not be impactful? It's just always there.
And that's why we're getting that aggressive Dizzy instead of the typical one from site here. Because now you can have Toki, you can have this fault line all designed to take the space, take this orb A main off of the one-way. I love this fight for control, and Alkia, I thought I was going to challenge through it, but the replenishment of the one-way. Oh, it's messed up here. And so they are going to challenge through, but unfortunately, Toki with the forced-up rifle is prepared.
And I mean, those shots, you can be prepared, but you've still got to hit those shots, and the mechanics on fire for Toki. She's not necessarily lurking, she's with the pack, but she's still showing the impact, and that molly, that allows them to refresh the one-way, take control back. But Venz finds value, and that value is huge. Mid is now opened up. The lurks, not from Toki, from Venz. Has to be scared, has to be worried about Mary peeking into her. And yeah, she takes her down. And this, don't forget, is the bonus for Falcons Vega.
They have to convert a 2v4 where every player almost has rifles. And the fact that Wenz is fallen as well means the flank is open, flank is vulnerable. So you feel like you're surrounded at all times. You have no information until Proxima gets this maybe recharge. They do have the Alodrome, but where are you going to feel confident using that, right? Because then you're going to place Felipa in a 1v4 until you're done. So they're just looking for these players, and they've completely evaded all that pressure. Wingman's already on the spike. Fortunately, Aftershock can delay that. Prospects that Proxima can cook and market, but now these players are main, and Felipa, Proxima, they're going to feel pressured around this dark cover. Eva, the 1v2. No Wingman in sight, and the double swing is good. A 2v4 grasp from the clutches of disaster for BBL Queens.
And to put it bluntly, they had no business winning that round.
Yeah.
Like, the spike was not planted for them. And these 2 opening kills, like, what can you do from there? Like, they had no business winning that. And the fact that they do, it comes down to the shots, to the mechanics, to counter what Toki did to them in the early round. Really, really good from BBL. And they're building up towards their own ultimates now. Felipa on fire, 2 away from the Rolling Thunder.
So bad for Toki, because I feel like there was a play like that over on Icebox as well, where they did everything they could. They popped off, and it still was one out by Falcons, or sorry, one out by BBL Queens. So they still are hungry for those kills, right? I love this approach, right? Yes, you're not running a double duelist, but you're running your Omen over a main in this aggression like a duelist, right? You have your double initiator setting them up. They're peeking off their own one-way and fighting for this space, so that you can keep, you know, Mary playing off this utility, or even playing aggressive here towards B main.
Yeah, and the Boombotter didn't spot out anyone in that deeper position, so Mary, she's going to pull herself up into it, keep this space, hold it for as long as possible, and this allows this spread from Falcons on their defense to be so strong. And this drone, it almost immediately pulls over the rotations, but they're going to stay centralized. And it's a good thing, Cassandra pushed off of this angle. But Mary, will she be checked?
I mean, the bait is perfect here, but the timing, I think Mary already swung, so that's the aftershock, that's the relabel, and that is Mary dealt with. Sandra trying to pick up the pieces, but it's through the gap. The minuscule pixels in the cage. So we are able to get the 1-for-1 trade. Paranoia in play. Madvi caught, so cannot necessarily get ahead of this push out. Should be looking good here for the plant. They don't want that. They want safety. They want control over the backside as well. Madvi ring around the Rosie, waiting for Madvi.
Spike planted.
Waiting for Wenz, and at this point, it's another 1v2 Falcons Vega. The double swing is good from BBL. There is no chances to convert, and 2-2. We're back to our regularly scheduled broadcast of a close affair between these two teams.
We can't ask for anything else. I wouldn't want to watch or cast anything else. And like, it comes down to those, like you say, those pixels between the wall, between the smoke. And Madvi, I mean, she's good. She's able to pull that kind of thing out. But when you have the fundamentals that BBL do, when you swing together and play together, there's no chance. And Falcons Vega, they're thrown down through this eco round. But it's GC, it's Sheriff, and there's still ults online to win it.
GC Dig about to hit for sure if it can. About the productivity from Toki, and this time it's alone, right? They want it to seem like it's still this 2 to 3 players over here on A, right? So you don't know what lies beyond. Maybe even get that utility out, while the stack, the gamble, is over towards B. And without an owl drone here, right? No re-clear of this one way, they're like, wait a minute, this might actually be correct. This might not be an A exec. So they're going to keep these players here. It looks like buddy system. I want to see that lineup. It's like high, low, to 4 stories high. How does
it's gotta be, but yeah, but like again, and they put this mid-lurk smoke up. Usually, this will pull rotations, right?
Nobody sees it.
Yeah, no one's close enough to see it, so it actually doesn't provide the value that they're hoping it does. And people are expecting aggression, but when there's a lack of aggression, they choose let's just go towards Toki. This one way, it could mask nothing. It could mask something, and Toki's not good for it. So a 4-person flanking effect from B main, but A site clear, open. Alkia. Oh, and the neural theft to confirm it.
It's all beautiful here. So they can reserve utility, they can scale up, they can play proactive here. Fortunately, they're all going to go for the flank here. Gonna be eyes probably on Wenz here. Maybe even on Toki, the closer players here. Or the reflank from Alkia. This is going to be wild. Spy cam. Only pinging out the site members. And the Paranoia, all of this is designed just to set up Alkia for success on this flank. They want to get her the frag so that she can get the overdrive next round. And what a shot, what a denial. Is that the opener? Is that the door back into this retake? They have the Rolling Thunder, but so does Philippa. If they can get this out on Nico, that would be huge. And they look like they're on track to do so.
Yeah, they've got to pop it. They have to go for this Rolling Thunder, yeah. But it's halved.
It's halved. If they can get a player on this, they don't have any smokes left though. And they don't have any players. Proxima, the swing, the crossfire, all from main is perfect. But they lose so many weapons. They lose the Rolling Thunder, all to a Falcons Vega eco.
And even if the Deagle, the GC Deagle, doesn't win you the round, it still gets you so much value, like you said. And yeah, this was good. Proxima swinging off of that from the other angle where, you know, Philippa was playing with them, making sure they were looking her way. So Proxima played well off of that. But now Falcons Vega, they're in such a good position. All ults online are 1 pip away. They're so close to getting this. And as soon as they're able to, if they can just use 1, maybe 2 to win a round, they can continue that cycle for so many rounds in a row.
But even though they're down the Neural Theft, the Rolling Thunder, Alkia about to get the overdrive online, they still have that Hunter's Fury, so they have post-plan strategies. They have a site execute strategy if Alkia gets the orb here or even gets a frag on the entry. But that is a big if, and it has to be delivered upon him when Toki is the tip of the spear like this, and you're trading paranoias and flashes. Who knows what is going to happen other than chaos? I like this, though. The Aftershock ensures no additional tradability, no additional aggression here. As they fall back, they recollect, and they decide on what to do. They have to think, did we pull enough rotations to A to fully commit to the B rotation? And Wenz is trying to be that information gathering to confirm that for the squad.
Yeah, and it's really good because you know the Falcons Vega, they don't have that omen, so they can't play that passive, set up the one-ways and play off of that. They have to go aggressive themselves, right? So with Venz going aggressive like this, you know, you understand that there's going to be a reclear over towards A main. And Venz, the perfect timing on the lurk, and she's been good for this whenever she has the chance. It's
30 seconds.
It's incredible how consistent she is.
Spike
And now Falcons Vega, they've got the ultimates for this retake, but it's still a 3 versus 4. It's still risky. And if Proxima can get set up back towards main, she's safe for this Hunter's Fury.
Oh, and look at this counter. Hunter's Fury and the Thrash coming online in conjunction so that they can't fight an impact. The one way is good for Jada as well. Get aggressive to cut away at the retake potential, and the call, the save has already been made here for Falcons Vega. Just again, a great pivot over to the B side. And you mentioned, you know, losing the smokes from Toki makes them confident. I mean, even just that player alone can be scary for their fraggage. But very, like, clean from them, too. Minus Algia dying on that kind of fake over, or I should say that attentive execute over on A. Means that economy is going to start building up. And Algia, even if they couldn't buy it next round, which I believe they can, they would be able to pop the overdrive.
Yes,
They might still
exactly.
just do.
Yeah, like, they could do it, right? At this point, it would help supplement their economy for rounds to come. But the big mistake that really shut down that retake was Mary just being a little bit aggressive, a little bit too far ahead of that stun. And the biggest thing for me now is to note that, don't forget, this was BBL's picked side. They chose to start on attack. So they feel confident here. Yes, that is the risk that Falcons took by picking Team B. You know, you give up the side pick for the deciding map. And if BBL can keep this going, if they have the confidence, if they have the playbook set up with this new composition, well, new for them, composition, then maybe they can keep this going. And if they can get up to, I mean, I don't want to say a 9, because we saw what happened on Bind. but if they can get up to 8 or 9 rounds, that's going to put them into such a good stead for the second half.
I mean, they haven't lost a rifle round yet, right? They lost pistol, they lost the follow-up, and it has been good ever since. So that's the momentum that Falcons Vega was also trying to stall out with that timeout. But
yep.
I agree. This is going to be a really important round to me. Like, they're forcing, they have all the ultimates. If they use these ultimates and lose the weapons and the ults, they're going to be, like, that's, like, guaranteed 6 rounds to BBL, minimum. And that's where we saw how dangerous it gets on maps like Icebox. Like, it was a 7-5, and you had to go tooth and nail to get yourself just to overtime. Or yes, they were able to close out and send us to sunset, but do they want to repeat that? Especially when we haven't talked about this is 2 overtime maps. This is map 3. Like, they are running out of steam no matter how you spin it.
It comes down to energy. Are they able to keep that up? And not every team has, you know, a Zealous, a hype person to keep everyone in the mood, to keep everyone up, high energy, and working forward. But, and this is where team dynamics come into play, but actually before that happens, Algia just diffing Mary out towards mid, a bit of a duel. And we always see that duel, not typically between the duelists, but now heading towards market. Algia spots out, takes down the trip, and moves over towards B. Probably expects Sandra to be way further back than she is, but no, Sandra's aggressive. She wants to try and find a pick, but she's been spotted, she's been noted, and the stuns, the aftershock, it's all here. She's surely dead to that. And you said this round was important for Falcons Vega. But now it's difficult.
We've seen this. Jada really good at disrupting these rotations through mid, but this time there's a thoroughness of utility in its stead. And I love that Jada isn't the one to overheat, right? They just paranoid, they get out. They continue to play their life, but now there's more concerns to worry about. One player posted up on each of these entry points means that you have to hold your own here. Whether you're Wenz, whether you're Alkia, but time is ticking and they aren't going to clear out this corner. And like I said, when every single player is winning their ones here, then yeah, you're going to be successful. Philippa, unfortunately not able to win theirs though, so Ava with the possibility for a save here. It should be good.
Yeah, but no chance with that. She gets shut down and BBL up to 5. And like you said, getting that round, it should all but guarantee this 6th round, because still, there might be rifles online for some players, but really they should be looking to buy next. And going back into the team dynamics, right? If one of these teams is a lower energy team, when they're able to work, they're able to keep their spirits high, keep that energy in a high, in a positive environment, it doesn't matter if they're low energy, because they're able to keep positive. And that could be such a huge advantage if one of these teams is like that. But what I want to see from Falcons, I want them to use an ult here. I want them to try and win this round despite the fact it's an eco.
That's the goal. Mary, you bait them in, draw them in close B main, you pop the rocket. But I love that you mentioned energy and mental, because if anybody has a good mental right now, it's BBL, right? You've won 5 rounds in a row. You've gotten a 9-3 comeback under your belt, right? Versus it was a 9-3 loss, a 7-5. You had to push to OT. But like I said, mental getting desecrated. When you talked about it, this composition was going to be aggressive. They were going to run you down. And that's exactly what Alkia is doing. And Wenz isn't even running it down. They're running into Wenz. And it's still a similar outcome.
No, absolutely. And I mean, like, there's so many things we could talk about. Yes, that was a really nice round from BBL, right? The way that they smoked that lurk smoke, able to pull in that A split with Alkia just heading away, spearheading all the way into Bodra aggressively by herself. It was a great round. But it's not just that they are winning their ones, they're winning their fights, they're taking the timings together as a team and playing off each other. This is really good Valorant from BBL. And okay, it's not Clove ISO, but it's still aggressive. It's still in your face. And this is just really, really good work from everyone. Like I say, they're walking into Wenz and Wenz is still winning them.
And the speed in which they were able to adapt and flip comps as well is astounding here as well. So kudos to kind of the support staff, the coach staff for prepping them this well in the scrims so that they could feel confident switching, pulling out either one of these looks, and you don't know which one to expect or prep against. So I think that's something else that's probably showing for Falcons Vega, right? They're like, all right, what are all these counters we can do to an ISO? What is a counter to a Clove? And now they're just back to, I feel like, more basic Valorant, right? Even with EMEA over Arrays, that's something more, I feel like, prepared against or expected now with the buffs that have come through for her.
Yeah, no, but again, this is another round that Falcons Vega, they should be looking to win, but we're seeing another potential split here. Instead of the typical Omen lurk smoke, we're going to see the neon wall, but the stun is good. And then the lurk smoke comes up to supplement it, and it's the same A split as last time. But Alki's with her team, but it doesn't matter. Mary just shuts down 2, and Alki has to back off.
And that was a friendly fire stun, I believe, by the way.
Oh.
Because MadV still has theirs. And that is what has stalled it out and bought enough time for Falcons Vega to surround them, to adapt. You couldn't scale up as fast as you wanted. Couldn't capitalize on the prowess of that high gear. And Falcons Vega, we talked about, yes, the mental might be at a high for BBL, but the fortitude for Falcons Vega is getting tested and unwavering.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect word for it, right? And not only fortitude, but discipline. Only
Look at
popping the
that.
showstopper to confirm it, right? They're confirming the round just with that one ultimate. They're going into the next. They've still got the Rolling Thunder. Into the next after that, they should have Avers. And it's just that discipline of playing together, not overcommitting, not overheating, and just playing good, solid, safe Valorant. Mary, though, looks to break that cam nice and early, gets stunned up and immediately swung on. Eventually does get taken down, and that's the B site wide open, the Cypher. Nowhere to be seen. And the Rolling Thunder to confirm it into market. Are they going to push this?
I mean, the secondary ping on the Neural Theft is going to confirm exactly where they are. I don't know if they're going to spot Ava this close in person, but we've seen Alkia. And look at the backstab from Jada. The Lurking Omen strikes again, but so does the Rolling Thunder. They're confident they can try and win this round as another 2v4 in the cards. Jada, though, that backdoor option's still online. They still have a player fighting for on-site control. Wingman, though, immediately desecrated. Now the shock darts come in. Now you have to worry about Jada, who's kind of grouped up closer to the site. This felt maybe a little bit overzealous for an execute. I mean, they have so much utility. They don't even have to peek at themselves because they still have a spy cam.
And it's just a slow whittling down of the members of Falcons Vega. And yeah, Ava may have got that kill. Ava didn't get the kill in the end. But it's just that slow teamwork of just peeking. Like you said, the spy cam, the utility. They can slowly whittle down the wingman, the players, without over-peeking, without over-committing to those areas. And I mean, I talked about the Lurking Omen, maybe not the best, but Jada pulls it off, regroups with her team, and is still a crucial member to take down Ava in that last second duel.
I think that's because Wenz has been really good about using their utility to clear out B main for the team. That's why they want her there. But regardless from that, we also need to talk about BBL. They're doing a good job cycling their own ultimates, right? Rolling Thunder came online, they used that to secure the round, and they still have that overdrive for Alkia. Versus, right, MadV rips the Rolling Thunder in a numbers disadvantage, and they don't walk away with the round. So, Mary, trying to take things into their own hands. The trade, the fault lines, and the owl drone, the aftershock, all of them putting them in really hot water. And this has been the difference. Alkia always trying to scale up to punish when they get into that uncomfortable position, but this round not able to find that impact.
No, and this fight over B main, usually we see the same at A, but instead we're just seeing Jada look up completely solo. She probably realizes the Cypher is here. The Cypher cam is eventually going to spot her, but there's nothing here to support the Cypher, right? Yes, Jada's spotted, but Sandra has to peek it and then has to fight alone until the rotations come over. Whereas, you know, Jada, she has backup. She has teammates here. She may fall, but everyone else is there.
And Sandra, worried about the support from Ava there, trying to shoot their own Thrash, but the Neural Theft allowed them to stay alive for at least a little while longer, but the rest of the rotations could come through for their team. Still, looking like it would have been a site secure, but the timing there wins, checking their back, cost them their life. Proxima trying to get the better of these CT players. The high-low, though, is good. And we are looking like we're headed towards another 7-5 potential here. It's going to be a rifle round for both sides, I believe, to close us out. But again, we're looking towards BBL Queens and their ult, and this time out.
Ooh. And this is one of those timeouts as a coach where you're like, we feel best on attack side, right?
Oh, yeah.
This is our side. We need to go into the next with a huge advantage. We can't risk this as a 7-5. We need the 8th. But it also gives Falcons Vega the chance to talk to their own coach, to anti what's happening. And one of the biggest things that coach do is they anti their own anti, right? They look at what they're doing and they anti it and then they anti that. And that's what Falcons Vega, they must be looking at. What are BBL going to be trying to do to counter it? What can Falcons Vega do to counter that kind of counter? The crucial thing for me, though, there's no major ultimates. Yes, we have the overdrive. Yes, we have the From the Shadows. The key thing for BBL, get Proxima's ult online. This Hunter's Fury, because Falcons Vega haven't been going for too many aggressive flanks. We've had Toki, I think, once in the backline fighting Vens. If they can keep this Proxima alive in the backline with this Hunter's Fury, that can be the round-winning decision. So that's what I'm expecting to go for here, is go for the Silver Ultimate, get the ult orbs, and then play the post.
Well, we'll see if the coaching staff takes your advice, Echo, but I agree. I think we're going to have to see some sort of play that kind of forces Falcons Vega to get aggressive, and then they are able to punish that, because that's where I think they thrive the best, right? I mean, we've seen the First Blood's astronomical for player after player for both sides. So it's come down to, I feel like, impact out of these First Blood engagements, and it's interesting for Falcons Vega expecting maybe a heavier mid play, which has been a strategy, right? You send Alkia, you send Jada through mid, and that opens up a site for you. And with how deep these players are towards B and how deep the trap wire is over towards A, they feel like they are confident on a retake possibility for the A site. Oh no.
It's definitely a decision. Yeah, but that was actually a fake, right? Alkia there wasn't meant to get the kills. She wasn't meant to open up the entirety of the map. It would have been great if she got those kills, but the site is open and they can play towards this post, but they don't have this overall. So Proxima, she's going to have to play towards site. She has no shock. She has no ult, so she can't play around that. Felipe, though, this aftershock, it could at least stall a little bit. So they're going to go aggressive. They're going to fight into Falcons.
Oh, and look at the fault line. The aftershock trying to bail out the teammates, but it doesn't quite work. Felipe instead trying to bait here now for Jada, to hope that Jada can be their last saving grace, perhaps, and they might just be able to full blind the swing, the crunch. It's all good, but it's still a 1v1 as the dust settles. Aftershock fault lines trading utility left and right. It slows down the scale up towards the spike. Maddie nerves of steel sticks it to half and gets the frag. Falcons Vega going to deny the momentum shift of that timeout and secure the 7-5 half, duplicative of what we saw over on Icebox.
Switching sides.
And if it's anything like Icebox, we're going to be going to OT again. Everyone at home, strap in, folks, because this half is, this could be it, right? For BBL, if they lose this, they're in such a bad position in those standings. They need to get this win. And it all comes down to this map. This half could decide it. This half could decide whether or not they can even make that run into playoffs. They can make the run beyond 2 game changes, and it came down to this final duel. The Breaches fighting it out. Almost no utility between the two of them at the end there. But BBL switch on to their defensive side. And we've got the exact same buy-up for both sides, despite the fact it's different compositions. 4 Ghosts, Omen with the light shield, but with the classic. On both sides. Alkia, though, aggression out into tiles. The recon bolt is huge. And some
shelter
spam found, but no kills.
Yeah, and Alkia actually gets punished for it. They're trying to chase her down as well, but
Tripwire
it's actually going to
destroyed.
be Felipa. Through tiles, through the chaos, through the door from Market. But find one. And that's Mary, too, so that's huge. That's your entry. Now they have to figure out where they can pull a fast one. Not quite sure if they have enough information to go off of, because all they saw was Alki with the aggression. They know the breach was Market. You expect maybe the Cypher B. That's probably why they're leading towards B. They're like, there's probably only 2 B max right now. But the trap wire is up. You don't have the race to destroy it. And that's one of the difficulties as well without having a Sova. You don't have as much utility to do so. I think they can jump this one, though. I think it's a little low. I don't know. But Wingman in. No players. No sight taken. Just before the aftershock pops, it's destroyed. I thought they had it.
It looked like they did, but now they need to fight for the site. And Benz and Proxima anchoring the backside. Everyone else is flooding in to clean up the kills, and it's just down to Toki, but there's no such luck. No kills with that classic. The light shield's not proving useful enough, and BBL, they take this pistol round, and the pistol rounds, they've been scarce for BBL this entire series. And this is a huge one to win.
And I'm more surprised here that Wenz is the one that got the kill on to Sandra than Alkia. Like, that's just insane that they were able to navigate the chaos there, that retake so well. And as you mentioned, it was a much-needed pistol, because if not, we'd had a repeat performance where Falcons Vega caught up immediately. And then we had, what, 7-7, we had 11-11, we had repetitive, competitive score lines. And so now, this is an interesting buy. It's not too hefty, actually, right? Because they recognize that if they lose too many weapons, then that's also been a red flag, is not having economy, not having the standard flow that can get you that buy up in following rounds. They're like, all right, this should be enough to get the job done. And then we just worry about once we get rifle rounds online, because that's what they were successful for in the first half. Oh,
That was a Bucky.
it's only a Bucky.
But still, Alku should be getting those kills, but Mary just too clean with it. Honestly, with that Sheriff, and, you know, we know she's good. We know she's good for that, but still, you expect the Bucky to come out on top in the close range situation, but this is still going to be another B hit. It's going to be relatively similar. Pretty much the same setup with the breach over towards A, so can't assist with the stun, can't assist with the aftershock. And Mary finding 2, but
They don't need the assist.
Down B.
yeah, 2 found back immediately. The cage is doing so much work.
I mean, they're gonna get a 4K if Mad V doesn't shut them down first. Deagle kill on, keeps things a 2v2 and keeps the weaponry close as well, but that's why these last 2 players are trying to play coordinated. Long range Spectre doesn't matter when the ghost from Jada can finish off Toki. And while it isn't as clean as they would have hoped, like I said, they didn't buy Vandals, they didn't buy Bulldogs, so you really did pick up the major weapons that you invested. I think that is the 2 Spectres that they bought. I think we had the Bucky, obviously, and then the other 2 had pistols.
Yeah, no, exactly. And all started out with that opening pick. That's what shuts down rounds like this. But Proxima being able to hide inside that cage, waiting and anchoring the backside is it's so crucial to do. And BBL, they seem really strong on this B side, right? They're playing around it really well. What I want to see Falcons Vega now do is start to explore over towards A. You've got the breach. You're able to stun down that line, stop the Neon from peeking out onto you. So let's start to use that. And the B main, I don't think it's as important for them as they're giving it credit for, because that A, as soon as BBL can get someone set up on this A line, everyone else should be rotating over, but actually BBL, they're playing patient, they're stacking this A site, and I think that's a mistake here.
Here.
Or
Less.
it's just 4D chess, because there's a satchel fake in the B. They have full trust in Wenz and their ability to hold the B site. And Falcons Vegas getting inside their own head. I mean, also the fact that, right, Sandra hasn't scaled up and was waiting for that aggression, that means they also don't have information about who might be jump peeking, who might be here.
And Jada has the paranoia. She's holding it. This is a trap play on A.
They might waltz right into it here. They're expecting just that, but really just a bailout instead of the trap play here. Or Alkia scaling up with the Bucky has the one way, but they've seen enough.
30 seconds
And
left.
Toki was anchoring over towards B, so they're gonna try and now scale, maybe even try and get rid of some of the Cypher utility. There it is. They know this is B.
I must wait a moment. Cage triggered.
When Cage,
This-
they could they're trying to go for just a spike, and oh, it's just seconds late.
It's a struggle. It's difficult to flood in like this, especially when the Neon is on the flank with the Bucky. Oh, but she hears Sandra. There we go. Finally, the Bucky kill comes on through. We love it.
Yeah, and they're not on the flank with the Bucky. They were on the flank with the Vandal, but it doesn't matter. And look at this. They don't want this eco round to slip away. They understand it was a 2v2. Jada detained, but they take one down with them with that Eagle shot. And dang, Omen on Omen violence must end. But this series is anything but over. Falcons Vega get their rifle round online, and we are 6-9 here on Sunset.
But this is still a good lead for BBL. Right? Yes, they seemed more comfortable. They picked that attack aside. But this is still a pretty good lead. These 3 rounds, they could easily be the difference maker. And that to me is the crucial thing, especially because Ava used that thrash. Popping the shark there late in that round, it's necessary just to guarantee it, just to make sure that nothing sneaky. Jada, she's the kind of player that can pull something sneaky out on you. So you've got to confirm it, stop her from doing it. But now there's no ults online for BBL. None at all.
Yeah, for Falcons. But they are getting close, right? Mary, Mad V. I could see them funneling some orbs into their favor here if Jada doesn't play off the content of this spy cam and search out these frags beforehand. The paranoia, the spray through all could be good, but really it's just the counter to the Dizzy, preventing them from maybe collecting it from scaling up here into B main. Looks like they're gonna have to cut their losses. There's a minute left and they are already trying to rebound towards A. So I need to see Alkia just play delay. You have your relay bolts. You have the ability here to wait for your team to rotate, and then the breach can scale up as well back towards main and further delay.
Yeah, but they even kept the cam up towards B main, so they can keep triggering that. Make sure that no one's looking up, and the paranoia had value to counter the Dizzy. But there we go. Eventually, Toki goes in, breaks it, and that's good. Now you can see
Jada,
back.
She has to go back. She has to be careful. The paranoia baits people over.
30 seconds.
And Alkia, she explores solo by herself. She finds 2, the lineup.
And now it's on Philippa, right? Wingman in tow means this isn't going to be a truly disastrous number situation, but there's 19 seconds left here. Philippa, they have the aftershock online. So if Wingman is sent in with the spike, they could just knife plant just like that. And the preparations made. You see Saunders say, I have to go pick up the spike. I have to get the plant down in tow.
Did she get it?
I don't think they did. They do!
She got it!
I'm out.
In the nick of time, and this retake now with only 2. And it's a Cypher and the Sova. Yes, there's Sova utility, but you don't have the people to follow up on it. This is going to be so tricky.
And they didn't stagger the aftershock of the Hunter Shiri there too, which is devastating.
Here.
Because they couldn't deny the secondary plant. Now spy cams up, information, time whittling away, the trades, and it's not even just player stepping up, it's just the Gecko player stepping up. Whether it was Mad V or now Ava, like they are the clutch agent for a reason when they have the synergy with that utility. And we talked about how large that lead was with 3 rounds, and now with it being 2, that's when BBL Queens has already taken the liberty of another really early second timeout.
Yeah, and they've called this early, and it's very proactive. They've still got the lead, right? Yeah. But it's the momentum. The way that they've lost those rounds, it came down to such difficult situations. This might be a mental timeout. I mean, refresh everyone, to rejuvenate them, because they've been in some pretty situations in these last 2 rounds.
Look at the first half, right? When they were on the attack, 6 rounds won in a row, if I do my math correctly. So they're fearing, like, are we about to have the same thing happen to us? We won our pistol, we won our follow-up, and now we're losing rifle rounds. So what is going wrong, and what worked on the pistol that we can maybe replicate? I think so far, we haven't really seen like a mid play, right? Alkia and that Neon, if you breach done correctly, that's huge. You can take off some of these lurk players. Other than that, though, I think the information game they've been winning on, maybe minus believing the Omen fix from Toki. Toki has just been a thorn in their side again, right? Yes, their role from a lurk to a site player may have changed, but they still are consistently forcing them to look over their shoulder, to keep players on opposite sites. It's been really difficult to handle.
I think you're right about this mid-play. Pings going in, and we saw Annie do something like this before, but she chooses to back off. It's too dangerous, doesn't get an immediate pick. So it's not worth the risk beyond. She does go and refight. forces a difficult reclear here. But Toki shutting down Fleeper over towards the B site. That is huge for Falcons. That's the stun gone.
Yeah. Makes it harder for Alkia to scale up undeterred. They are looking like they're going to try and pick up the slack. Maybe avenge Felipe over here towards B main. But all they're doing is just getting the North left online here. And then they're going to use that to inform their rotations. What's interesting, though, is they are going to be fighting here into Wens. And we've seen what they can do as a solo site hold. And Trapwires, both narrowly evaded by Mary here. They're just going to play retake with the numbers with their team and see what they can do.
Spike planted very open. You can see they're wanting Mary to play this first contact onto site. Maybe play off of Ava as well. She's got that kind of first line. And then everyone else can play just over towards main, over towards elbow. But the one-way setup, the fast lane as well, just to confirm that they can move towards site. But now this is when Mary's activated. And Sandra, instead, just peeks. A perfect kill. And Jada's got to find so much more.
He could always guarantee Jada for at least one with this Deagle. Wens, interestingly enough, no damage done. But that just frazzled them enough to already invest some of this utility. Some weapons collected. Rolling Thunder online, but they probably won't have to utilize that. Wens was the last to stand and the last to fall. While it got dicey for a second, the better weapons prevail. And now, with the momentum out of that timeout denied here yet again, at least for the anti-eco, for the Thrifty, we get to see BBL and hopefully the fruits of their labor. Now the weapons and ultimates are back on their side.
Yeah, so now it all comes down to how do they play this map? Are they able to fully utilize the Neon? Because if you're picking the Neon, you're wanting to go for those quick rotations, for the centralization, quick rotation into a flood. You want to go for the aggressive plays if you're not doing that. And that's what I'm not seeing from BBL so far. They're going for the aggression, but they're not truly playing off of centralizations perfectly yet. So instead, they're choosing to fight aggressively again. Felipe, actually the one aggressive. This is a little bit dangerous. Your breach going here. Oh, the net. Oh, that's sad, Mary. That you can't plan for that one.
Internal contemplation, like maybe I need to go back to math. I know they took the time off for college, but did they take a math course? Oh, but then they say, all right, I'll just fight back into it. All right. I may not know my equations, but I know how to bring a Vandal here and at least get some impact in terms of the Spycam destroyed. And nobody has stunned, but Alkia takes the lead nonetheless. And they're so far ahead that there's no tradability from their team. They're again just hoping these heroic plays, these hero plays will stick. And not only was Alkia shut down, but Jada was as well. So they should feel confident now on this A take.
Yeah, and as soon as you see that Jada go down, you know that was the preemption over towards A. The Omen is always the preemption, almost always playing with their one way. Yes, Toki goes down, but actually you're not bothered. You know Proxima is not going to force that flank because she needs to play with her team. She needs to work off of people like Wens, who are already over here, already fighting. Mary just takes it down before the spikes even being planted. And the aftershock, it's too little too late again. They keep trying to stop this plant, but they're too late with it.
At this point, save called here for BBL Queens. Falcons Vega will inch forward and tie things 9-9. And BBL, no more timeouts to spare, so even if they somehow have an epiphany, if the calls align for Jada, they still are going to have to weather whatever Falcons is going to cook up on their timeout. And this is all just what ifs for if BBL doesn't let this slip. And I mean, that proactivity has been thrown back in their face because it didn't really, it didn't cause any evasion of what was to come.
Yeah, it didn't amount to what they needed it to really secure their lead and secure this map. Take the series away, and now Falcons, like you said, there's no more stop buttons. And this is exactly what we saw happen to Falcons on the first half of this map, right? But now it's happening the other way. And you know, BBL, we talked about their energy, right? Are they high energy or are they positive and low energy? And now this is where it really comes down to they need to keep it positive. They need to keep themselves in check, make sure everyone is happy, even if they're not high, even if not high energy, happy at the very least.
If I'm looking at how the first half went, I do think that we're going to be headed to overtime. But Falcons Vega looking to avoid that. BBL, another aggressive play towards B. Yeah, they're trying to maybe remedy what we saw from Alkia, maybe getting overzealous. But the difference here is that they also only have a Bucky, and now they've lost their breach. The showstopper traded after the overdrive. but 0 impact found for Alkian so far. And this time they realize, like, there's probably a call like, don't do it! Like, flashbacks to last round! And also, this could be because of how deep Proxima is. They could have an immediate flank. They've taken care of the lurk player. So Proxima has done a good job here. And now, can even things a little bit more for this retake. My concern, though, is MadV has the spike. MadV likely going to plant over the Gecko. And this is going to mean a rolling thunder for the post plant.
Yeah, and using these ultimates to secure this round, it sends BBL down with the economy into scraping the bottom of the barrel, maybe get another full buy off because of the loss bonus, but it'll be tough. And this rolling thunder, as soon as the spike is tapped, you know it's just going to come swinging on in. But they've got the flash first and double detain.
Or they're not swinging either. The
They don't need to.
discipline. And they have
Look at
Toki
the
on the
look.
flank. Yeah. That is insane confidence at its finest. And they're even going to pop the rolling thunder. They want this confirmed. Toki now on the back end, just trying to prevent these players from even saving here, perhaps. Jada pinned in a corner, and Toki is huge there to close out the round favoring Falcons Vega, and they are the first to breach double digits here on Sunset.
And that's a huge step for them as well, right? We've seen that, you know, they can always come back from being the first hitting double digits. We've seen overtimes already. But it's still such a huge confidence boost. Going down in that first half and then still being the first to hit it here. I mean, the timing on that Rolling Thunder was perfection. Like, the way they're cycling their utility, their ultimates, to stop anything big from happening from BBL Queens, they're not able to make a play because the timings are just called to perfection from Falcons Vega. I imagine we're going to see more of the same. Not necessarily in the ultimates. They've got a long way to build up towards the impactful ones again.
Yeah.
But in the rest of their utility.
And this kind of gives people that window to catch back up, right? Is that they do have the ults. Yes, the buy cycle might be here and there, especially if they lose this round, but I think the fact that they invested the one that on top of the Thrash is what gives BBL an opportunity here versus if it was stagnated, you probably would have seen 11th and a broken buy and map point. But 1-for-1 trade to start things out over towards A. You lost Sandra though, you lost your flank hold, especially if you head towards the B site. I think that's why they're headed instead towards mid, looking for this advantage. Maybe even opting to fight back through the one-way, fight Jada here.
Well, you know the one-way is going down. It's probably refreshed, so it should be heading down in the next couple of seconds. But instead, no, Mary takes a solo refight and she spots 2. So this confirms that they want to head towards A, but Jada waiting for the perfect moment. And such a good shot. The timing, absolute perfection. She's trying to find more, but she's got the TP to back off to the Paranoia just to stall, and they can TP away, wait for her team.
30 seconds left.
All of this is just buying time for, like you said, these rotations to come through. They realize there's 20 seconds. They realize they have to fight into this A site. They had the money, so they don't have the fear, but they should have had the fear. The pinch is perfect out of that choke point, and once again, we are tied here 10-10, and this is the question. Falcons Vega, do we see the timeout now, or do we see in a round or two?
Oh, I mean, it's a really good question because it's tricky to get a read on Falcons Vega's timeouts, right? They are playing it so careful, sometimes proactive, sometimes they're waiting, being patient. But yeah, none this round. Yeah, but I think to me, that's because this round isn't a huge swing round, right? They've usually called them proactively on the big swing rounds. They're hoping Falcons can win this one because then they don't need to use it. But if BBL, even if they lose this, 2 mega impactful ults in the next round, and Mary again solo peeking. She's so far ahead of her team. I think she's trying to be a hero, but that's not what Falcons need right now.
And we're handing off the duelist syndrome between Alkia and Mary right now, at least on Sunset. Literally, Alkia was remedied of it, and Mary is now showing symptoms, and it's bringing down the overall health of Falcons Vega and their opportunities to, like you said, win this non-consequential round, so that when they get to the consequential ones later on, they have the resources. Because in my mind, like you mentioned, yes, they lose this round, they can still buy next round. But after that, then you're looking at BBL beating you to map and series point. So I agree. They lose this round, we see the timeout next, or we're just crazy analysts that don't know what we're talking about. But let's cross the bridge when we get there. Nice neural theft here. Confirms the players are still here towards B, and it's even going to draw the rotation from Proxima.
Yeah, but Jada's cleared so much space, so it's fine for that to happen. But the TP, she's stunned whilst TP, but no punish on it, and she's just going to keep pushing aggressive. Oh, Wenz wasn't expecting it.
Oh, but utility out, the trade. Plant. dropped as well. The counter neural theft coming off for Falcons Vega, and that's perfect for Sandra to scale up. They said, I don't have duelist syndrome. I am the hero. 2 kills, but it might not be enough because Jada on the rotation all the way from A finally gets their chance to strike and clutch at just the right moment. And the stop, the timeout.
It's gonna be immediately, surely, right here, right now.
Really?
Come on. There we go. Okay, there we go.
We don't lose our jobs. Echo, high five virtually.
Yeah. But this is so needed, and not only is it needed for the macro of how they're playing the overall map, but also just to leash Mary a little bit, right? And Mary is that kind of player you don't want to put a leash on because she's so good. But when she puts you in this disadvantaged situation where Jada is able to just use that late push out of A to get the information, and because Mary goes down, you can't have someone like Sandra, someone like Toki on that counter look because you need your entire team grouped up because you know you'll be pushing into a stack. So when you lose Mary that early, you need the rest of the team to be together.
And Sandra tried to do that, right? They tried to put the tip of the spear into market, and it worked for a second. Just Jada's blade was clearly sharper. And you mentioned them gathering information by that push through A, but it really was the Wen's neural theft, right? So they had that comfortability and that speed on the rotation. And that's what set them up for success that well. Also, whoever denied the spike plan from the wingman also, because then they had one less player while trying to get that spike down. Regardless, though, all that does is mean BBL has a lead. Falcons Vega needs to win this pivotal round, or it might just be map and series point for BBL and a broken economy for Falcons Vega to try and wrestle back a miracle.
And Vega, they're still going for this B main control. They're highly prioritizing it every single round. Leaving mid completely open, leaving A completely open. Yeah. She's already taken mid. She's just contact played. Completely
Mary.
Solo.
All right, they're cured. They're joking.
They immediately back off. Good job, everyone.
Yay! Both of them did. Both of them are cured. But that's huge because, I mean, you lose either duelist in that situation and you are, quick in a little bit here. But this is a play and a half. Trying to go for maybe the market crunch that we haven't seen before, but Philippa reading into it. A nice aftershock just to disrupt that timing. Maybe kind of act as a whip to be like, back to your spawn, back to the drawing board to determine if you want to go towards B or A. And again, we talked about Jada and their jump peaks this one way. It's been a conundrum to dismantle. The flashpoint is good. But it's just, BBL's so confident on their A retakes right now.
And the paranoia just to push them back, right? This allows BBL to get over. They've got the neon. They can run and join with the rest of the team for the flood retakes if they feel like they need to. If they need to continue fighting. But instead, Jada, a little bit aggressive, a little bit too much, and the spike is already heading over towards B. Yeah.
I mean, look at how far Sandra's up. My concern here is that there is 18 seconds. And from the shadows, they can just Rolling Thunder the plant. Like, they don't have to worry about this. Philippa has their ultimate. And there it is. Is it too soon,
early.
though? They're going to be able to get the plant. As long as the concuss isn't enough, there it is. The frags don't follow, and suddenly it's Alkia in the 1v2. Coming down to the wire. The players divided. No smokes. No fast lane. Just the high gear, so it's going to be raw mechanics. And unfortunately, I don't like Ava this deep here, because it's going to allow them to take that fight without the trade ability. But the information, there. Pain shell, there. I feel like they're starting to run out of time, run out of options. Oh, I was nervous for a second there. Ava super low HP. Imagine if they were sticking and Wingman walked right by them.
That would be upsetting, but this is going to be upsetting enough for Alkia. We were worried about the duelists dying too early, but instead, they're the two ones involved in the last kill of that round. And I don't know, it feels like BBL, they had that in the palm of their hand, but they just gripped too tightly and it slipped past, right? The ultimate, like you said, Philippa, her ult, just a little bit early. I don't think they tapped. I didn't hear it.
I wish we got a replay of that, because that's like, that timing could determine the game. And there it is, our W production. Let's see it. All right. I think that it stuck it the entire way. It just, yeah. Missed timing there. Could have waited a second or two longer. There wouldn't have been enough time, but it is what it is. And now they just have to win out the duel. It's back to the bye round. Like we said, Falcons Vega, if they didn't win that round, Economy Dash, BBL pulls ahead. Like, unless it's a thrifty. Now it's anybody's game.
And it's an even round across almost every aspect. A couple of bulldogs for BBL, but Alkia caught out early, looking for something towards mid, but they don't know Proxima's here. Toki hasn't spotted the back of the Sova's cape. So something could be found, but meanwhile the rest of the team, they're heading over towards B. And again, it's Vens having to anchor this backside. The trips are for backside this time around, but the nade should find them if Mary wants to go aggressive. Proxima's caught out.
That was a huge crack in a prior round where they were able to find they were able to find Sandra. The fact that they're not able to this round means devastation for this retake. If Wens can't do anything, forced into their cage, forced into the fray. And there it is, the coordination between MadV and Ava. They're taking that gift of the last round 1 from that timeout and carrying it forward, hopefully, to a map and a series point. I mean, it's a 4v2. Bulldog and Vandal in hand. The wrap around the smoke is good, but there's offensive trap wires as well, so they can't even push into main. They can't even push for the defuse.
No way.
Jada?
Not again. Jada? Not again. Oh, the smoke.
I am stunned. I am speechless. If BBL doesn't send this to overtime, I'm gonna cry. From the closest of the Rolling Thunder, the closest of the dark cover, yeah. Look at the light shields in the bottom.
And this is the showstopper for Mary now because of that kill. There's ultimates close as well.
We're gonna get a replay of this. No, look how close they were. Oh my god, production. Oh.
Corbin, I think it's your replay. That is evil, but we love it.
I mean, that's gonna be their villain origin story if they lose this now and don't make it to playoffs. For now, they still have fate in their control, even with the suboptimal buy. Aggressive spy cam in a different position. So it's not even broken because they're worried about the punish, not the paranoia. Also, look at this, a change, right? Jada playing over towards B instead of A. Alkia instead tucked away an elbow.
But again, Falcons Vega, I think this must be anti against BBL. They keep looking for this B site. It's such a consistent read that this is where they should be going. And it's right. The Neon is nowhere near close enough to be able to centralize. Like I said, Jada is actually over here now. She's only got a Sheriff. Wens only has a Guardian. They can't fight for the hard anchor, especially not with Mary. She's got the showstopper. She's charging on into market. But
and they changed the trap wires for that. It doesn't matter though. The running gun from Toki, the confidence to take that dual backside, and no longer the lurk player. Instead, the secondary entry when, you know, Mary is more concerned with the showstopper. They take the backside control. They take this potential, but who died early? It was Wens. And that opens, sorry, it was Sandra. So that opens the flank and opens the frag onto MadV. Now, from the shadows, now you get the overdrive for the 3 Thrash's online. So they gotta go fast, and they got to find Eva. The dash through, they are fully detained. And at this point, it's solo fight for solo fight, 20 HP. Toki on par for the ace, but it wants to play the win con, wants to play for avoiding a 3rd OT in a row. And there's no smokes this time for Jada to protect Felipa. They go for the stick, and it is the ace from Toki to close out the series. Falcons Vega ensuring that they do not alter history, that they still are able to beat BBL Queens. This time, a 2-1 after 2 overtimes, almost a 3rd. What a series to have been here to witness, to have been here to cast. I mean, look at how even it was. Like, this is the kind of final closeout you want, Echo, where there wasn't a standout player. There wasn't a single player with 7 first bloods. It was even across the board in terms of frags.
Yeah, like everyone was just pulling their weight. And yeah, maybe the duelists were going a little bit aggressive sometimes, but that was backed up by everyone else. And overall, both of these teams looked so consistently clean. And that was like 4v3. Yes, it was worse economy for BBL in that last round, but it was still a 4v3 that they could have pulled back. But just, I think they hadn't accounted for the Thrash. So as soon as Alkia went that aggressive, it just didn't work out. But like you say, the standout performance, not necessarily in this final map, yes, earlier on, but in this map, it was all about the teamwork. It was all about everyone working together and communicating.
And again, those 2 close rounds for BBL gotta be hurting. But this is this speaks volumes. Not only the 15 first bloods, which, like I said, they were a lot closer. It felt like map 1 and map 2, but more the consistency of the post plans for both of these teams. Like perfection, obviously, in Falcons Vega, but even 7 out of 9 is nothing to scoff at. So, like you mentioned, both of these teams truly attack sighted, and they know that moving forward, the defense is what they have to focus on, getting ready for the next matches or even for playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, like, the retakes are absurdly difficult on this map. One of the more difficult maps to retake on, but it's such a heavy post plant map anyway. So you have to get down on your floods. You have to know how to retake as a team together moving forward. But talk about moving forward, Falcons Vega, they're going to be moving forward with a good, positive win rate now. I think they're 3-1 in the standings. They've secured themselves playoffs, if I'm correct.
We're gonna go ahead and go check it out. I believe so, though, because I feel like there's not really a chance of them being the relegated team. Looking at the results from today, obviously we had the 2-0 earlier today. That was the complete opposite, right, of what we saw here. Going to map 3, OT is Carmine Core, you know, putting up a great fight. And I believe that doesn't necessarily mean alternate attacks Ruby is relegated, but it's out of their control at this point and will depend on future match results. And you can see why, right? They're 1-3 right now versus now Heroic Valkyries and BBL Queens both 1-2. And we talked about that round differential. I believe that means Heroic Valkyries technically above BBL right now, unless I'm misunderstanding, right? +0 is better than -2.
But I think there's also the head-to-head in the standings. I think the head-to-head might be first. But we'll make sure it's all out and public about what is actually going on. All of the teams know at the very least, and our amazing admins behind the scenes will update into exactly what's going on. But what is secure is Falcons Vega. They are in the playoffs, and that almost certainly confirms them for GCC. The first time for this team going to the championships. I think there's a chance they could not make it, but this almost definitely confirms them for it.
As long as they don't get 8th, right, was the idea. And that means that it's shaping up still to be as most people predicted, right? G2 goes and Falcons Vega, Giant X, the front runners, but KC, they've been looking strong, right? 2-1 in their group. I cannot wait to see an upset there potentially when we get into playoffs. And I know some of the lower teams have also said they're going to cook before heading into playoffs, right? They feel like they've been gifted the potential not to get relegated to make playoffs, and they are not going to let that second chance befall them.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it all comes down to these playoffs at the end of the day. But let's take a look at tomorrow. Giant X versus Heroic. This is one of those teams that you think should be right at the top of the leaderboard the entire way against Heroics, who, you know, they're here.
But then what just happened? You know, what did I cast yesterday? A 2-0 of Heroic Valkyries over Falcons Vega?
Yep.
So I want to see another 2-0 from Heroic Valkyries over Giant X, you know, make them that higher seed coming in to the playoffs and have them be your BBL Queens run to Game Changers champions, right? They have the most underdog story I feel like possible for this season as a whole, right? Starting off as Neon Blade as a free agent roster, getting picked up by an organization and having a bumpier patch, and then coming back after a boot camp during kind of that break between stage 2 and stage 3. But I also am excited for Odd One Out, right? I mean, I feel like that's a lower pressure matchup. You're against G2, right? It's a higher caliber team, so it'll be a good litmus test to see, all right, what are we potentially getting ourselves into when we get to playoffs? Yeah,
and Odd One Out last split did beat G2, right? In that first game of the split.
Not wrong. Revenge.
So, you know, yeah, like there's some potential. Is revenge for G2, or is it Odd One Out consistently just being able to beat the best team in the region? Who knows? We'll have to find out tomorrow. So everyone, make sure you tune in. It's going to be some banger games. And the day after that, we're still continuing. All of these teams have to finish off this split in this last week to fight for the playoffs. And, well, it is all up for grabs. And I'm loving it. I'm so excited for the rest of this week.
Oh, for sure. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for sticking with us through today and the slight tech issues that got resolved pretty quickly. W prod. And thank you guys so much for sticking with Echo and I covering that insane 2-1 series between Falcons Vega and BBL Queens. But we'll probably be back. You'll see our faces around the scene. So we hope you have a wonderful day, and we'll see you back tomorrow for VCT Game Changers EMEA Stage 3.
One enemy remaining. Long. Planted. One enemy remaining. One enemy spike down A.
Okay. Deleted.
One enemy remaining. One. One enemy remaining.
Amateur.
One enemy remaining. Standing. One enemy remaining. That's done. One enemy standing. One enemy remaining. One enemy. Gotta go. Spike down. C. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Flawless. Player standing. One enemy remains.
One dead.
One enemy. One enemy finished. One enemy. Knocked it. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. End standing. One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it's like that. Crash is ready.
30 seconds left.
One can out.
Down A. One enemy.
That's why destroyed.
One enemy. Poison. Who? One enemy remaining.
I'm good for
Standing. One enemy. My ult's ready. One enemy remaining. 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 Welcome to one.
no one. Put down.
One enemy remaining.
Ultimate is ready.
Last player standing.
Three gone.
One enemy remaining. enemy remaining. A.